Chapter 201. Penetration. Fire, raging fire as far as the eye could see. The church grounds, the city, everything had been engulfed in a sea of red. Yet, Vanna stood stoically with her weapons in hand, a sword on the right and a machine gun she pillaged from a spider walker on the left. The hot wind blowing across the church grounds scorched the Inquisitor's nostril whenever she breathed, nevertheless, her sharp senses were unhindered. She's scanning the premise for the heresy, for signs of the enemy to slay in this twisted history where planned had been destroyed. The fire that began in 1889, the flint that started it all and evaded the storm goddess's awareness, had finally shown its claws. Vanna never liked complex problems, but she had never been one to cower away from them either. Where are those heretics? A low, hoarse murmur suddenly came from the shadows of a nearby building. This murmur carried the power of blasphemy and malice, constantly warping the scorching air into a twisted picture of delusional illusion. But Vanna didn't look that way, only raising her barreled machine gun, turning it towards a seemingly empty spot, and pulling the trigger. The deafening roar of the bullets ripped through the air, and the yellow casings of the depleted bullets scattered out of the gun's cartridge with magnificent speed. Whatever was hiding in the gap between light and shadow was now forced to show itself by defending with that black umbrella and tentacles. Smirking at her own deed, Vanna launched the giant broadsword in her right hand out and nailed the monster to the ground several meters out. This wasn't enough though. Once she had succeeded, the Inquisitor promptly grabbed the deformed lamppost nearby and slammed the metal rod to the side. There's a second hidden attacker, and they just got smashed into mush by Vanna's monstrous strength. Its remnants were struggling and wriggling violently on the ground in an attempt to reform. But Vanna was having none of it. Turning her huge machine gun, the lady loaded a new ammo clip from her backpack and unleashed a barrage of bullets into that mess. Sneak attacks in groups of twos. That's the limit of your tactics. Vanna mumbled, casually tossing away the lamppost that had been severely distorted by her swing just now. Then raising her right hand, Vanna summoned her storm sword and continued with the execution. Yet, something was off after she got no response from the blob of blasphemy. No regeneration. She frowned and got closer to confirm the thing had indeed stopped squirming. It's even shriveling up like a prune before her eyes. What's going on? Why are these dregs losing their ability to regenerate? Is it because their main body is weakened? Or is it because these dregs have already been abandoned? Vanna watched this scene in confusion and vigilance, then jerked up and gazed ahead. Further away, a stream of green flame had appeared from within the darkness, quickly gathering and spreading throughout the square. The way it behaved was predatory, slurping up the corpse of these dregs. Burn, devour, grow, these were the first words that came to the lady's mind. She's wary of this new intrusion, but it didn't matter, for the green flame seemingly ignored her presence entirely. Before she knew it, the wave of the green had wandered past the square and out of sight. Torrential rain poured down on this day, washing away the sky and blanketing the city in a long-conspired conspiracy. And when the power of the rainstorm could not stop Morris, the doom of fate came into play again. His car finally broke down. The old scholar decisively gave up the idea of restarting the car, knowing that the force of obstruction would only intensify. Moreover, the Ender had already announced his declaration, meaning the curse wouldn't allow him to fix this car. But the curse wasn't an unsolvable spell. Generally speaking, that thing could only guide or interfere with the event of reality to a varying degree. Morris popped open his car door and bit his lips as he braved the torrential rain that instantly drenched his entire body. Even standing there was staggeringly hard as the wind knocked him off balance. No matter though. Morris was a determined fella. Reaching up to keep his hat on, he clenched his coat and continued to trudge through this chaotic rainfall. He didn't have an umbrella, and there was little point in doing so in this weather when there's only half a block left. Before he knew it, Morris could even see the shop's sign through the raindrops with the faint outline showing through his vision. Finally, the curse placed on this scholar had lost its strength as the wind weakened around the streets. The raindrops no longer hurt when they hit Morris's face, and the biting cold didn't cause him to shiver. A few more steps, only a few more steps and you're there. Keep going. But just as he's about to make the final stretch after cheering himself onward, Morris suddenly heard another faint echo hitting his ear. Stop, you'll regret it. There is no salvation ahead. Planned will only be devoured by another catastrophe. History is about to complete its displacement. What you're saving is no longer the real reality, but a reverberation on the wrong path. Morris's footsteps did not stop though, instead, he subconsciously quickened his pace until he's only several feet from the doorway. Here, the influence completely dissipated, evaporating into nothingness due to the power of the shop's owner. Morris found the weight lifting off his shoulder in that moment, causing him to lose balance and stumble through the door. Even in his partially dazed state, the old scholar could still hear the faint voices of two girls conversing upstairs. "Surely, it's raining so hard. Nina, yay, it started all of a sudden. Good thing I listened to Uncle and came back early. Oh, my hair is all wet. Shirley, can you help me dry my back?" Morris shook his head, letting his mind recover as the warmth cleared away the biting chill over his skin. Then, he noticed someone sitting behind the clerk desk, a blonde lady in a purple dress curiously gazing over. The old scholar's first impression was that she's very beautiful. However, Morris wasn't captivated by this feature, rather, it's the transcendent and elegant temperament of the other party. He's never met someone carrying such a mysterious and unique air around themselves, at least not anyone he's known within the upper class of Pland. For a momentary second, Morris found himself falling into a trance, hallucinating the lady sitting in a garden of flowers. He knew this was wrong, but he just couldn't help it. Suddenly, a weird thought had crept into the older man's head that she might not be human. But this notion only lasted for a second before Morris dismissed it. This was Mr. Duncan's antique shop. If he has a new worker here, then it's not his place to pry into her identity. Then, he heard a greeting coming from the opposite side. "Old sir, it's raining a lot outside. Do you need help?" "Mr. Duncan." "I'm looking for Mr. Duncan," Morris hurriedly answered after being startled. "It's very important that I speak to him." "Is he in the store?" "He is," the mysterious and elegant woman smiled. "He said he's suffering from a little high blood pressure, so he's currently resting on the second floor." Morris looked stunned. "Blood pressure? A little high?" The blonde woman behind the counter shook her head, looking all confused as well. "I don't know what's going on either." After we discussed the issue of history and fakes, his mood suddenly turned very poor. History and fakes? Morris's heart suddenly jumped, and as he's about to ask, Duncan's voice cut in from the stairs. "Alice, are there guests?" "Yes, Mr. Duncan." An unfamiliar old man. Morris looked up and saw Duncan standing on the stairs, half of his body illuminated by the light, half of his body hidden in the shadows. Chapter 202. Finding People. Duncan looked at old Mr. Morris in surprise due to how much of a mess the person was in. "Good day. What happened? You look like you ran all the way through the rain to get here." He slowly came down the stairs and greeted the old scholar. "Done. Mr. Duncan," Morris replied and took off his already soaked hat. "I need your help. I don't know how to explain this to you, and I don't know if you are willing to take action, but I found that Ender missionaries are operating in the city. They're tampering with the history of Pland, and I..." The older man stopped after getting stuck on finding the next word. He seemed to realize how presumptuous his act of asking for help was and realized that asking for help from a subspatial being with an unclear position was in itself irrational. Would Mr. Duncan help with this? Why should he do this favor? Did the survival of humanity and the survival of the city-state matter to him? What threat do the Enders pose to him? Morris just stood there in a stunned state until Duncan broke the air with a nod. "I know. The chaotic starlight, the broken mirrors, the giant of light and shadow with mortal skin just answered his query like it was nothing." "You, no." Morris was stunned but returned to his senses fast. "Ah, yes. Of course, you wouldn't need me to tell you, I..." The older man threw his hat to the side, raised his hand, and patted his head like someone that's committed an idiotic mistake. Muttering, "I've really grown senile to think you wouldn't detect the abnormality in the city. Then you must also know about Vanna." Duncan immediately frowned. "Vanna? The one who has a good relationship with Heidi? What happened to her?" "Vanna, she disappeared." Morris was shocked when he got such a reply and took a second to process it. Then adding quickly, "I'm saying Heidi forgot Vanna's existence, and no one else remembers her." Duncan became much more serious in his face. "Sit down and speak slowly. Alice, go prepare some hot tea for us." Pausing there, the shopkeeper turned to the blonde and asked something weird. "Do you remember how?" "Yes, Mr. Duncan." Alice chirped with a tone of glee. Morris watched from his spot as the elegant and mysterious blonde ran up to the second floor. In his view, Miss Alice's movements were bizarre. Not in a bad way of course, but rather it's too smooth and elegant, which was reminiscent of ancient nobles with excellent upbringings. Unfortunately, that's something difficult to find in this modern age. But his curiosity quickly gave way to the current state of affairs. After sitting at the front counter, he immediately told the shopkeeper in front of him about the abnormality he had noticed and the obstacles he encountered along the way. Duncan listened with a grim expression, only to speak after getting the full story. Ender missionaries. A bunch of troublesome guys indeed. Yes, this group of lunatics who exiled themselves out of reality since ancient times often makes a return through the cracks in time. They are committed to destroying the continuity of history and threatening the stability of the real world. But they rarely have the opportunity to make such a big ruckus like this, Morris said in a low voice. Under normal circumstances, the protection of the gods will block the penetration of the Enders before they step through, and the flame bearers are constantly working to strengthen the historical barrier. Those madmen must have sought outside forces to help them if they managed to break through the blockade. Your tea, old sir. Alice came over and placed the hot tea on the counter. Thank you, Morris hurriedly thanked her and reached over to receive the beverage. After being drenched by the storm, the old scholar needs something hot to warm his soul. However, the second he took a sip, he yelled and spat it back out. Conversely, Duncan remained indifferent to the outburst. Try to endure it. She's at least managed to find out where the tea is. Although the amount she used is debatable. Morris turned his head in amazement at the mysterious lady, who was already wandering back over to the stairs daydreaming. What is the origin of this mysterious lady? Meanwhile, Duncan carefully took a tiny sip of his brew, confirming another detail he had just learned. The transcendent beings of this world have discovered the nonlinear nature of the Enders and the countermeasures needed to fight that group. But now, it seems that these countermeasures are not always effective. He closed his eyes slightly, allowing his perception to reach out and connect with the mark he left within Vanna's body. It's still flickering with life, a good sign. Morris looked curiously at the shopkeeper, who was behaving oddly. Mr. Duncan, you. Don't worry, Vanna is still alive. Duncan widened his eyes again and showed a calm expression. It's just that, she's currently existing outside of the normal planned. Can you confirm her location and status? Morris's eyes widened in amazement. He was actually mainly here to pass on the news of historical pollution, and the mention of Vanna's situation was only in passing. After all, from his point of view, Duncan and the city-state inquisitor should have nothing to do with each other. To think this great being already had his sights on Vanna. I'm paying attention to her. She's a good inquisitor. Duncan didn't explain anything and just nodded indifferently. Then without indication, he got up from behind the counter. What are you going to do? Morris promptly followed and got up as well. I'm going to bring Vanna back and take a look over there. Duncan strode towards the stairs and said without glancing back. But then he paused after remembering he still had a guest around. Do you want to go upstairs and take a hot shower? My clothes are longer than yours, but they should still do the job. Take a bath in this subspace lair and change into the clothes of the evil god. Morris almost fainted at the idea. Even the 4 great achievements of scholars wouldn't ever dare to imagine such a feat. With tingling skin, Morris quickly shook his head. No need, I'll just wait here. Then please take care of yourself. Duncan nodded and walked upstairs to find Nina and Shirley eavesdropping at the edge. The expression on Shirley's face was a little uneasy as she greeted Duncan. Mr. Duncan, did something happen? Why do you ask? Just now, we heard movement from the first floor. Shirley rubbed her hands, lowering her head as if she had done something wrong. Actually, it's Dog who heard it, saying that the Enders had appeared again and polluted history or something. Someone named Vanna is missing? Sounds like a very important person. Nina also looked over with an uneasy look. She was obviously more confused than Shirley. Uncle, what's wrong? Some small things. Duncan looked at the 2 girls who had vaguely sensed the turmoil approaching and felt nervous. After a little hesitation, he attempts to soothe their unease. You can rest in the house, and if you are bored, you can go to the first floor to chat with Mr. Morris. It's okay, don't worry. Shirley nodded, but Nina still looked worried as she grabbed Duncan's sleeve. Uncle, I feel a little scared. Is it really all right? And you? What are you going to do? Duncan stopped and quietly stared into Nina's eyes. Just like he had noticed before, Nina's senses were actually very sharp. She was not unaware of anything, she was just too sensible. But now the situation was slightly beyond the boundaries of her sensibleness. Nina, your uncle here is actually a very powerful person. Duncan suddenly laughed and reached out to press his hand on the top of the girl's head, but I can't explain it to you yet. You stay with Shirley for a while, and when it's over, I'll tell you what's going on. Just this level of reassurance still wasn't enough to calm Nina's unease. Nevertheless, as usual, the girl nodded obediently, just that her voice had grown softer. Okay. After Nina and Shirley went downstairs following his instructions, Duncan collected his emotions and hurried back to his room, to which he summoned AI. The bird had been munching on fries back on the vanished. We've got to find someone, Duncan said with a serious look when he saw the pigeon appear. Serious and important business, double the ketchup when it's done. AI suddenly jumped on the spot with delight. Loyalty is indescribable, loyalty is indescribable. Duncan exhaled slightly, letting his mind sink again to link up with the flickering mark he left on Vanna. What happened to the female inquisitor was an accident for him, but it also brought unexpected gains. Like the flames he released in Shirley's dream before. Although he didn't know how all this happened or why Vanna could get into contact with his ghost fire, one thing's certain though, Vanna had arrived on the other side of the curtain. And now, this powerful inquisitor, carrying Duncan's mark, has become a passage for Duncan to intervene in that curtain world. Spirit Walk. Chapter 203. Both sides of the curtain. Torrential rain poured down, blanketing the entirety of Planned in an unprecedented heavy rainstorm. From an onlooker's standpoint, it's as if the endless abyss had overtaken the world, covering the sky with blackish ink and battering the city structures with its waves. It's a siege, a hidden invasion of the city. Even the dullest of folks would have noticed something was amiss under this strange atmosphere. Students rushed home, commoners closed their shops, the homeless rushed into the nearest shelter for relief, and the security forces activated all of the protective measures in place for any signs of attack. It's under this ominous atmosphere that Heidi barged into the square of the main cathedral with her car. Perhaps it's due to the goddess's protection, but the rain here was slightly weaker than elsewhere. This didn't relax Heidi though, on the contrary. This marginally lighter rain only worried the doctor more because it's proof that the rainstorm was caused by supernatural powers. The church guards promptly opened the main door after recognizing who it was, allowing Heidi to rush through the triple-spired door of the cathedral. In light of the small trek, her body was already drenched in the cold rain. But she had no time to care about this little discomfort. Heidi had felt the restless atmosphere in the air around her the second she stepped into the cathedral, which was a warning of the soul, a reminder that an invisible conflict was gradually unfolding around these sacred grounds. A silent cleric received her at the entrance, and at her strongest request, the cleric promptly notified Bishop Valentine, who was praying in the church's main hall. Heidi waited for another 3 minutes in anxiety and restlessness before finally getting an audience with the respected bishop. To the doc's surprise, Valentine had come out in full ceremonial garb, a heavy three-pronged crown on the head, a long holy staff in hand, and the storm codex hung around his waist. This was by no means the wardrobe of an ordinary day, but only in the most important ceremonies will the bishop be formally dressed in this fashion. These heavy and luxurious decorations are a huge burden, enough to make the able-bodied adult feel tired just by walking. Yet, Valentine remained steady and majestic in his steps, those eyes seeming to be brewing up a storm within those irises. "Child, what happened?" Valentine asks the psychiatrist with a serious expression. I need asylum, asylum of the highest rank." Heidi replied immediately, recalling her father's particularly stern order before leaving. "I want the entire Storm Cathedral to guard me, the child of Plan's most outstanding historian." The most outstanding historian of Planned, Bishop Valentine recited the sentence and met Heidi's eyes directly. There are literally bolts of lightning flashing within those eyes, a manifestation of the goddess's blessing on this high-ranking bishop. Then he closed his eyes slightly and nodded as if receiving guidance. "I have received your request, child. The cathedral will provide shelter, and you are safe." "Thank you so much." Heidi took a deep breath, her gaze not once leaving Valentine's figure due to how solemn the air was. She didn't know what's happening, but in her view, the cathedral had clearly entered a state of imminent battle even before her arrival. "Excuse me. What happened?" "It's war," Valentine said calmly. "Someone has gone to war against Planned. An unblessed storm has descended on our city-state. This is the signal for war, but it wasn't until your arrival that I finally learned who the opponent was." "War?" Heidi was stunned. "Who is the enemy? Where are they?" Valentine silently eyed Heidi for a long time before softly answering, "It's Planned, a plan that has been annihilated in history." With a thunderous explosion, the entire church seemed to be violently shaken by the rumble. Heidi was startled as she raised her head in horror, looking at the stained glass still clinking and clanking in the aftershocks of the bolt. Then, as she ogled at the dangerously swaying chandelier up at the center, she suddenly felt a huge tremor under her feet. It was the roar of a large number of spider walkers as they assembled in the square, followed closely by the roar of the steam tanks driven by the guardians from the armory. Heidi turned her head in shock and looked at Bishop Valentine, who remained quietly standing in front of the sacred statue like a reef in the sea. Then sputtering her words out of panic, "Is the enemy coming?" "The enemy has already arrived," Valentine said softly, his whisper still clearly in Heidi's ear amidst the constant noise of thunder. "They arrived many years ago." Vanna slammed her sword down, blowing apart the rubble on the street and taking in the desolate scene ahead, collapsed houses, roads covered in rubbles, and various piles of humanoid things slowly wriggling among the thick layers of embers. It's unbearable to watch this miserable sight, for she knew what they were citizens of planned. They died in this history and were shaped into these abominations by the twisted powers of darkness. The young inquisitor pursed her chapped pale lips as emotions ran wild. However, the burning sensation from the lungs and the throbbing pain of the muscles told her this wasn't real, not yet anyways if she could do anything about it. Then something caught her attention as the lady stood at the intersection. A ghostly green flame could occasionally be seen between the wriggling ashes and the crackling embers, which was the imprint of some terrible ghost captain left in this false history. The ghost captain's position in this incident was strange and difficult to understand, and Vanna could not see the purpose of the other party at all, only that the mysterious power had mixed into the back of this curtain at some point. It's spreading around in this destroyed version of planned and opposing the distortion. Finally, after several minutes of jogging over the rubbles, Vanna had arrived at her goal in this timeline, a chapel that remained intact during the fire. She had walked through a small chunk of the city to reach the 6th block. Well, strictly speaking, she had slaughtered her way across the city. Vanna took her sword and crossed the last of the obstacles, pushed open the charred metal gate, and entered the long prayer hall illuminated by the embers from the outside. Making her way through the place, the lady soon found the staircase leading down to the underground sanctuary where the dark wooden door stood. Vanna exhaled softly, relieving the pain and exhaustion in her various joints before taking the first step. She had already scrapped the machine gun she pulled off the spider walker, leaving her with only the trusted and reliable broadsword from the church. Once downstairs, the lady promptly tried pushing the dark door for resistance. Sure enough, it was locked with a latch. However, she also noticed something else from her attempt. Though faint, Vanna could hear the rhythmic breathing of the other sister inside. There's no need to hesitate anymore. With force, she blew apart the metal hinges holding up the blockade with a shove. "You mustn't open the door." A shocked and nervous young voice, seemingly mixed with a third echo, sounded after the commotion. "I'm your junior," Vanna strode in with the tip of her great sword scraping the ground, causing a series of sparks to fly from the weight. Then, out of precaution, since it was too dark, the inquisitor reached down to her waist and lifted the tenacious lantern up for help. "Your battle sister." A nun armed with a long sword stood cautiously at the foot of the statue, watching warily at Vanna, who had just barged through the entrance. She was still young and wearing the old nun robe from 1885. Vanna looked at the wary nun on the opposite side and sighed softly. As she had suspected, it was only within this polluted curtain that she could step into the true enclosed underground sanctuary before the nun died in battle. This chapel in the 6th block was the first branching point. "Sister." The nun holding the long sword adapted to the sudden light, seemingly unaware that the sanctuary's brightness had long been extinguished. In fact, if Vanna had taken a closer look, she would have seen the sister's shadow acting strange and different, predatory, like it was ready to attack at any second. "The main cathedral? Hurry and leave. The corruption here is already out of control. While I can still." Vanna shook her head and slowly stepped forward. "I'll help you." Chapter 204. Teleport out. "I'll help you." "Help me." The young nun frowned in confusion upon hearing Vanna's words. Gradually, her eyes fell on the other party's wardrobe and weapon. It was indeed the equipment and markings of the Storm Church, but it was not any of the formats she was familiar with, nor had she heard of a high-ranking female nun in the church who fought with such an exaggerated great sword. The weapon was clearly specially made and by no means available to ordinary guardians. The unusually tall battle sister in front of her, who looked as young as herself, came from an era she was not familiar with. After a moment of silence, the young nun suddenly asked, "Where are you from?" "The year 1900. I died today, right?" "Yes," Vanna calmly said, "it seems you already know what happened. Ender missionaries. I don't know how they did it, but they chiseled a subspatial rift in the chapel here. I sent an alarm to the outside but received no response. A subspatial rift was chiseled in the place where the gods sheltered. Vanna's heart shook at the news. It's an unheard of situation that definitely left the Inquisitor puzzled at how it's achieved without alerting anyone beforehand. Did I succeed today? The young nun softly spoke again. At least in this invasion, you blocked it. Vanna raised her head and peered into the nun's eyes. You sealed their invasion in 1885 with your own death. Oh, that's good, the nun sighed in relief and slowly raised her sword. At the same time, a low, crackling sound had come from the nearby darkness, which sounded like some slippery and sticky limb was crawling on the floor and coming out of a puddle of sticky liquid. Then the rest is simple. Vanna also raised the broadsword slightly. This is my field of expertise. By the way, the nun suddenly turned her head again and asked, are they ready over on that side? We didn't receive your warning, so there were no extra preparations in place, Vanna said calmly, allowing her breathing to slowly adjust to her best form, but, the guardians are always ready. A roar came from the depths of the darkness at the signal, and the creepy thing from subspace finally materialized its malicious projection in this closed-off space. The lantern on Vanna's waist was instantly stimulated, crackling and bursting like a firework. It's burning all of its holy fuel to fend off the corruption. At this rate, the light from the lamp would only last for a few minutes before it's completely depleted. In return, Vanna finally got her first look at the hideous abomination, which looked like an amorphous mess of sludge with the appearance of the young nun at its core. The hands and feet were deformed and grotesque, and the disgusting tentacles growing out of its back were evidence of its clumsy imitation of humanity. Sister, I'll leave the rest to you, the young nun's voice sounded from the side when the wriggling monster was ready to pounce. At the same time she said this, the poor sister had pierced the silvery longsword into her chest, giving off an indescribable flash of baptizing light. Agonizing screeches roared out of the monster's mouth in the second the nun's heart stopped. It wriggled and rolled around ferociously, struggling to cling to life until it went limp in the next. The battle was over. Vanna flinched to the side and hadn't the heart to watch, only muttering a solemn and devoted phrase for her fellow battle sister, please bear witness. Your sacrifice won't be forgotten. What appeared in the underground sanctuary was only a projection of the invasion against reality. Still, for this low-level nun who became a host of subspace, her life had already been lost when it merged with the monster. So long as she lives, so does the monster. And now, it's finally ended. Unfortunately, to Vanna's shock and horror, the nun's body didn't remain in place as she expected. Everything had reverted back to its original state before her interference. The scars of battles on the walls, the bloodstains, and the shadow lurking in the darkness. The cycle of abomination continued. How? Vanna stood there in stunned disbelief, her face distraught at the futility, but this is just a polluted. Her words did get to finish though. From the corner of her eyes, a flash of green flame had flickered into life, quickly growing and expanding into a huge cyclone to form a doorway. From it, a tall and majestic figure emerged, stepping through the barrier and into this world. Because the pollution is too deep, and the culprits have detected your awareness by now. Vanna, what you need to correct isn't just this chapel and the nun, but the entire city-state. Captain Duncan. Vanna's eyes widened instantly. She knew that the power of this ghost captain had invaded this side when she saw those green flames spreading around like a plague, but she didn't expect that the other party would appear directly in this place and at this timing. Subconsciously, the lady clenched the broadsword in her hand and almost reflexively jumped for a hit. Thankfully, logic won out in this bout and subdued the impulse. What do you want? Take you back to the real world, Duncan looked at the other party indifferently. I thought you would behave like the last time and make a somersault slash on my head. I know this attack is useless to you, and what's here is not your main body anyways. Vanna's muscles adjusted themselves for combat again. You said you want to take me back to the real world? What do you mean by that? Is it so hard to understand? Don't you need help now? Duncan raised an eyebrow, or do you have a way to get out of this world by yourself? Like running across the entire city. The corner of Vanna's eyes twitched unconsciously due to the mockery. She had to admit that going around the entire city was her initial plan, but she won't say it aloud. This dangerous natural disaster of the sea. What does he want with me? Duncan didn't bother to explain further at this point. Raising his right hand, he summoned up a flickering green flame at his fingertip. Vanna was taken aback and promptly took a defensive posture. What are you doing? Send you back to the real world. What else? Duncan said casually. But I haven't done this before either, so let's give it a try. If it works, then great. If it doesn't, then we will need to come up with something else. Try. Vanna gawked at the famous ghost captain with a stunned face. For some reason, she always felt that the other party's actions were extremely inconsistent with the records in the archives. Stop, otherwise I will. Vanna, your fight lies in the real world where the battle has already begun. A storm is ravaging the city. Don't waste your time here where the enemy is already aware of your vigilance. Duncan interrupted the young inquisitor to avoid wasting time. The battlefield outside needs you more than you acting alone here. Touch this flame, or I will do it for you. Vanna stared at the flame in Duncan's hand, not moving a single step as the bells of danger rang through her head. To be fair, even if she didn't know who Duncan was, normal people would definitely not touch something so creepy. Of course, Duncan himself knew this, so the asking was only politeness on his part. Taking advantage of the lady's contemplation, he suddenly shot the flame out and wrapped the inquisitor within a firewall. Then in a swoop, Vanna was gone, following a roar from her mouth. Harriet. On the streets of Pland, where rain poured down like a waterfall, a tall female figure suddenly emerged out of thin air and swung down with a giant broadsword. The poor garbage can in place was split in two by Vanna's chop, leaving a deep gash on the ground as a result. Caught off guard by the abrupt teleportation, Vanna had to take a second to organize her brain at what had happened. Then with a blank stare, she looked around her surroundings in amazement after realizing she's back. Chapter 205. Acceleration. Morris sat on the first floor of the antique shop, waiting for time to pass with great nervous tension. It was still pouring rain outside, and the cold wind had grown uncomfortably unsettling as it whistled against the outer walls of the store's structure. Nina and Shirley were the most affected after they came downstairs following Duncan's advice. Like the old scholar, both girls kept peering out the glass window due to how thickly dark things had become on the streets. They could hardly make out the shape of the closest building, let alone see who's still walking on the street or not. The scenery in the city is fascinating. Alice suddenly joins in on the group, abruptly interrupting the uncomfortable atmosphere and bringing new air to the mix. But I see you're all very nervous. Is something scaring you all? Miss Alice, aren't you afraid? Nina swung around and asked in astonishment at how chirpy the lady was. No, I think it's quite fun actually, Alice smiled and shook her head reservedly, and Mr. Duncan will solve the problems if there is any. Does that mean you know what's happening? Nina bit her lip and asked boldly. She still had reservations about her uncle knowing a lady as beautiful as Alice without her own knowledge. You sound like, you trust my uncle a lot. I trust him, Alice said of course. I don't know what's happening, but Mr. Duncan will solve it anyway. Her overly calm and straightforward attitude had left Nina speechless. For a while, only silence hung in the air until a loud bang of thunder shook the window. This startled the occupants. The most notable was Shirley and Nina, who had covered their ears and shrunk their necks back out of reflex. Vanna is back. Morris peered out the window and muttered this before raising his voice at the realization, Vanna is back. You mean the Inquisitor? Shirley heard Morris shout and turned her head in surprise. What's wrong with the Inquisitor? What do you mean by she's back? Morris didn't respond to Shirley's question because he didn't know where to begin. Instead, he sighed long and hard before crashing down on the nearest seat. It's been a dreadful day, but after having his chaotic and divided memories merge, he knows the long-awaited ray of sunshine was about to break through on this dark, gloomy day. The green firewall faded, and the dim underground sanctuary returned to its previous appearance, leaving only the last cluster of flame to float quietly beside Duncan as his light. Vanna has left this side and returned to the other side of the curtain. He could tell by the striking outline of the beacon he left on the Inquisitor. I got to say, that jump strike sure is scary, he muttered softly. Then turning around, the man marched over to the closed door of the underground sanctuary. History has been solidified here, and Vanna's intervention didn't stop the cycle from continuing. The lady's indeed powerful, but her expertise lies with defeating heretics, not mending the distortion in time-space. Duncan stood quietly beside the deceased nun, then slowly stretched out his hand to only stop as the nun's body suddenly moved. The poor girl had looked up with those dying eyes and asked in confusion. Oh, as I had suspected before, you weren't dead yet while holding up the door. Duncan met the nun's gaze and calmly said, Is there anything you want to say? I had a brief dream. I dreamt of a battle sister appearing here. She tried to help and lay me to rest from this cycle. But she failed, the nun said weakly. She was really here, wasn't she? She's done her best, but it's not her area of expertise. Now, she's back where she belongs. Duncan bent down and lightly placed his hand on the nun's longsword, allowing his ghost fire to swim along the surface and encompass both the weapon and owner. I'll take over from here. Are you also a guardian of the city? The nun seemed to have no strength left to fully open her eyes as she murmured, I haven't seen you. I'm not. Duncan shook his head slightly, but for the time being, I can be. The nun seemed to have stopped listening to him as the last ember of life left her for good. She's fallen into a dream, the dream of the afterlife. Please bear witness, these are the last words of this devoted follower of the storm. I witnessed it. The green flames soared into the air, sweeping everything up within this underground sanctuary in a blazing hurricane of power from the man's will. Whatever curse and manifestation of subspace will be destroyed at this point, and any soul trapped in this room will be freed. All shall succumb to the ghost captain's will. Duncan waited for the last remnant of corruption to be destroyed here before finally stepping up to the main floor of the chapel. For the first time since 1885, the door was opened from inside the underground church. Here, in the prayer hall, there's no longer the devout phantom of a praying nun, no lit candles, and no neatly arranged benches for worshippers, only broken glass windows and a collapsed main hall littered with rebels. Duncan had dispelled the curse and turned this domain into his territory, his property. But he didn't need it. Once he was out of the premise, the ghost captain turned around and watched as everything burned for good, wrapped in a devouring pyre that would finally put everything to rest in this small property. He's done here and could do no more for the lone defender. Then with narrowed eyes, he allowed his senses to spread, connecting with every flame cluster across the city. They also sensed Duncan's arrival and activated, growing and becoming torches instead of mere small flames in this curtained world. Simultaneously, Duncan also felt something awakening in the depths of this twisted reality. It's a roar, an outrage of anger that burst forward in the form of ash and red fire. It's imposing to look at with his mind. Nevertheless, the ghost captain wasn't afraid, only amused at the belated reaction to his arrival. A bit late to be taking action now, don't you think? On the vanished, Duncan had pushed open the door of the captain's bedroom and strode over to the mapping table. With a low and imposing voice, he stared down at the blinking dot. How far are we from planned? Oh, Captain, there are less than 2 days left before our arrival, came the goathead's reply at once. Theoretically, we may now run into merchant ships or patrol vessels of the various islands in the vicinity. Duncan did not interrupt the report, only silently calculating something within his mind at what's plausible. Then with a huff, he straightened himself and marched out of the captain's room. Ah, what are you going to do, Captain? Goathead's echoing voice could be heard crying out from the rear before the door slammed shut. Duncan had already marched out of the captain's room, crossed the aft deck, walked up the stairs, and came to the steering wheel before replying with his mental connection, I will be personally driving the ship. Yes, Captain. After hearing the loud response, Duncan grabbed the steering wheel and felt a surge of power riding over him. The Vanished was overjoyed at his touch and a signal that something had activated with the ship's structure. Everything was coming alive, much more so than usual. Sure enough, the sails instantly formed a translucent film, the cables shook in the air with life, and the hull constantly creaked against the battering waves with energy. There's power manifesting around the body, propelling and breaking the tide like magic. They're picking up speed at an incredible rate. Feeling the distance between himself and the body in the antique store getting closer, Duncan softly exhaled. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. It's a subtle perception that he's being targeted from afar. How should he describe it? Imagine a sonar radar. In the split second when he grabbed the steering wheel, his position was given away to the opponent due to some connection they shared. Duncan frowned and looked toward where that subtle discomfort was coming from. Almost simultaneously, Goathead's urgent ringing had come into his head. Captain, the sea mist has appeared nearby. Chapter 206. Encounter. A steel warship with a towering bow was sailing across the vast open sea. There's constant fog lingering around the metal monster, just like the cursed frost of the frozen north. On the deck of this steel battleship, 6 triple-barreled giant artillery guns acted as its main arsenal, with secondary turrets of smaller sizes acting as support. In this state of readiness, no mortal vessel would dare challenge this behemoth because it's not only operated by the undead, but its captain was also an infamous pirate known worldwide. But don't assume they're just rabbles that only know how to pillage and rob. The battleship was a tight vessel, and everything ran with swift precision below deck. And that's not all. In the tail end of the sea mist, a tiny church with its own independent broiler had also been performing a prayer. The gloomy undead priest overseeing the ritual had lit the incense candle used to repel evil, allowing the blessings of the goddess to course through the steam pipes that stretched across the entire vessel. Like the rest of the undead crew, the priest was also an old watery corpse with half of his skull smashed in on one side. However, one unique feature that differentiates him from the rest: those white eyeballs were mucked by two dark clouds, reflecting the faith of Gamana that's still watching over him. This was how a fully functioning ship worked in this modern age, utilizing a miniature church that endowed the vessel with the goddess's blessing through the steam pipes created a vein-like structure that shields the ship from corruption. Truly a technological marvel that's been tested in 1835 when a major event nearly destroyed an entire fleet if not for this structural design. And from a certain point of view, the era of naval technological innovation could also be traced back to the 1800s, when the vanished incident occurred. The most advanced exploration ship in human history directly plowed into subspace by losing its way, a piece of news big enough to warrant anyone's attention. The undead priest finally withdrew his gaze from the goddess's statue after making the blessing. After half a century of not having beating heart, his numb and cold body was surprisingly restless at the thought of encountering the vanished. "May you shelter us from the darkness," the priest bowed his head and prayed reverently for a second time, "we will confront the shadows of subspace head-on. Please bear witness." The electric bell on the side suddenly rang the second the prayer ended, and a small light flashed in front of the communication desk. The priest came to the communication desk and turned on the copper tube corresponding to the small light. "This is the church. Yes, the grease and steam are ready, and the blessings have come." On the bridge, the captain of the Sea Mist, Tyrion Abnamar, stood quietly in the captain's spot, overseeing the seemingly calm sea in the distance. His eyes were aching with pain as a disturbing murmur echoed in his head. Tyrion knew why he's suffering from this. Sitting beside his right hand was an intricate brass machine comprising many intermeshing gears, compass dials, and a small bowl at the center with the man's blood. First Mate Aiden came over from the side, then nodded to Tyrion, and reported, "Captain, the units are ready, and the church has reported in the goddess's blessing is activated." "The vanished is just ahead," Tyrion whispered as if to himself and then glanced back at the brass machinery next to him. "I think he must have sensed me too." First Mate Aiden's gaze also fell on the brass machine, especially the boiling blood. The pale-skinned bald man spoke with a low voice, "The blood compass will guide the reunion of those connected by blood, but this item never brings good luck and reunion. It points only to slaughter and desolation." "Fitting in this situation," Tyrion said lightly. At the end of his field of vision, an ethereal black spot seemed to have loomed into view. It really came, pointing straight at Pland. "We can fire," the first mate couldn't help but remind. "Actually, we could have done so just now." "No, keep getting closer until we're in close range," Tyrion shook his head. "We already tried it once half a century ago. The shelling from long distances will never fall on the vanished. That ship is affected by some kind of distorted space-time, and anything outside of it will get warped by the distortion." Aiden lowered his head. "Yes, the sea mist will continue to move forward." Duncan put down the binoculars in his hand, rehung them around his waist, and then continued to hold the steering wheel tightly. He saw the ship as well. As its name suggests, the sea mist was surrounded by a thin layer of ice fog, which does not look like a normal phenomenon. But what really surprised him though was not the layer of fog that seemed to be related to supernatural powers but the state of the ship itself. It was a very advanced-looking steel battleship with heavy armor, towering chimneys, a well-structured and stylish bridge, and an advanced multi-mounted battery reminiscent of modern-day naval warships. None of the Sea Mist resembled anything like the wooden galleon of the vanished. In fact, he couldn't even see a sailing mast on it, let alone a wooden hull. This made him recall some rumors about the Sea Mist and Bright Star. For example, Tyrion's warship was a monster that grew and transformed by devouring metal alloys. As to where it gets the metal? That's simple, the ships it vanquished and the alloys found on the seabed. Now it seems that these rumors were born with a reason. Duncan shook his head, temporarily putting aside the thoughts that were out of tune with the situation. The Sea Mist had no intention of backing down and seemed ready for battle. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to make a detour either, meaning a confrontation was inevitable. Duncan didn't know much about naval warfare, but in theory, he didn't have to worry about combat. The cannons on the vanished could handle everything independently. Even so, it doesn't mean he could remain calm like an experienced pirate. He's still, what's the word? Excited? Nervous? Tyrion Abnamar, captain of the Sea Mist, is one of Captain Duncan's children. Theoretically, Duncan's current identity meant he's the father of the pirate leader, and no father would want to confront their children in this manner. Isn't that ship supposed to stay in the cold sea? Shouldn't you be busy looting homes and collecting protection fees? What's the deal in coming here? Tyrion looking for daddy? Father and son reunion? Captain, came the voice of Goathead suddenly, sounding a little excited. The sea mist has begun to enter its firing stance. Shall we adjust our positioning? Adjust the orientation, avoid the first direct fire coverage of the opposing weapon, and enter the combat position with the least hull projection while bringing as many of their own weapons into firing angle. Goathead was clearly ready for an artillery battle. Duncan raised his eyebrows. You sound like you are looking forward to it. The sea mist is a good opponent. First of all, it can't beat us. Secondly, it dares to fight us. The wooden sculpture sounded pleased. Finally, the sea mist is very durable regarding a beatdown. That ship is full of the living dead. Even if the ship itself is tainted with a little unsinkable characteristic, it's still a far cry from the dominance of the vanished. There's no better practice board for us. In short, you want to give the kid a beating lesson, right? Duncan said blandly. Exactly. Then, the ghost captain had caught sight of the fog dispersing apart from the sea mist. Then shortly after that, a sharp whistling sound sounded from the metal beast, followed by the chugging of the mechanical engine of the sea mist running at full throttle. It's declaring war. As expected, the sea mist fired first. As a steel ship that's technologically more advanced than the vanished, its weapons range could walk circles around the old wooden galleon under Duncan's control. This preemptive strike instantly sent the ghost captain into a nervous wreck inside, which any normal person should be in. Numerous water columns rose up from the sea over the bombardment, shaking even the hull of the vanished from the recoil. Yet, none of them fell on the vanished itself. The sea mist's first round of shots had all been missed. Now, this left Duncan wondering if this was how ancient naval battles ensued. Since there are no guided missile weapons in this world nor highly complex computers to help handle the angles, it would be safe to assume the hit rate to be only at this extent. Chapter 207. The encounter has begun. The encounter began with the first round of shelling being thrown by the sea mist, which roared over the sea like a thunderclap as the shells whizzed across the air, only to miss and stir up columns of water in the chaotic volley. Like the first, the second round all missed as well, and it wasn't until the third round of shelling that the sea mist finally swiped at the vanished side. As the monstrous ghost flames burned blazingly between the seams and mast of the vanished, Duncan tightly gripped the steering wheel as the ghost ship slid across the sea like a flaming mountain. Nothing could hinder his vessel, not the waves and most certainly not the columns of water that blew up from the cannonballs. But then, the corner of his eyes caught sight of a black shadow swiftly blasting over at the rear deck. It was an iron shell from the sea mist. After multiple misses in a row, the steel battleship finally calibrated its guns, and a cannonball whizzed impartially toward the second half of the vanished. This time, it's truly unavoidable since slamming the rudder wheel to avoid enemy fire doesn't exist in reality. Even the vanished must follow the most basic of physical laws when sailing in the real world. Probably. The ship was about to be hit. But the next moment, Duncan suddenly felt his vision growing extremely sharp. He could even capture the complete trajectory of the shell when it fell slightly off base, see the twisted heat wave around the cannonball, know the airflow pushed back by the shock wave, and see the red-hot grooves of the iron ball the cannonball was answering his stare. At the last second of hitting the vanished, the surface of the shell from the sea mist suddenly rose up with a faint green flame, as if it was instantly infected and assimilated by the ghost fire around the vanished. Then, it quietly turned into a green meteor and gently fell into the sea of fire encompassing the vanished in a slow and strange arc. The shell landed on the deck of the vanished and caused the ship to shake, but that's all. The vanished didn't sustain any damage. A beautiful catch. The voice of Goathead suddenly sounded from his mind, making Duncan come back to his senses. Captain, how did you do it? Subconsciously, I didn't think much about it, Duncan replied casually. Immediately afterward, more howling whizzes zoomed across the sky and came straight in for a second round. He instantly tensed his nerves and controlled the massive hull of the vanished to slightly adjust its course to avoid the incoming black objects. In the next second, one green meteor after another appeared overhead over the ship. But Duncan's capture was not without limits. As the distance between the vanished and the sea mist closed, the latter's shelling became more accurate and ferocious. Worst of all, the many secondary artilleries the foe carried finally reached the effective range as well and began barraging the vanished. This finally caused Duncan to lose sight, allowing several shots to pass his defenses. The first part of taking damage was the side of the front hull, pierced by a black ball through the plank and tearing a hole that splintered off shrapnel into the air. However, the pieces didn't fall into the ocean as expected. Instead, they were suspended in the air, synchronizing with the vanished speed as it continued to move. This was an extremely bizarre scene, as if the hull structures shattered in reality are still one with the vanished in some higher dimension. This instantly reminded Duncan of the bottom of the ship and the broken but still fully functional bulkhead soaked in subspace. In the next second, he saw the debris slowly returning to its original state like a clock had rewinded itself. Duncan finally retracted his gaze from the side of the ship. It was the first time he'd seen the vanished damaged and the first time he'd seen the ship recover after being injured. The ship could heal itself so quickly. And that healing process looks like it had directly returned to the state of prior damage. He finally understood why an extremely advanced, heavily armed steel warship like the Sea Mist could not defeat a century-old ghost ship. Subspace has completely transformed the vanished, leaving the entire ship in a weird structural state. It simply cannot be defeated by ordinary firepower in the real dimension. Captain, the vanished is the best ship in the world, right? Goathead's voice sounded in his head again, this time with a sense of pride. It's as you say, indeed. So what's next course of action? Duncan raised his head slightly and stared at the Sea Mist. Give the kid a beating lesson, of course. Captain. That ship sped up. First Mate Aiden's voice sounded on the bridge nervously. Something is not right. Our attack is much less effective than the hasty confrontation half a century ago. More than half of the artillery shells have inexplicably disappeared into the fire of the vanished. I can see that. Tyrion stood upright on the bridge, staring fixedly at the ghost ship accelerating towards this side and beginning to adjust its course slightly. He's become even stronger than the last encounter we had. With a gloomy face, his hands unconsciously gripped the guardrail. So are we still fighting? The first mate asked loudly. From the way things look, it may not be easy to expel the ghost ship back to subspace like before. And I think your father must be very angry right now. The speed of that ship now is simply fast. Tyrion went darkly quiet for the next few seconds before speaking in a deep, low voice. Keep fighting. As he uttered these words, his eyes were still fixated on the upper deck of the giant burning ship. He knew that's where the helm wheel was located and that his father would always stand there in those distant and yellowed memories. Is he still there? Was he looking at the Sea Mist? Large clouds of smoke rose from the sea then, followed by a faint roar in the ear. The vanished has fired. Some undead sailors exclaimed. Tyrion still stood firmly in the captain's spot like an iceberg standing in the cold sea, but then he frowned. The vanished did not fully adjust to the appropriate angle before shooting its weapons. Instead, it cut into a slightly inclined arc and shelled along the way toward the Sea Mist. This meant that only about a quarter of the ship's side guns would be functional. Is it just symbolically fighting back? He has no intention to fight with the Sea Mist to the end? This is not my father's style, nor is it consistent with the experience of the encounter half a century ago. In that battle, the vanished and the Sea Mist fought to the bitter end until both ships were so badly damaged that any ordinary vessel would have sunk. Indeed, the vanished reached the limit of its repairability and had to temporarily retreat to subspace after that battle, while the Sea Mist had to be towed back by its escorts for a 3-year-long repair. But the current situation does not allow Tyrion to continue thinking. The vanished's return fire has arrived, and every shelling shot from the ghost ship after it came into effective range was chillingly accurate. More than a dozen blazing green fireballs streaked over the sea and smashed onto the steel battleship's hull. In an instant, explosive roars and ghost fire rose from the impact one after the other. Layers of light floated around the Sea Mist, and the ship's church and various holy relics spontaneously activated to resist the spread of pollution caused by the flame. Unfortunately, a large number of terrifying holes still appeared on the hull of the steel battleship. In an instant the burning cast iron cannonballs were like fire hitting the snow. Everything it touched, whether steel or wood, melted away and was swallowed away in a flash. Under such circumstances, no amount of armor would matter when the enemy's attack completely disregards the principles of matter. The flames didn't care about the protective barrier, nor did they care about material substance. All it cared about was what it could devour and erase. Before long, large chunks of the Sea Mist were gone instead of merely taking a few hits. If not for the unsinkable characteristic of the undead ship, it would have also long sunk by now. However, unsinkable doesn't mean unstoppable. The Sea Mist had lost its power to fight back and continue moving forward. Tyrion's eyes widened. Wrong. It's different. It's completely different from the last time. He didn't know this ship. This wasn't the ship he remembered. And in the midst of his dismay, he noticed that the Vanished had suddenly stopped shelling. The ghost ship inflated all its sails, engulfing the huge waves of the entire sea, and sped up to the limit as it rushed past the sea mist. Full turn on the left rudder. Move. Move. First Mate Aiden suddenly roared, sending the already frantic helmsman to turn the wheel with all his undeadly might. Sadly, the efforts failed because they were now on a collision course with the ghost ship. The rudder has failed. The helmsman shouted in horror, it's turning on its own. We are taking the initiative to meet the other ship. As the helmsman said, the sea mist was actively meeting the ghost ship. Tyrion had already sensed the movement. First, he had heard the abnormal hissing from the machine under his feet, ratting and rumbling with a hair-raising tune. Then came the standing down of the guns and cannons on his own ship, which had obviously never occurred half a century ago. The worst possible nightmare had become true. The sea mist recognized its flagship. Chapter 208. A verbal exchange after 100 years. On the vast and boundless sea, two powerful warships carrying curses were currently on a collision course for each other, magnifying and expanding their respective field of influence as the distance closed. The sea mist had its chilling effect, creating large and small ice floats around the water that spanned several nautical miles. Even the original calm sea had started to churn into a whirlpool, wrapping and competing with the Vanished's volcanic explosive green flames. It's a magnificent display of ice and fire, assuming one ignores both vessels' ghostly and corruptive nature. Unfortunately, the sea mist only looked strong from the surface at this point. Its engines were grinding with dying roars, and of course, the church's blessing still worked. Under this helpless state, the undead sailors watched as the battleship under their feet rushed towards the burning ghost ship, towards the bowels of the most terrifying existence in the open sea. For Tyrion, though, this wasn't some entry into the devil's mouth but the long-awaited reunion with his father, whom he could vaguely see by now on the towering stern of the Vanished. He recognized the towering man standing on the ship like a reef in a storm, steering the creaking wheel with both hands and making an indifferent yet commanding face like all those years ago. Then, without accident, the two ships collided. The expected devastating impact and disintegration did not come. Instead, the crew of the Sea Mist was fortunate enough to experience the same terrifying and strange spectacle as the original White Oak. The burning ghost ship rolled over like a colossal mountain. The boundaries of all things became blurred within the flame, turning the Sea Mist and its crew into ethereal ghosts themselves. This scene appeared to the outsider as if a phantom had crashed into another phantom. First Mate Aiden's eyes widened in horror. First, he saw the bow and mast of the Vanished rushing towards him, and then he staggered and directly went through the wooden planks before entering one of the cabins on the other ship. After a brief stint of meeting the quaint pillars inside the vessel, and the burning green lanterns, he was back outside, where he's confronted by the open deck of the flaming ghost ship. Tyrion subconsciously took half a step back as well over the spectacle, but in the next second, he straightened his chest again as if a certain teaching of his father was still in his ears. Don't back down or bow to the wind and waves. So he held his head high and confronted the wind and waves before him. Then, at a very close distance on the bridge, they faced each other, Duncan being only a few steps from the sun's spot. It's here at this moment that the whole world has quieted down. I'm busy, a majestic and deep voice reached everyone's ears. Tyrion's eyes widened in amazement when he jerked to face the direction of that voice. However, this temporary rendezvous was over in mere seconds as the two phantoms sped past each other at full speed, leaving the dazed undead crew in the rear. The steel battleship eventually came to a halt little by little though as the invisible force agitating the ship subsided, and now it returned to the hands of the helmsman again. Thanks to the sailors' efforts, the severely damaged engine had shut down with an unlikely chance of it operating for a while. What just happened? Aiden scratched his bald head dazedly. That ship, just left like that? Isn't it going to fight us to the death? The bosun spoke with lingering fear. It seems that it didn't intend to fight us to the death from the very beginning. It didn't slow down much, and it just came and ran over us. It's so terrifying. For just a second there, I felt like my heart was beating again. The commotion of the crew had reached Tyrion's ears, but he was not in the mood to listen to their squabble because only two words were echoing in his head: I'm busy. It was what his father said. There were no emotions, and it was not at all a hello to a family member, borderline estranged. Yet, it was indeed a sentence that humans could understand. Clear and reasonable. Captain, First Mate Aiden came over from the side, looking at Tyrion, who had fallen silent with unease. What should we do next? Tyrion promptly woke up from his thoughts and raised his head. Can the ship still move? Not quite. The engine is stalled now. It will take a while to repair, and many of our men were injured in the battle just now. It's quite a serious injury, the kind that we will need to use the shovel for a whole day to clean up. Aiden shook his glowing bald head. But the most incredible thing is that those who suffered a direct hit from the vanished were all fine. Main guns number 1 and number 3 are completely gone, but those manning it are still in good health when they fell through the hole with the ball. So you mean, the ones hit by the aftershock were seriously injured, while the men directly hit by the cannon fire came out unscathed? Tyrion surprisedly confirmed it, then frowned again. How could this be? Perhaps your father didn't intend to kill us. Aiden glanced at his captain and said cautiously, judging from the shelling of the vanished, it seems that it just wanted the sea mist to stop. This, Tyrion said subconsciously, but then closed his mouth at what this implied. After a few seconds of silence, he shook his head lightly. Hurry up, get the ship back up and running. At the same time, send a report to planned, saying that we have tried our best to intercept it and failed. The vanished is still heading towards them. The rest is up to the naval forces protecting that island. We have done our part. Aiden immediately took the order and left, but he hurried back again after a while. Captain, we can't get in touch with Plan's side. Can't get in touch? Tyrion's frown deepened. Were the signals disturbed by the battle just now? No, we can still receive signals from the Sea Patrol hub, but we can't receive plans or any signal from that island. Aiden said quickly with a puzzled expression on his face. The whole city-state seems to have disappeared from the radio. At this distance, this is simply impossible. Even the Chinook call from the church side did not respond. Chinook calls didn't respond either. This time, the expression on Tyrion's face had turned grim and dreaded. The fact that the vanished was heading straight for that city-state, plus the lack of communication, it doesn't take much for the man to connect the dots and know something has happened. When was the communication interrupted? Did anyone monitor the telegraph stations? The last call was yesterday when we had a routine briefing with the Port Authority. Everything was working properly back then, Aiden recalled, sputtering as he went. Do you want to head back instead? Speaking of this, the bald sailor paused, and his expression was a little hesitant. This matter. This is a bit beyond the original plan. Tyrion's face tensed, and he didn't speak for several seconds before finally exhaling deeply. Let's go to planned. We will leave after the sea mist is restored. Aiden was slightly surprised, but after a brief stint, the loyal first mate immediately straightened his chest and saluted. Yes, Captain. The turbulent sea around gradually returned to calm, and only the sound of waves could be heard in the ears. Nevertheless, Duncan still scratched his ear as the loud echoes of artillery fire lingered in his mind. He was obviously not comfortable with the sudden encounter just now. I thought you wanted to speak with Tyrion just now when you accelerated straight towards the sea mist. After all, this is a meaningful reunion. Goathead's voice rings within the captain's head. That was my initial intention, Duncan replied casually, but I changed my mind at the last second. Why? I didn't know what to say after I greeted him, Duncan said frankly. After the partial coming clean showdown with Goathead, he no longer felt threatened or in danger of being exposed by the wooden sculpture. We're not that familiar in the end. Well, you do have the final say. The Goathead has no opinion, but you'd better think about how to get along with your children in the future. Everyone is quite alive, so you must meet them sooner or later. Good family relationships are very important to one's destiny. I think there was one back then. Shut up, Duncan interrupted the other party's divergent topic. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something else, a strange and mischievous grin appeared on his face. Speaking of which, it's a pity that there are fewer people on board right now. The Goathead hesitated a little. Fewer people? You mean? Alice isn't here. She's helping to watch the shop over in the city side, Duncan said in a leisurely and even cheerful tone. I just suddenly remembered that Tyrion had been working under the Frost Queen back then, and Alice is wearing the face of the Frost Queen. Imagine her being aboard the ship when Tyrion passed us. I wonder what sort of ideas he would have in the coming days. Goathead. Why are you so quiet? Aren't you usually very talkative? I don't have a good comment regarding your family affairs, Goathead replied, but after listening to what you said, I think that scene would be worth looking forward to. If not, why don't we make a round trip? This time with Miss Alice aboard. Of course, Duncan ignored this whimsical offer. I didn't know you were such a humorous person. What is a humorous person? Duncan didn't answer the other party again, only raising his head and staring off into a certain direction. Just now, he clearly sensed his other body implanted and even the flames spreading everywhere on the other side of the curtain. As he had expected, after getting close enough, the connection between the two sides are strengthening. Chapter 209. Reality Invasion. The rainstorm did not stop, and there were even signs of intensification while the frenzied wind and rain battered the towering walls of the storm church. Spider walkers and steam tanks had already assembled in the main square, their heavily armed drivers silently blocking off the city intersections for any suspicious targets. Meanwhile, on the bell tower at the back of the cathedral, a special brazier was lit with a special mix of purified whale fat and sea wood. The flame acted as a beacon for the ships coming home, and even from afar, its visibility was unmatched in its grandness. Taking this as a signal, the more remote chapels across the city had also lit similar flames in their own towers, effectively creating a grand spell circle to protect the entire island. Everything was moving and coming along, the boilers of the church turned on, the bells ringing, the protectors on full alert, and the inhabitants taking shelter. However, this brief aid of safety wasn't enough to blind the transcendent tonight, for even the most mundane had detected the unsettling creepiness lurking within this storm. Deep in the admin's mansion, Dante Wayne, who had just awakened from his coma, immediately turned towards the window when he heard the bells and whistles outside. He could see the lighthouses lighting up from afar. After getting up with the help of his attendant, he promptly asked, "The main cathedral activated the reality stabilizer, a disaster of reality invasion level occurred. We are still investigating the situation," an assistant came to Dante's bed and answered, his tone slightly nervous and worried. The situation happened very suddenly, so the main cathedral had no choice but to take action by blocking off the various sectors without your permission. Bishop Valentine used his emergency authority since you were in a coma. Dante did not respond to the aide's words as if he was preoccupied with something else. "Vanna is back. Miss Vanna." After hearing this, the aide caring for him turned his head in confusion. "Miss Vanna has not returned to the mansion yet." "She should." "I know." Dante knew the others wouldn't understand his words and waved the subject off. "Are the city forces still under the command of City Hall?" "Yes, Bishop Valentine has only taken over the police forces and a small number of the city army responsible for emergency response," the aide nodded immediately. "Most of the city-state soldiers are still waiting for your orders." "Okay, except for the 1st Division, have all other divisions follow the church's arrangement?" Dante felt the grogginess in his mind coming back and quickened his words. "In addition, the entire city is to enter the highest level of martial law. Activate all the alarms, and if anyone appears on the streets, it doesn't matter who, treat them as heretics." The aide was immediately taken aback by this order. "Mr. Dante, this." "Carry out the order." Dante fixed his gaze on the aide with that blood-oozing ruby eye. "We're in a state of war." "Yes, sir." The aide promptly left following that order, leaving Dante to cough violently in the back until it eventually subsided. Then turning to the second aide in the room, "Take me to the cathedral." "Mr. Dante, your body." "My body doesn't matter. I have something important to tell Bishop Valentine." "Yes, sir." Nina tightly grasped Shirley's hand as they sat behind the window and watched the fierce weather outside. The continuous rumble from the thunderstrikes had left the girl uneasy and scared. "What the hell is up with this weather?" Shirley complained after finally losing her patience. "Shirley, you can't swear." Nina was also scared but still straightened her face and lectured her friend. "Uncle said you." Okay, I won't swear. I swear I won't curse anymore." "Please don't tell Mr. Duncan," Shirley said quickly. Then out of the corner of her eyes, she noticed the figure that had appeared on the stairs. "Ah, Mr. Duncan is coming down." "Uncle Duncan." Nina stood up abruptly and almost ran to her uncle. Are you done?" It's over for now, but it's not completely over yet," Duncan said, casually ruffling Nina's hair before turning to Morris behind the counter. Then he gave the old scholar an affirming nod. "She is back now." "I know, I just felt it too," Morris said immediately. "I don't know how you did it, but, thank you very much for your help." "This is just the beginning, it's too early to thank me," Duncan said while turning his head to look out the window. "The conspiracy has been revealed, and they have started to take action ahead of their schedule. The invaders are attacking the other side of the curtain as we speak. I estimate it won't be long before they also come to this side." Morris looked worried, while Nina appeared confused. "Uncle, what invader?" "What you said." Nina, Duncan interrupted the girl directly and got all serious, do you believe me? Nina barely hesitated, I believe. Very good. Then you must firmly believe that this storm will end safely. No matter what happens, don't panic, and no matter what I do, don't be nervous or afraid. Duncan stared into Nina's eyes so his words would get through. Then glancing over to the doll at the counter, Alice can be trusted. If there is a real emergency, you stay with her. Nina nodded dully as Alice chimed in with her own piece, don't worry, Mr. Duncan, I will protect Miss Nina. Honestly, I'm really not assured by your combat power, Duncan frowned and sighed helplessly, but there is no one else to entrust. Another burst of thunder caused another flicker through the window again, then came the deafening sound of a collapsing building in the distance, followed by the sharp ringing of bells across the entire city. Then abruptly, the lights in the antique shop flickered a few times until they finally snuffed themselves out. The power had been cut, and darkness instantly enveloped the entire neighborhood like night had fallen. Shirley's timid voice sounded in the dimness, I'll light the oil lamp. I know where the oil lamp is. Duncan didn't object and grabbed Nina's hand after noticing the increased heat next to himself. Uncle, Nina whispered nervously and urgently, and soon, even the airflow around the girl had turned hot, I think, it's a little hot. Duncan's gaze became grim and ugly in the darkness like he wanted to murder someone. However, the man did not panic and kept a cool head since he was prepared for something like this. He gently held Nina's increasingly hot hand, and between his palm and Nina's fingers, a little green flame had flickered into life in the imperceptible crevices. AI flew down the stairs with her wings flapping as if on cue and firmly landed on the counter. She had gotten the message through the mental connection and came as summoned. Likewise, Shirley had also returned with the lit oil lamp, dispelling the darkness in the shop with that shaky flame from the candle. However, the outside was a different story. It's grown much darker than before, borderline grimy black, and impossible to see beyond the initial few feet. Nina, remember what I told you just now? Duncan's voice pierced the darkness and into Nina's ears. Nina nodded slightly, Don't be afraid. Something will happen in a bit, something very amazing, Duncan smiled and said softly. The man had started to look off into the distance, past the window, past the stormy streets, and past the projection taking place over the island. Instead, his gaze had crossed the waters to where the vanished shape was coming into view. Heidi subconsciously shrunk her neck the moment the last thunder sounded. She's currently nestled on the bench in the cathedral's main hall, subconsciously grasping the crystal bracelet with both hands and silently chanting the holy name of Lehem, the god of wisdom. The goddess, shouldn't mind, right? She muttered softly after pausing, then continued to chant the name of Lehem. But suddenly, she stopped again, and a strange thumping in her heart made it difficult for the lady to concentrate. Getting up from the bench, Heidi looked around for the source of this sensation. Nothing unusual about the place, a bunch of guards at the main entrance, a group of civilians taking shelter in the church due to being late from work, and several priests walking around the hall for comfort. Yes, aside from the burning trinket she got from her father, there's nothing wrong with this situation. Everything's definitely fine. That was until she glanced at the stained glass. Fire! Fire! She exclaimed with horror, it's raining fire. Chapter 210. Rain of Fire. This seemingly illogical and confused cry was the only description Heidi could think of at the moment. She couldn't understand what she was seeing or what was happening. All she knew was that flames were literally raining down from the sky. Everything happened without warning. 1 second it's still raining water, the next the water had turned into droplets of fire, immersing the entire city in a hellscape of red. It didn't matter if it was the trees, houses, towers, or churches. Everything had turned red. Worst of all, deafening explosions are blowing up across various points on the island. The whole place had turned into a war zone, shaking like it's being pummeled by artillery shells. It's a true apocalypse that has draped over reality. Heidi nearly crumbled to the ground at the horrific sight. Thankfully, the sound of the church bells had begun to ring non-stop then, bringing some semblance of sanity back to those fortunate enough to hear it. That's the reality barrier at work. Through the powers of the goddess brought forward by this melodious chime, the pouring flames couldn't penetrate the church's protection when they touched the cathedral. Unfortunately, it also meant the various chapels are now effectively isolated islands within this hellscape, each becoming its own anchor point for the Grand Barrier. The enemy has attacked. Destroy all the targets that try to get close to the bell tower. Bishop Valentine broke the frightening silence and returned the doctor to her senses. Heidi swung her head and was about to ask something when another explosive bang interrupted her vocals. It came from the square, and the noise was not friendly at all. She ran to the window and peered out, seeing what she feared the most. The assembled defenders were desperately firing their guns off at the enemy, with the spider walkers and tanks unleashing the full might of Plan's army. The enemies came in the form of wriggling humanoid ashes. They were truly an endless horde, crawling and squirming out from under the barrage of bullets and shells. Heidi reflexively shuddered. She could see the agonizing roars and screams from those things. They may take a humanoid form, but make no mistake, the doctor knows full well they're nothing more than mindless beasts at this point. Furthermore, there's only one reason they're attacking the cathedral, to destroy the stabilizing eye within the bell tower in the back. Once that falls, the other spell matrices in the smaller chapels would also fail, effectively destroying Plan in one blow. The warriors all knew this, the citizens knew this, and the clerics knew this more than everyone. They did not hesitate to fight the enemy with everything they had in this battle, bullets, bolts of holy light, and any weapon the abled citizen could find. They threw everything at these monsters, including their own body as a human wall. This world was a cruel one. From childhood to adulthood, the system has ingrained into its people that if you want to live, you must fight for it. Nothing in this world came without a cost, here was the price. If they want to live, they cannot fall lest the entire reality comes falling down over their heads and be replaced by this burning hell. So, with guns blazing and swords slashing, the warriors of mortal kind brought their full might upon the darkness. It didn't matter to them if the swarming horde was endless. They would fight, even if it meant dying today. No one gives up in this world. Hold the bell tower! Valentine's roared with mighty authority that echoed across the entire city-state. As long as the spell eye remains ringing, they cannot twist our reality. Faithful ones, the time has come to show your strength. Fight! Hold the line at all costs. Heidi watched the huge chaos that ensued from numerous points outside the main cathedral. Most of the forces had already gathered here, but many survivors still managed to escape the initial wave from the monsters. It didn't matter if they had no training or fighting experience, if the person could swing a club or metal rod, they came and fought. Is there anything I can help with? After seeing how desperate everyone was fighting, the doc quickly approached the head bishop and asked. Go reassure the young and elderly inside. We need to avoid a breakdown in order within the main cathedral, Valentine said in a deep voice, and then wait with them for the storm to end. As Heidi immediately nodded at the order, Valentine instead raised his head and peered upwards at the sky like he was staring off into the distance. Sure enough, the entire city's situation was now reflected in his eyes from a bird's eye view. Everything had ignited into flames with countless dead strewn across the streets. Through his eyes, he could also see the chapels across the entire city, each sheltering as many helpless citizens that managed to escape in time before the initial slaughter. They're also feverishly fighting to fend off the evil that has descended upon them, but likewise, the enemy is also as feverish in their attacks. It would just be a matter of time before those anchor points fall if nothing was done. Eventually, Valentine's sight locked onto a set of dark shadows hiding in the rear of the biggest horde attacking the main cathedral. These were no normal heretics, that much he was certain. The minions of the Sun Heirs. Valentine's expression changed for the worst. In the face of this devastating disaster, he suddenly remembered a small matter that had supposedly been resolved long ago and was almost forgotten. He jerked and swung his head to a high-ranking priest next to himself. Are those Suntists still in the underground sanctuary? Suntists? The high-level priest didn't catch on and took a second to react. Ah, yes, they are still detained in the underground sanctuary. There is a whole brigade of guardians watching them. They can't escape. They never wanted to escape from the start. Valentine said quickly, they wanted to be locked up in the church from the very start. What? The high-ranking priest's eyes widened instantly, and then, before his words could finish, a dull loud bang suddenly rocked the entire cathedral. It was like some giant beast had awakened in the underground sanctuary. Like Valentine, several priests in the cathedral who had experienced the Suntist crisis 4 years ago had also connected the dots through this noise. Back then, hundreds of Suntists had gathered in their foul den and summoned a brief and terrifying force through a massive blood ritual. It's a fake sun that nearly brought catastrophe to the city. But before they could succeed, their plot was discovered by Vanna, who had just become the new Inquisitor, and vanquished their plot. It was a test, the high-ranking priest muttered to himself with great shock. A sea of fire rose, bells chimed, sirens whistled, and countless ash monsters emerged from all directions, rampaging across the earthly world. Vanna has experienced many dangerous and sinister battles in her times. She had faced cultists, taboo monsters created by their foul deeds, and even out-of-control ghostly demons and crazy enders, but no battle could compare to this purgatory at this moment. She was no longer facing a battlefield but a sudden apocalypse. In other words, the end has already come, an end that has been postponed by the curtain until today. But she was still alive, carving a bloody path through the sea of fire. It's a hard struggle, but it won't be long before she arrives at the main cathedral. Every breath brought a burning pain, and her physical exhaustion was almost to the point where an ordinary person would be crushed several times. Worst of all, the armor on Vanna's body had also been severely damaged, and her body's recovery could no longer keep up with the speed of the damage, leaving her injuries to get worse little by little. But the young inquisitor still kept moving forward. The cathedral's bells are still ringing, indicating that Bishop Valentine's defenses have not yet been breached. Perhaps the defenders are unaware of this plot to pollute history, but they are always prepared for all intrigues and battles. Since the battle for the cathedral continues, she has no right to give up. Furthermore, the lady wasn't just mindlessly hacking and slashing at everything that moved. She noticed that Bishop Valentine had initiated reality stabilization measures, showing that he also sensed part of the truth. So at least this part of the response was fine, and as long as the bell tower did not fail, the heretical plot to overshadow the true history with a pseudo-history would not succeed. They need to interrupt the coverage and strip the source of this pollution. Only by doing so would the destruction be halted and the city saved. All in all, it's not too late to do something. As if cheering herself up, Vanna tried not to think about the possibility of the church branches being lost or the mysterious and terrible Captain Duncan lurking in wait for herself. In her mind, she only wanted to destroy the obstacles blocking her path, which she did so by mechanically stepping forward and slashing down the monster that got in her way. But suddenly, she stopped at an intersection not far from the cathedral. A dark grey car had tipped over on the side of the road. Several bodies were thrown out of the vehicle, but only one had caught her attention, the one still inside the vehicle. Vanna instantly recognized the car and the bloodied arm that's showing through the cracked window. It was her uncle, Dante Wayne. Chapter 211. Blessing. Vanna's already somewhat dazed state of exhaustion instantly tensed up at the recognition. She rushed over to the side and noticed the arm coming out of the car window twitching, which instantly brought a wave of relief to her heart. Uncle is alive. Vanna reacted instantly, stabilizing the car's posture with one hand and pinching the deformed door frame with the other. This allowed her to check Dante's vitals and injuries before taking him out of the vehicle, which she promptly did after confirming he's safe to move. Ah! Vanna! You're back, these were the first words Dante said after opening his eyes and getting medical help from Vanna. Yes, I'm back. Vanna didn't notice anything wrong with her uncle's phrasing and subconsciously held his hand. How do you feel now? Can you still get up? I'll take you to the cathedral. No, don't bother with a burden like me. Dante shook his head and grasped Vanna's hand hard. I should have thought of such a day. They will come and take the price. You leave now before they find you. Leave planned and go to a place where no one knows you. Her uncle's plea startled Vanna as she realized something was amiss here. With a slightly trembling voice, what do you mean? Who are you referring to? What is the price to take? Did you already know what was happening in the city? Dante struggled to keep his eyes open after the ruby prosthetic eye shattered somehow. Blood flowed down the wound from the socket, and only the remaining human eyeball reflected any of the flames occurring outside Vanna's barrier. Ender missionaries, and the subspace they worship. Vanna, do you remember that fire 11 years ago? The fire 11 years ago, Vanna's eyes widened slightly. You actually remember that fire? How could I not remember? It burns before my eyes every day, Dante smiled wryly, but I thought I could lie to myself for the rest of my life. Chaotic thoughts boiled in her mind, and Vanna seemed to forget her exhaustion and pain at this moment. Instead, she stared closely at her uncle's eyes, which had begun to turn murky from recalling the past in his mind. But what does this have to do with subspace and the Ender missionaries? And me, what does this have to do with me? Why are they coming for me? What price are they going to take? Vanna instantly regretted asking the questions in this manner because it's the same tone and attitude she used when interrogating a prisoner. But Dante was no prisoner. He was her uncle, her only family member in this world whom she's lived with for 11 years. She had no right to behave this way before him. When that fire burned, I glimpsed into a projection of subspace. When that extremely dangerous truth descended, I made a wish to subspace. You made a wish to subspace? Vanna stared at Dante in disbelief. What wish? I wished that nothing happened, I wished for your life's return. All the expressions on Vanna's face instantly froze. Dante quietly looked at his niece in front of him, the expression on his face seemingly sobbing and bittersweet. Then, with a raised hand, he gently stroked the lady's hair. Vanna. You grew up. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Uncle is useless back then. I couldn't save you. But I remember you taking me out of that fire. All I brought out of the fire was a pile of ash, Dante whispered. It was only a momentary thing, and before we had time to react, you were turned into a pile of scorched ash. I was desperate to escape that nightmare and get everything back before the catastrophe. I cried out to anyone that would hear my plea, gods, demons, and even subspace. Then, something responded to my wish, and it took me many years after that to understand what it was that responded to me back then. As she peered down at her hands, Vanna no longer seemed to hear what Dante was saying. She couldn't believe this body of hers wasn't real, or at least, not the original. After an unknown amount of time, she finally broke the silence. So, in a sense, my survival is actually the result of the blessing from subspace. Dante closed his eyes, for he couldn't answer the question like this. That. How did I become a saint then? Vanna asked incredulously. She was asking her uncle but also asking herself this. How could the storm goddess allow a person who survived because of the blessing of subspace to become her own follower? She even blessed me with great power. I don't know, Dante shook his head slowly, maybe only the goddess herself can answer your question. Vanna fell silent again, her thoughts more chaotic than ever. The belief that had supported her life for so many years had just shattered into pieces, and even her own existence was a blasphemy. No matter how strong-willed this female inquisitor was, such trauma could break her mind at its core. But after a long while of uncomfortable silence, she slowly stood up and whispered as if trying to convince herself, in any case, someone must stop this invasion of reality. I must bring everything we know back to the real world. Vanna, you will die. Dante's eyes widened in shock, and he tried to pull himself up from the ground. You can't stay here. The foundation of reality here is breaking, so you must leave leave this vision until it completely disappears from your memory. Listen, if your survival is the result of the blessing from subspace, then correcting history will likely lead to your own demise. This paradox conflict cannot be fixed by ordinary people. Vanna, however, just stared at her uncle quietly, her gaze gentle and calm. Uncle, didn't you say that you love this city and everything in it? Dante nearly cried before making a resolute face. Of course, that's why I will stay here and face the same fate as the city. Whether I survive or die in the end is something I'm willing to meet. But you're different, Vanna, you can't. Me too, Vanna interrupted softly, I love this place and am ready for everything. Just like how you taught me since I was a child. Dante watched his niece with awe, feeling both proud and guilty at the failure on his part to protect her. He knew that words would no longer work in persuading this child. So, he sighed and used the last of his strength to stand up, using the nearest street lamp as support. Then go, he said softly, I will wait here for you to come back. Vanna lowered her head and met her uncle's gaze. In her memory, he had always been tall and resolute like a mountain, yet the person present here had become so small and frail that she now had to peer down to meet his gaze. If all goes well, the familiar plant we know will return to the real world. When that happens, don't forget me, her voice now low and gentle like she's leaving a will. Dante didn't say anything more and just nodded lightly. With a straightened posture, Vanna knew it was time to go. However, a disturbing vibration suddenly rocked her feet that originated elsewhere the next moment. Immediately looking towards the source, she saw the dust cloud rising up into the sky created by a collapsing building. Vanna had never felt more frightened and uneasy than she was at this moment, and the next second, her eyes had confirmed the source of this unease. From where the cathedral should be, the smoke had abruptly dispersed following a blinding light rising up from below. It's as if a miniature sun had manifested in that area, devouring everything within its vicinity. But that's not the worst of it, something even more terrible has happened. More explosions came, more shrill noises, and more soaring fireballs rose into the air across the various branches of the church. The bells that had never stopped even when the city burned had finally ceased. Vanna's mind almost became a blank there, and for the next while, she couldn't think and only charged towards the largest flash of light at the storm cathedral. Chapter 212. The different ending. All the churches fell in a short time after this as round after round of fiery fireballs rose from the grounds across the city-state. It only took a moment for the various anchor points to disappear, effectively turning this sea pearl into an ash island. Vanna rushed through the burning intersections and streets like a gust of wind, ploughing her way toward the burning cathedral that had finally entered her field of vision. The 1,000-year-old structure had already been destroyed, melted away like wax due to the intense heat. As for the flanking structures, they're still standing but distorted and red-hot, with only the skeletal frame remaining. And the cause of all this? The dark red sun quietly suspended over the corpse of the church overhead. It's like a terrifying eye from the abyss, peering down at its victim while oozing droplets of red magma blood. What can you do now by rushing over? Kill the culprit? Reverse history that has overlapped? Or do you want to prove your faith by dying in vain? Vanna didn't know why she was having these thoughts when her legs instinctively ran at the cathedral. All she knew was that she must go, and that's all it mattered. Well, that was until a majestic voice sounded in her head, "Go to the bell tower in the back." The sound came so abruptly that Vanna subconsciously came to a standstill. Looking around for the source, the lady found no signs of the ghost captain. Instead, all she saw was the raging sea fire. But then another sound broke Vanna's brief hesitation. She's picked up a melodious ringing that's coming from the ancient bell tower. This shouldn't be possible since the flames had already destroyed the church. Abandoning all hesitation and concerns in her heart, Vanna pulled her legs and rushed towards the direction of the source. She no longer cared about the ghost captain's intentions, nor did she care what the consequences of following the other party's arrangements would be. With all the churches falling in an instant, whatever scheme that captain had couldn't possibly be worse than this reality. Soon, she had come before the square in front of the church. The defense forces assembled here had been completely destroyed, and in the rolling heat wave, only countless twisted and scrapped spider walkers and steam tanks remained. There's nothing left but piles of ashes that's squirming about. Enraged by the death of her peers, she cut through the enemy with relentless determination and charged into the rebels of the main hall. Once inside, she continued into the open courtyard by following her memories. There, she finally saw the bell tower still standing tall and in one piece but covered in soot and ash that was raining down. This reminded her of what she saw on the other side of the curtain, the other plant destroyed by the fire in 1889. It's a false history, and that falseness has now replaced the truth. Yet, the bell continues to ring, meaning there's still hope. The gate to the upper floor of the bell tower had collapsed, and the internal stairs broken apart in various segments. Vanna quickly deduced going up using the normal means was impossible. So, with her arms and legs ready, she began to climb the outer walls. The exterior seared her skin at the touch. Imagine holding onto plates of molten steel. That's exactly how Vanna felt with each pull. Nevertheless, she's done it and found herself staring at the mechanical clock dial that ceased functioning. Thankfully, the lady could still see the bonfire and bell inside through the cracks. Without hesitation, Vanna punched a hole through the walls and indirectly broke several bones in the process. Even so, she was in, and to her shock and surprise, a figure, or rather, a pile of embers that's barely able to maintain its human form was clinging to the mechanical rod next to the bell and continued to rotate the gear. "Protect the bell tower," the pile of embers said hoarsely. Then the pile completely crumbled to the ground, vaporizing into dust particles as it perished. Its only mark left in the world now was the charred blackness on the floor and an emblem symbolizing the storm church. Bishop Valentine. Vanna recognized the eyes just now and rushed forward, trying to save her friend and peer from disappearing. But soon, she stopped as a powerful and oppressive force came down over her shoulder. A tall and thin figure dressed in a tattered grey robe stood quietly on the edge of the stage, watching her and smiling compassionately like some sort of savior. "You struggled as hard as you could, child. All of you struggled as hard as you could. You even managed to drag this out for far longer than it should have. But there is no point in delaying and holding on anymore. No one will come to your rescue, and no reinforcements can come in this closed-loop historical vision. Plant is doomed to reach this ending," the thin black shadow said slowly, raising a bony hand to point at the reddish sun behind his back. "Now, embrace this new future, child born from the ashes. Your survival and return did not change anything." Vanna didn't respond to the rant. Instead, she unsheathed the broadsword from her back. "Oh, breakdown of our negotiations, I see." The Ender saw Vanna's actions and continued to show a sympathetic look. "Of course, you can easily kill me, but it's pointless. The heirs of the sun are ready for the coming of their lord. And as for me, I am only a witness to this event. I will witness this moment and take back the knowledge. And you, do you see that sun? Vanna raised her gaze slightly and bypassed the Ender's figure and onto the round orb of red suspended in the air. It's the blasphemous sun wheel from the books, the embryo of corruption, a heart waiting to resurrect. She finally realized the truth. The oppressive force from earlier didn't come from the Ender, but rather from the dark sun behind him. Something was waking up from within the depths of that thing. There have been many twists and turns in this plan, nor did we expect an outside force to repeatedly interfere with our revision of history. The Ender slowly explained like he's retelling a story, it brought a lot of eyes onto us. Like you, for example. You and the others nearly perceived the truth, truly, you were so close to the truth. Alas, fate is like this. Child, fate is so unreasonable sometimes, he sighed compassionately and slowly walked forward toward Vanna. But you are blessed. You have risen from the dead and will be born anew after death, because you have received the supreme blessing. Embrace your fate, child. Vanna didn't flinch or cower and clenched the hilt of her sword. For the first time in her life, the lady was motivated by pure hatred. She didn't care about justice or duty anymore. All she wanted to do was murder this bastard. But at the last second, before she could strike, a stream of burning flames shot out of thin air behind the Ender, and out stepped a majestic figure shrouded in green flames. Still unaware of the third party, the Ender spread his arms and proclaimed, "Blessed child, do not resist. As you can see, times have changed." But then the madman froze as an unspeakable fear inexplicably burrowed into his chaotic mind when a hand tapped his shoulder. "Get lost," the calm voice said. Chapter 213 The Promised Ark. Get lost. In the moment when Vanna heard these words, her mind instantly shook as a static tearing rippled within her mind. It could not be described in words, nor could she pinpoint where the source came from. All she knew was that it's mixed into the flames and surging forward across the island. Then, she met the gaze of that Captain Duncan standing behind the Ender. Unlike the one she had met in the dream, this one was completely shrouded in flames like a true ethereal ghost. It only took a split second for Vanna to judge that this was not the main body, but another projection brought forth by herself as a medium. She could sense the power flowing out of her, sense something burning from within, and sense the second voice echoing from her body. Out of reflex, the Inquisitor raised her hand and peered down. There, in the palm of her hand, a small green flame had attached itself to her flesh and spreading along the arms to the legs of the man. Here, the truth finally dawned on her. Since long ago, the ghost captain had turned herself into a node, an anchor point to project himself into this city. The erosion and corruptions had been far deeper than she and Bishop Valentine could have imagined, and the reason was all for this day. In the next second, the whole world in her eyes changed abruptly. The green flame spread into the other reddish one, into every pile of ash, into every rising smoke, it's bursting out of the seams and across the entire city after lurking for an unknown amount of time. It happened way too fast to react, or rather, it had been done long before this real invasion began. Vanna recalled what she had seen on the other side of the curtain, and suddenly, realized that the fire created by the Enders and the Suntists had unknowingly become the carrier of the ghostly flame. Their act of burning the entire city only furthered the ghost captain's plan. A mournful cry suddenly sounded, waking Vanna up from her daze. She confronted the source of the noise and saw that the emaciated Ender had also burst into a pyre of green. He twisted and howled after witnessing the sudden turn of event. "Stupid fool! Foolish idiot! Be destroyed! You rejected the gift of subspace. You will suffer eternally in this suffering world. Foolishness!" However, in contrast to the curses and howls of this madman, the scene around planned was a whole different matter. Everything touched by the ghostly green flame was recovering at an incredible speed. Buildings destroyed by the fire quickly returned to its regular form, roads torn apart by the melting heat are healed, the flaming rain has stopped, and the doomsday clouds hovering overhead dissipated, returning the sky back to the blue open ceiling. Then, at long last, the chimes of the other bells begun to ring again. As Captain Duncan said, he told them to get lost, so the false reality did. Vanna's eyes widened into utter shock as she watched this incomprehensible scene unfold in real time. But just as quickly, she soon realized what in essence this repair was: the corruption caused by the Enders and Suntists are being stripped away, and the false history expelled by the captain's power. She gawked at the towering figure standing in the near distance, the latter only calmly gazing down at the Ender, who was still preaching his nonsense despite being roasted. Everything can be polluted, except subspace, Vanna muttered softly. Despite being twisted into a creature that's no longer recognizable as a human, the Ender didn't die yet of course. You turned the city-state into part of the Vanished. The Vanished is the promised Ark. I think we can expand upon the idea of the Ark. Duncan smiled and bent down slightly to meet the creature's gaze. If a ship that encounters the Vanished at sea can be assimilated and absorbed, then, why can't Planned be the same? What differs Planned from any other ship? As if exactly on cue, a loud gong of the mentioned ship's arrival had arrived from the ocean. Vanna subconsciously looked up into the distance, and in the next second, she saw a scene that was enough to shock her for the rest of her life. It's a big black ship. The Vanished has appeared from the boundless sea, burning with its monstrous ghost fire that stirred the ethereal sail. The ship crossed the coast, over the port that was rapidly recovering, and directly into the city-state of Plan through illusory waters, which had already been covered with green flames. Yes, it's no longer sailing on water, it's actually levitating over land now. You may have saved the city, but you can't stop the sun from falling, came a faint sound from the pile of twisted ash on the floor that had once been the Ender. Even if it is only a small fragment summoned from history, it's enough to destroy, end. The sound eventually faded after the Enders vitally became exhausted, forcing his already crumbling body to shatter into the wind. Vanna, on the other hand, got quite nervous and worried after hearing that dying whisper. She stared up at the black sun that looked like a mouth from the abyss, swallowing the world and the city with its presence. The flames of the Vanished have removed the historical pollution suffered by Planned, but the desecrated sun. It was never a part of Planned from the start, rather a projection of history summoned by the Enders with the support of the Suntists. It's an independent existence. Something is awakening in the black sun. Vanna loudly reminded Captain Duncan. Despite their opposing position, it will. Duncan just waved his hand at her gently. Then, Vanna saw the ghost captain turn and face the blasphemous sunwheel hanging in the air. With a raised hand as if beckoning someone to come over, he spoke softly in a cooing voice, "Come to this side, that's right, don't worry, you won't fall, just move forward like we practiced. Remember how you ride a bicycle? Just like that. Yes, keep moving and I'll hold you." In the next second, a bright golden arc of flame suddenly stung Vanna's vision as she witnessed a gap being torn open from the edge of the sun. It jumped over to Captain Duncan's presence, and with the departure of this flame, a mournful roar suddenly sounded from within the blasphemous sun. As if some kind of giant beast had suddenly suffered a blow through the heart, the black sun's core was promptly riddled by countless eye-stinging cracks. Then in a blink of an eye, a swarm of dark green flames rushed forward and rapidly invaded the sun wheel through this wound. The agitation in the dark core dissipated following this invasion, and the faint vitality that could be felt seconds ago almost died off completely. In fact, one could actually see a gaping hole in the thing, leaving the wound to drip forward a constant stream of boiling substance that was instantly devoured by the green flames before it touched the city ground. Accompanied by continuous screams, roars, and crackling explosions, the deformed and desecrated sun eventually disintegrated, leaving only a few residues and debris falling into the ripples on the edge of the Vanished. The huge ghost ship had sailed to the center of the city by now and gradually approached the cathedral bell tower with its towering structure. "It's here." In this second, Vanna heard the bells ringing next to herself. The bell tower at her feet also broke free from the pollution of history, and the device charged with ringing the bell now ran automatically. The figure of Bishop Valentine also gradually reappeared in the air. The bishop who guarded the city-state until the very last moment successfully returned to reality, proving that the branch of history that pointed to destruction has completely disappeared. Vanna's gaze did not rest on the bishop though. Instead, she was still staring at Duncan not far away, who had now turned around. He was surrounded by the jumping arc of flame, and the warmth and brightness brought by said flame softened even his gloomy and majestic face. "I thought you were going to come up with a jump strike," Duncan smiled, as if chatting with friends, to Vanna, "just like the last time. I'm not a brainless person." "Really? I thought you loved jumping." After all, every mature warrior can't resist the urge to make a jumping chop on the opposite side, Duncan casually joked and stretched his hand out to soothe the slightly restless flame around himself. Then giving Vanna a nod, "I'm done, see you next time." Vanna was startled and subconsciously stepped forward. "Wait. You can't just..." Duncan had already turned away, waved his hand, and strode into the air beyond the platform of the bell tower. The towering stern of the Vanished slowly moved past the tower as well, and next to the rudder on the deck was the captain, who was personally at the helm. "Here, Duncan's projection wrapped in ghost flames directly stepped onto the ship and became one with his own being. He stood on the helm, holding the steering wheel in his hand, smiled and nodded to Vanna. Then the huge ghost ship gradually accelerated, sailed over the sky of Planned, and sailed to the coast on the other side of the city-state for the boundless sea. Chapter 214. After the Vanished left. The Vanished left as dignified as it had descended in Vanna's eyes. Before she knew it, the hull of that ghost ship had disappeared from her sight like a mysterious phantom. Likewise, the flames that had engulfed the city also left with it, extinguishing and snuffing out like it had completed a mission. All that remained was a clear sky, a normal city-state, and beings who had just experienced a nightmare. Oh, right, there's also the continuous ringing of the church bells, but instead of fighting against a reality invasion, these chimes now sounded like some farewell to send off the infamous ghost ship. This startled Vanna, who quickly turned to Bishop Valentine after seeing the elderly man coming over with the scepter in hand. I feel like I had a very long dream. You should know it wasn't a dream, the lady replies. I mean, I just dreamed about 20 rabbits in dresses dancing in circles around me. After that remark, Vanna indeed looked startled. Then you are indeed dreaming. Maybe that's the process of recovering your spirit. Do you have to tell such a bad joke now? But this can make you recover faster and get back to work from the mess in your head, the old bishop said indifferently, his expression calm as if he had just told a great joke. Then he lowered his head and looked toward the church square. We have a lot of things to do afterward, and this time, it is not just a white oak that encountered the Vanished on the ocean. Vanna followed the old bishop's gaze and saw that the soldiers had fallen into dazed confusion as they'd just awakened from a big dream. Sure, the city returned to normal, but the memory of their experience remained stuck in the polluted history and battle. Trying to bring them back to normal would take a lot of work from the doctors. Valentine's voice continued to sound next to Vanna. Let the guards restore order first, and then start investigating the current situation around the entire city. We need to confirm whether everyone has returned and what is missing and what is added. Valentine paused and met the young inquisitor's gaze beside him. And prepare to report to the Grand Storm Cathedral. Vanna, the most challenging paperwork of your life is coming. Vanna's breathing choked like she was ready to suffocate at the thought. A catastrophe had just passed, but not everything was over. When everyone survives, the real investigation has only just begun for the authorities. The sun was just right as the heavy door to the cathedral creaked open, and out came Heidi with a somewhat dazed expression. She glanced around the street under the clear sky as usual, but her mind remained on the previous horror of that hellfire. How did it end? All she remembered was that a ghost ship rose from the fire and cruised through the city-state. During this, her consciousness kept drifting between reality and illusion before the ghost ship's course crushed the false one into dust. Heidi still didn't understand any of this, but the slight heat coming her chest wouldn't stop nagging for her attention. It's the cheap necklace her father bought from that antique shop in the lower city. Bringing it up for a closer examination, she found it weird and glowing for some reason before it abruptly cracked and shattered. Heidi was startled, but soon her stunned thoughts were interrupted by the noise from around the square. The guards were putting order back in place, and the soldiers from the army had started roll calling under their commander's supervision. Some priests were also running up to Bishop Valentine for orders, while most were busy placing wards wherever they could. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw that thing floating over my head as if sailing in some transparent water. It's scary to watch. Those flames grazed the spire of the cathedral. But it seems to have left just like that. It was the Vanished, no doubt. Don't doubt me, I definitely saw the Vanished. A loud voice shouted in the square, swearing that the ghost ship that had just passed through the city-state was the legendary ship of legends. Heidi immediately looked toward that voice and saw a familiar old captain. Captain Lawrence. Heidi walked over and greeted her patient, talking to a few civilians. Are you okay? Me? I'm perfectly fine, though I can't figure out what's going on. The old captain smiled back when he saw Heidi. It's good to see that you are safe and sound, Miss Doctor. The raining fire from before was too scary. Heidi casually nodded before asking, you said the ship that left is the Vanished? Yes, it must be, Lawrence nodded immediately, I'm all too familiar with it. I've seen this scene before. Next to him, a citizen who had previously taken refuge in the cathedral couldn't help but speak, you've seen it before. Yes. Why do you think I've been isolated within the church for so long? Lawrence's eyes widened, and then he turned to Heidi, I know you can speak to the upper echelons of the church. I'll give you a suggestion. Go back and check what is missing in the city-state. The vanished usually takes something with it when it passes by. I have experience. Heidi listened in confusion and nodded equally as lost by the end of it. But after a while, some memories did return to her. What's the situation on father's side now? Morris didn't feel very good right now. He was dizzy, and his stomach churched with discomfort as if he had drunk an immense amount of wine. Simply said, he wanted to vomit but didn't dare to. Why? Because the mops and buckets in front of him had invisible death glares on their bodies, and Miss Alice next to him was also showing signs of slapping him if he tried. In any case, Morris was sure he was seasick after being brought over to the Vanished by the Dove. Meanwhile, AI was roaming about on the deck with a mountain of fries in her possession after hauling a mountain of potatoes aboard. On another note, Shirley was sitting nearby with a dark hound next to her, the latter trembling profusely after being summoned to this side. Recalling what he had witnessed and experienced thus far, Morris was sure he's achieved what scholars could only ever dream of. He not only boarded the legendary ship, he also witnessed the incredible power of the green flames transforming a burning world back to a normal one. No matter which one it was, that's a feat worthy of being in the history books. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Morris understood he mustn't get too excited. As an elder, caring for his health was necessary after surviving one catastrophe. Exactly then, a voice suddenly came from the other side. It was the dark hound known as Dog. "OLOL old sir, yo you see, am I a cultured dog like this? Oh, frankly, I don't think a dog needs to show off his upbringing by reading the newspaper. But you are a dark hound, so I can't judge your standards according to human logic." Morris was startled by the question and felt weird that he even needed to dabble in this topic. There are two issues to begin with. First, the newspaper is upside down in your paws, and second, why are you stuttering? Now it's Dog to be startled. He quickly swapped the newspaper around before replying, I don't stutter. I have, right. I'm a little nervous. Dog, I don't think you need to be nervous like this, Shirley muttered, and what's the point of reading a newspaper? Mr. Duncan already knows that we are both illiterate. When she uttered that sentence, Alice promptly raised a hand in support, me too. Shirley gawked her mouth in surprise, while Morris only facepalmed himself due to the strange conversation. For the first time in this old scholar's life, he didn't have words to describe this outrageous scene. Chapter 215. The Well-Behaved Son. Say, what do you think is going on over there in Planned? After a long silence, Shirley finally asked the old scholar in front of her. I don't know, but I think Mr. Duncan may have solved the problem already. Though I can't imagine how he solved it, Morris rubbed his forehead as he pondered the matter. But compared to that, I'm more concerned about this place. He raised his head and glanced around at the flaming sails that were stirring against the wind. This ship makes me think of that legend, the legend about the Vanished. Yes, Alice's voice joins in from the side after Morris's remark, her face proud and joyous, this is the Vanished. Welcome aboard. Morris's forehead rubbing stopped as his eyes widened in shock, is this really the Vanished? Then Mr. Duncan's identity. Obviously the captain, old sir, you are too slow in catching on, Shirley pouted from the other side. After being a nervous wreck for so long, she finally felt a little giddy knowing she's in the know while others are not. He is called Duncan, after all. What did you expect? You already knew about this. Morris stared incredulously at the petite girl in front of him. I thought you were on this ship for the first time like me. I am, this is my first time aboard, but it's not the first time I've seen Captain Duncan's true face. Shirley puffed up her chest triumphantly, I met Captain Duncan with Dog way back. Earlier than you, at least. Morris doesn't care what Shirley has to offer in the latter part of the sentence because he's already preoccupied with the true face part. If possible, I would like to never see his true appearance, he mutters strangely to himself. Shirley blinked, Hey? Old Gramps, what did you say? Nothing, some things are best left unspoken. It's better for one's mental and physical health. Tisk, you bunch always talk so cryptically, Shirley pouted some more, but that didn't last long before she began commenting on the open deck. Hey, do you think Nina will be okay? She suddenly disappeared from our eyes earlier. Alice's soft and confident voice sounded from the side, comforting Shirley, who was a little worried, Don't worry, it'll be fine. The captain did say it's only temporary. Shirley raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar lady. The Gothic girl didn't understand why this unusually beautiful and mysterious lady would follow Captain Duncan's orders so closely. It's as if she had insider information or something. Why would you say that? You know where Nina is? No, and didn't the captain say it already? Alice smiled. He said not to worry. Shirley couldn't argue with her on that. In addition, she also got the perception that Alice wasn't very smart at all after the interaction. Simultaneously, Duncan was busy watching the bright flaming arc floating around himself in the rear of the deck. Right now, he was 100% sure that this flame was a sun fragment, at least morphologically. Ignoring its erupting properties that one would find in a solar flare, the intense heat radiating off of its surface was enough to cause harm to Duncan. In fact, the power here alone had already surpassed that creeping sun wheel he met when he donned that golden mask. Naturally, Duncan had no idea how a small segment of a star could break off from the main body and still exist in this form. All he could speculate on was that the phenomena had something to do with this world's weird nature. Just like how he couldn't understand what caused the great destruction to bring upon the deep sea, he won't dig any deeper into the subject. Besides, none of that matter for the time being. Inhaling deeply, Duncan concentrated his mind again and tentatively extended his right hand, allowing the flicker of green flame at the fingertip to guide the arc. Nina, try again, Duncan said, and remember what it was like to come back to the moment of transformation. We were very close to success just now. The flame jumped in the air a few times at the guidance of his ghost fire. Finally, the surface of the sun fragment bulged, and then a golden flame rose and entwined into a human-shaped figure that's still burning. Nina lowered her head and seemed intrigued by her own body's blurred shape. But in the next second, the flame that had just gained form shattered again, gushing and erupting back into the flaming arc. Don't be discouraged. Let's try again. Duncan did not lose patience and continued to support the girl gently with his guidance. I will support you. Since you can recover to this extent, it means the idea is feasible. The flaming arc swelled again, and a crackling sound came from the golden flames that transformed into Nina's figure but with more clarity. Unlike his own reassurance, Duncan watched this scene with much nervousness. Similar attempts had been made several times before, and they always failed halfway through. Nevertheless, he's sure the procedure could work based on the feedback from the ghost fire he implanted in the sun fragment. Exactly then, the flames in front of him instantly shattered and blew into a blast of light. A familiar young girl had jumped out through this portal with radiant hair still sparkling against the light. Nina smiled and looked at her Uncle Duncan, who was completely different from her memory, yet it was undoubtedly him. Uncle, I'm back. Only then did Duncan finally breathe a sigh of relief. With his eased tension, the entire vanished also reacted by loosening the cables and creaking boards. It was as if the whole ship was cheering and celebrating with the captain. Calm down, Duncan said to no one specific, and immediately, the entire vessel quieted down. You still recognize me? He turns to the niece and asks curiously. Yes, your Uncle Duncan, Nina said as a matter of course, but then scratched her face, a habitual move she used to disguise her embarrassment and confusion. But I don't know how I'm able to recognize you. Regardless, I just know it's you. It's the same as when you beckoned for me to come down when I was floating up in the sky. She hesitated and stopped, examining the man up and down with narrowed eyes. It's not at all like how she remembers her Uncle Duncan in the antique shop, but nevertheless, her instincts told her this was him and without fault. This is good too, Duncan exhaled softly. I was wondering how I should explain this ship and my other appearance to you. Nina quickly dodged the hand that tried to ruffle her hair like it always did. Unlike the uncle back in the city, this Uncle Duncan was much taller and bigger than she's accustomed to, especially with that huge hand. The calloused fingers are making her head itchy. After a while of this silliness, she raised her head and stared straight into the other party's gaze. I actually have two uncles, right? Duncan did not dodge the eyes. Although this moment came quite suddenly, it did not surprise him. From long ago, he already knew this moment would come sooner or later. If any force in this world could resist the power of Captain Duncan, then the sun, no matter which sun it was, would be an expected option. He quietly met Nina's gaze. You noticed? Chapter 216. Hospitality on the Vanished. The sea was calm, with a pleasant breeze as the waves gently flowed along the surface. One may even consider the view nice if one excludes the horror that lies under the depths of these waters. On the high platform at the stern of the Vanished, the dark steering wheel automatically rotated its angle as the sails slowly adjusted its bearing. Nina sat on the edge of the deck under this atmosphere, her upper body lying lazily against the guardrails with her leg dangling outside. This is such a strange feeling. I know you're my Uncle Duncan, and I also know you're someone that I can rely on and trust. However, I also know about the other facts clearly. She seemed to be talking to herself in a soft and slow mutter. I have an uncle who was an ordinary man. He used to be a very good, honest, and hard-working person, but then he became, not so good anymore. He got sick, started drinking heavily, gambled money, and was cranky. The situation got worse every day. Back then, I felt going home in itself was a tortuous thing. But suddenly, my uncle got better again. Like a dream, his body got better, his temper got better, and even the atmosphere at home seemed to return to the better times. Actually, it wasn't even that good in the past. I often wondered how nice it would be if you could really be my uncle forever. Duncan frowned slightly. You already noticed it back then. Sort of. But I wasn't sure, and I couldn't figure out some of the things. Nina turned her head and tilted her face slightly. If it's really the kind of evil spirit mentioned in the book that occupied my home, then why are the evil spirits still so good to me? Duncan peered into Nina's eyes, and after a while, he burst out laughing. I'm much more powerful than evil spirits. I can see that now, Nina giggled broadly. Then she lazily rested her head against the guardrail. You're Uncle Duncan, right? Yes, and I can always be. That's great. I'm much more relieved now, Nina exhaled before she fell quiet for a moment due to the hesitation. My other uncle. Was it peaceful for him when he left? Duncan recalls the night when he truly stepped into the city-state of planned. An irreparable cultist, taking his last breath in the cold, damp sewers, his dark compatriots planning to throw the corpse into the depths of darkness, and his muddled mind containing only a twisted and fanatical worship of the dark sun. Nevertheless, there was still a little bit of humanity left in the man, the part where he remembers Nina and how he will leave her. For that little bit of humanity, Duncan's going to make a white lie. He left peacefully, Duncan said softly, and he didn't have much to worry about in the end. Of course, you were the only attachment he didn't want to leave behind. That's fine then, Nina sighed as if letting go of the last bit of burden on her shoulders. She stretched her arms vigorously before plopping down on the deck and looking up at the translucent ghost sail of the vanished. A lot has happened recently, especially today. Can you tell me about it? Including the things you haven't told me yet. I want to know about this ship, about you, and about myself. Duncan got up from the barrel and took a seat next to Nina. That's going to be a long story. I'm a person of many stories. All in all, Captain Duncan is that powerful. On the wide deck of the Vanished, Alice was happily going over the great deeds of the captain to the visitors she had. Well, at least 2/3 of the words coming out of her mouth had come from the wooden sculpture known as Goat Head. Whether or not those stories are true or exaggerated, only the storyteller himself would know. But regardless of the truth, Shirley and Morris had listened intently to the details, for they are not versed in the odd makeup of the crew. In fact, the only one still smart enough to avoid being nosy was Dog, who kept up with the aid of reading the newspaper. As expected of the Vanished, Morris stroked his chin in admiration. He studied all his life and only now realized how lacking he was in front of Alice. I have seen many articles about this ship in books, and never could I have imagined how incredible the truth truly was. It's nothing like the stories from the books. As soon as the old gentleman's words came out, a majestic voice suddenly sounded from the side. I strongly recommend you not take Alice's words for facts. Her imagination is far more outrageous than those books you read. Dog was the first to react and scrambled behind Shirley, who also jumped up like a police officer in salute at the captain's return. Do Duncan. Captain, you're finished with your business. Shirley stutters in response. Duncan nodded and stepped down the stairs, followed by a petite figure coming down behind him. Nina. As soon as Shirley saw the person, she jumped and happily ran over for a hug. It's wonderful that you're okay. With this gesture, the black chain on Shirley's arm also directly dragged Dog along, pushing the poor dark hound directly in front of the captain by coincidence. As a result, Dog was now face to face with the main body of Duncan, who looked more menacing and imposing than his avatar within the city. If looks could kill, then Duncan's intimidating face could definitely achieve that. Captain Duncan. A good day, isn't it? Dog robotically greets the ghostly man after being dragged into the bind. Shirley returned the hug with a warm embrace of her own, but hers had more vigor and strength than the Gothic girl's. Then leaning down, she pats the skeletal dog's head, and Mr. Dog, it's good to see you. I'm back. Morris also greeted his student before asking the doll, Miss Alice, what you just said, was it all made up? I didn't make it up. That's what Mr. Goathead told me. Alice's eyes immediately widened like she's shocked. He told me he has served on the Vanished for a century, and he knows better than anyone about this ship. Morris looked confused. Mr. Goathead. My first mate. You won't like dealing with him, Duncan said casually. Then he looked around at the few people standing in front of him like he's doing a head count. Morris, Shirley, Dog, all unscheduled boarders of his ship due to the situation in planned. Although Duncan already planned to use the Vanished's special nature to strip away the pollution in history, he still urgently teleported the guests who had taken refuge in the antique shop just in case. But now that things have calmed down on the city-state's side, it was necessary to consider the future and what to do next. At the very least, Mr. Morris still had relatives in the city and probably didn't want to stay on this ghost ship forever. After a brief thought, he withdrew his gaze. I think you already know where you are, and you already know who I am. As you can see, this is the Vanished, and I am the captain of this famous ship. At least half of the horror legends told in pubs and bedtime stories are about me and this vessel. I will not comment on the veracity and exaggerated descriptions of these legends, but one thing is true, after boarding the Vanished, it is difficult for you to cut off your connection with the ship. In a sense, you are already considered a part of the crew after AI's teleportation and spiritization from the Vanished. Unfortunately, this process is neither reversible nor avoidable. Duncan got straight to the point. This was something he's learned recently about the Vanished and his own power. The earliest example of this would be the White Oak, and the most recent one being Vanna. Morris and Shirley reacted calmer than Duncan had imagined, leaving only Dog to shrug and mutter something no one could hear. It seems they have long thought of this situation and had a certain preparation in place. Duncan deliberated for several seconds before shaking his head with a wry smile. But there is one difference from the legend, his tone becoming lighter. This ship is not just a one-way ticket. I, the captain, as you can see, is not a wild and out-of-control natural disaster like the legend says. You all boarded the ship because of the emergency, therefore, I won't restrict your freedom. This time, Shirley and Morris showed a stronger reaction by popping their eyes. That is to say, we can go back. Morris was the first to speak after comprehending the sentence. Of course, Duncan smiled, Plan's crisis is over. You can come and go as you please, but... Morris tensed up again. Let's go after eating, Duncan said casually, this is my way of showing hospitality. The food on the Vanished is simple, but there are also some specialties that we have, especially the aquatic products. You will have a tough time finding it in the city-states. Chapter 217. The Doubt of the Devout. Heidi suddenly sneezed, startling the young cleric taking notes opposite of herself. Are you okay? The young cleric looked at the psychiatrist with some concern. Is it because you're unwell? Do you feel unusual anywhere? I'm okay. Maybe I got the chill from the cool breeze just now. Heidi waved her hand without waiting for the other party to finish, rubbing her nose and saying, where were we at? We were discussing the two realities that collapsed together and of how one was stripped away following the Vanished's arrival. The young cleric glanced at the clipboard in his hand and read the notes he wrote. You also mentioned the crystal pendant you have may be the key to the phenomenon. The pendant is already shattered, Heidi thought for a moment and nodded. My father obtained it from an antique shop, but I suspect neither my father nor the store owner knew it's a special item. It's just a giveaway, even, the label from the factory is still on the back. So it's an object with supernatural power but was concealed by some unknown means. Then it eventually landed in your possession from the lower city, said the young cleric as he jotted down another line in his notes. Can you tell us about the antique shop and the details of the pendant? It may help us trace the item's origin and why only you remember the final moments of the event we all experienced. Of course, it's no problem, Heidi immediately nodded and explained all she knew. However, the doc soon grew hesitant after reaching a topic. Is everyone back? From what we know so far. Yes, the young cleric nodded. Although nobody can remember the entire event with the burning flames, everything should be back to before the disaster struck. According to the head bishop's explanation, we suffered a historical invasion of our reality. The details are kept private, but it won't be long before everything is made public. He paused as if wondering if he should add, but your situation is the most special. We all remember how the disaster began with the raining hellfire, but only you remember the vanished ever appearing and sweeping away the flames with it. What you saw is likely crucial to resolving the puzzle. I understand, Heidi sighed, suddenly thinking of something else. Then is it better for me to inform my family first? From how things look, I won't be returning anytime soon. We've already sent someone, the young cleric smiled. You don't have to worry. Already notified them? That's good to know, Heidi mused momentarily before nodding. Then let's continue. What else do you need to ask? Okay, next question, do you remember the specific details of the ghost ship that floated in the two histories, and do you recall those details as a trance or auditory hallucination? Vanna came to the main church and broke the peaceful atmosphere inside. This empty and sacred place was tranquil at the moment. Except for the necessary guards at the entrance, only Bishop Valentine stood silently in front of the statue in the main hall. Turning around at the noise, Valentine smiled at the Inquisitor's arrival. The old bishop had already removed his fancy wardrobe and only retained the scepter representing his status within the city. Vanna calmly reports, order in the church district has been restored, the garrisons are returning to their barracks, and the high-ranking priests have gone to the main factories to pacify the steam cores. At least until nightfall comes, we can keep the entire city supplied with gas and fuel without interruption. The old bishop was visibly relieved. You've worked hard, Vanna. I'm only doing my duties, Vanna said softly. The remnants of mental and cognitive confusion after the disaster still linger on everyone. The untrained may still be panicking and locking themselves within their homes and shelters. Even City Hall is a mess right now, leaving only us professionals to take charge for the time being. Valentine nodded and reminded, after nightfall, in addition to ensuring the supply of gas and candles, we must also send more night patrol personnel in various urban areas. Ensure they bring enough lanterns and candles along, and beware of anything lurking in the night. We have just experienced a reality invasion, and the foundations are crippling weak at the moment. Anything can topple it over if we're not careful. Also, some citizens might still be hiding in the various shelters along the island. They may not know what's happening and will refuse to come out. Once their holy oil is exhausted, panic will ensue and become a problem. Vanna agreed and nodded in return, I understand. I will arrange for a team to scout the shelters with me leading the inspections this evening. You should leave it to your deputy, Valentine showed concern at the young inquisitor, go rest. You've done a lot already. Besides, you're still injured. No need. My injuries are basically healed already after returning to the cathedral, Vanna said promptly. Then she eyed the old bishop repeatedly, your previous injury is more serious than mine. You can't compare our situation, Valentine grimaced at the thought of dying. I have recovered from the pollution and been killed twice over after the curtain landed. But even then, I can still see your fatigue. Vanna, however, said nothing and silently turned around. She's now looking up at the goddess statue. What are you thinking? Valentine eventually broke the silence after the atmosphere got very strange. I'm thinking about what to write in the second half of my report, Vanna sighed, and how we should explain this disaster to the Pope. The expression on Valentine's face also grew into a show at once. In a sense. Well, there is no need to make sense, the old bishop eventually sighed after holding back for a moment. The fact is that the vanished's arrival extinguished the historical pollution brought forth by the Enders and prevented the Black Sun from being born. Although we don't know why that ghost captain did all this, there is no doubt about this fact. The old bishop paused, and after nearly half a minute of silence, he continued grimly, plan survived due to the arrival of the vanished. Perhaps, he came for the sun fragment. Vanna thought about the issue a lot but didn't say everything that came to mind. Do you remember the White Oak? The ship ran into the vanished head-on, and only Anomaly 099 was hijacked by the encounter. Perhaps, Captain Duncan's purpose is simpler than what everyone assumed. Stealing the sun fragment and robbing an anomaly is not the same, Valentine shook his head, but you are right. This is indeed the only explanation that can be thought of now. If Her Majesty the Pope needs an answer, this is the only answer we can give. All that remains is to truthfully report everything that happened here and see what conclusions the priests from the Grand Storm Cathedral can come up with. Vanna faintly nods before turning her head towards the goddess statue. Your mind is still unsettled, Valentine could undoubtedly sense that Vanna's state was not quite right. Vanna, we have discussed the affairs of the city-state and the church, what else is shaking your will now? I'm fine. We've known each other for many years. Valentine shook his head. Although you are on the same level as me in terms of the clergy, you have always regarded me as an elder you can trust. I can see that you are bothered by something since you came back. What happened? Vanna didn't answer and continued to stare at the statue of the veiled goddess, and after a good minute, she lowered her gaze and looked at her own body. Dante Wayne's words still seemed to echo in her ears as she did so. In the fire 11 years ago, in the fire source where the Enders used to open up the pollution of history, her uncle didn't actually manage to save herself. That's to say, she should have died back then, on that night. The only reason she's still alive was thanks to the blessing of subspace. You were reborn anew and will die for being renewed, the Ender's words still echoed in the lady's head. She has come back from the dead but hasn't died yet from being renewed. Everything was interrupted thanks to the appearance of the vanished. Now, she still stands well, breathing the earthly air and enjoying the warmth of the living. Even the storm goddess continued to bless her with power, allowing her body to recover from the previous battle's injury. This confused Vanna, who had always wholeheartedly believed in her faith and herself. Yet, she's starting to doubt herself and the goddess for keeping a being of subspace alive like herself. Chapter 218. People who survived. The statue of the storm goddess Gamana stands quietly in the cathedral, majestic, mysterious, and silent as always. That veil covered not only the face of the goddess but also the connection between the two realms. For the first time, Vanna discovered that she didn't understand or even what kind of god she worshipped. All this time, she had taken everything she knew about the storm and the deep sea for granted. Never in her mind did she ever question the teachings or the relationship mortals shared with the gods. With a sudden shudder, Vanna jerked awake from the pounding, leaving her back drenched in cold sweat. Thoughts give rise to heresy, and questioning gives way to darkness. She couldn't believe that those near-deviant thoughts would come out of her own head. She began to question the behavior of the gods, which was almost no different from heresy. However, in the next second, she felt the gentle sound of waves ringing in her ears, and the gaze and comfort from the goddess emerged as usual, further alleviating the accumulated pain in her body and soothing her spirit. Even in this holy ground of the church, even when such wavering thought appeared in my head, the goddess is always watching me. You sure you don't need a break? Valentine's voice suddenly came from the side, interrupting Vanna's wandering mind again. After watching his peer staring at the statue for so long, the old man showed concern. You look like you fell into a trance. Physical injuries are easy to heal, but mental exhaustion can be troublesome. Vanna's expression hesitated, maybe I'm a little tired. Then go and rest. I'll handle the rest here, Valentine said immediately. Then just as quickly, the old bishop added before the other party could say anything, just now, I received news that Mr. Dante has returned to the mansion safely. I think your family would also like to have you by their side. Uncle, Vanna became startled as she recalled the scene of saying goodbye to her uncle before. Then, a strange feeling surfaced from within, dispelling her hesitation about leaving. Okay, then I'll leave first. Go with your mind at peace, Valentine nodded slightly. May the storm shelter you. May the storm shelter, Vanna said softly. A dark grey steam car drove out of the church square, and after crossing the intersection of the central district, which had been checked, it went toward the admin's residence. Vanna sat in the car's passenger seat, and the driver was none other than Heidi, who had just finished being questioned inside the church. Thank you, and sorry for troubling you in giving me a ride, Vanna whispered to her friend while staring out the receded car window. You could have left earlier if not for me. You don't have to be so polite with me, Heidi casually said as she held the steering wheel and observed the road conditions, and I couldn't have left early because the cleric had a lot of questions for me. Besides, the safety measures weren't in place, so there was no way they would have let me leave before then. Vanna didn't comment and continued to stare out the window. She saw the city-state police and guardians patrolling the road together and frightened citizens scurrying about quickly after coming onto the streets, some clearly just coming out of the shelters. Even so, Vanna still felt an indescribable warmth and happiness at this chaotic scene. Fear and tensions proved they're alive, and only those who have survived the disaster are entitled to be anxious. Are you all right? Your condition doesn't look very good, Heidi noticed Vanna's exhaustion and asked. It's the first time I've seen you so unenergetic since childhood. I thought you were forged from a piece of steel. Would you believe me if I told you that I alone fought through the entire city-state when the hellfire rained down? Vanna glanced at her friend and grinned. Her spirit has been getting more relaxed after getting into the car with Heidi, so the worry was unnecessary. I'm exhausted. Of course I do, after all, it's you. I will still believe you if you tell me you fought your way back from subspace. Heidi's expression didn't so much as flinch after hearing her friend's story. Then eyeing her friend up like she's examining a patient, it's no wonder you are like this then. Vanna was confused by the other parties gazing up. Why are you giving me such strange looks? I just got an idea. Heidi now looked serious. Would you like to go to the marriage help center now? Why, EOE.M. Well, you might actually find someone stronger than you now since you're so exhausted. This way, you won't violate your oath and can find a partner. Heidi's train of thought seems to have warped unexpectedly, otherwise, you will keep sending your pairings from the center to the hospital every other day. That instantly brought forth a series of crunching sounds from Vanna's fist. After several seconds of silence, Heidi muttered again, if you are not happy, then just say it. You've always picked on me during our childhood. All my lunches are in your tummy because of that. The car then quieted down again until Vanna broke the silence this time. Thank you, I'm much calmer now. Humph, I am the best psychiatrist in Plant after all. You must keep yourself in good shape when meeting Mr. Dante, otherwise, you will worry him. Heidi grinned and successfully parked the car before the mansion. We're here. Go now, Miss Knight. Cheer up because we all managed to pick up a second life today. A second life. Despite the casual remark from the doc, Vanna's head couldn't help but recall a phrase often spoken by the members of the Death Church: survival is not an innate right but an item that has been paid for in advance. Vanna lowered her eyes and breathed gently, thanking her friend before leaving the car and heading for the front door. Heidi watched her friends departing back, and only after a good moment did she restart the car, leaving with her own woes in mind. Is father safe now? If he is also safe, then, what is he doing now? Lightning and thunder ran rampant outside the cabin, and the wind's continuous battering of the vanished was enough to sink any ordinary vessel. Imagine an indescribable beast that had awoken from its slumber. Its rage was enough to destroy any ordinary interloper that dared to trespass into its domain. The ship's crew watched in horror through the porthole as the flaming giant outside wrestled with its catch through the burning chains extending from his hand. Whatever behemoth this was beneath the waves did not like it, for it was thrashing violently with those tentacles and dragging the ship in the wayside. Shirley and Dog, the latter with the keenest eyes of them all, trembled the hardest at the terrifying scene unfolding before them. Yo-yo, you sure this is the captain fishing? The gothic girl asked the doll, who had been smiling like it's nothing special. Uh-huh. Alice nodded firmly, her expression somewhat confused by the fuss from these city folks. Fishing is the captain's greatest hobby. I finally know why you react that way whenever you talk about Mr. Duncan's fish, Shirley sobs to her partner. If I had known what I had eaten. Before she finished speaking, Morris, who kept his eyes closed out of fear, also yelled in horror at what the girl meant. You ate Mr. Duncan's catch. Fish. How am I supposed to know? Shirley exclaims defensively before turning to Nina. You didn't tell me how your uncle got his fish. I don't know either, Nina shook her head. The girl's expression wasn't as exaggerated as the others, but she did appear quite excited, like she's found a new hobby. Of course, the youthful girl had been watching through the porthole the entire time and didn't once leave it. Hey, do any of you know how those things become fishes? To be fair, Nina's current behavior was actually no different from when she was in the city-state, as cheerful as ever and as lively and sunny as ever. However, this attitude definitely didn't fit in on this vessel that's currently wrestling with a sea monster. Both uncle and niece are absolutely terrifying. Nina scratched her hair like she didn't understand why her friend would say that. Are we? I think it's okay. Out of the blue, Alice suddenly stood up and walked out of the cabin, causing Shirley to jolt up in fright. What are you going to do? Go get dinner, Reed, of course. Miss Doll answered while glancing back. Captain is about to finish reeling in the big fish. This left the unexpected passengers sharing looks between themselves, all showing faces of confusion and distraught. I want to go home, Shirley hugged Dog hard, her eyes already dripping droplets of tears. The red light in the bloody eyes of Dog flickered on and off over the pressure. You're about to strangle me, let go. Morris sighed as well. Teacher, why are you sighing? Nina quickly asked after seeing this. I think I can write a book when I go back, Morris said while spreading his hands. I'm just worried that my daughter will think I have a mental problem like her patients though. Nina. Chapter 219. New crew. Duncan eventually returned to the cabin with the bounty of his hunt in hand. He tossed the giant down with a muffled thud due to its weight and scattered a bunch of small ugly ones from a net he commandeered beforehand. The fishes are struggling real hard today. Fortunately, I am better in arm strength, Duncan explains with a smug grin that somehow fits his achievement. He also wiped his forehead to remove the sweat although there was none. Let's take a look at the catch today. You all mustn't miss out on this opportunity. It's not often the specialty of the sea is displayed like this. Oh, don't judge because of their ugly appearance. Looks can be deceiving. The taste is actually quite good. Why do you all have that expression on your faces? Duncan's gaze then shifted away from his catch and onto the shivering trio of Shirley Dog, and Morris hiding in the back corner of the cabin. Except for the dark hound's difficult to understand skull, the other two were obviously not quite right. Uncle Duncan. As usual, Nina ran over and greeted her uncle. Then the upbeat niece looked at the fish with a curious glint. In her view, these are indeed fish, only uglier and weirder than the ones brought home by her uncle. They're really so ugly, Nina sighed in amazement, even worse than when they're dried. Are these the same fishes we had before? How did they end up like this? Why do they all look like that? Duncan points at the trembling trio. They were frightened by the way you were fishing, Nina explains with a chirp. Then, recalling another thing, she got all embarrassed. Actually, I was also taken aback by your commotion. Your way of catching fish is huge. Do I make a lot of noise when fishing? Duncan frowned suspiciously, seeming to catch on to the truth that's been evading his perception. Did something happen just now? Only then did Morris carefully get up from the chair and cautiously approached. After eyeing up the creature and confirming it's dead, he hesitantly spoke, Mr. Duncan, do you have a bad relationship with the air offspring of the deep sea? So much so that they can be twisted into this form. Duncan was stunned momentarily and finally realized what was happening with this situation. He slowly turned to Nina and asked, so, what I caught isn't a fish in your eyes? Now it is, but not earlier, Nina stuck her tongue out like a kid. You were wrestling with a huge thing just now, like this and this. Nina stretched out her hand vigorously and waved it around to demonstrate what they saw. According to a human's eye, the monster resembled a squid with numerous tentacles. The only difference would be the countless eyeballs planted across the body, making it look creepy and hideous. That's pretty much it, Nina finally finished and turned her sight onto the strange fish again. We never expected it to really become a fish. Duncan got quiet for a while, muttering what he could relate to in the animal kingdom. That sounds like a huge octopus. Shirley, who had hidden on the side without interjecting, finally poked her head over and boldly asked, Octopus? What is that? Actually, you can eat it too, Duncan explains. It may look scary, but it tastes okay and can be stewed due to its chewy texture. As soon as these words came out, Shirley and Morris's expressions got all wonderful again. Duncan didn't care about their fireworks reaction, he was occupied with the new knowledge. This needs to be taken into account for future ventures. So I didn't catch a fish, but an air offspring of the deep sea, the kind that brings fear to a sailor. But why did it change to a fish after I caught it? What caused it to change? Duncan felt like he's catching on to another truth, but with so little detail, he soon converged the questions into one fundamental point: can this fish still be eaten? Duncan felt tight inside. A part of him wanted to keep eating the bounties of the ocean, and the other got weirded out, knowing he was consuming some sea monster. However, the fact remains that these ugly fishes tasted good, and he's already eaten some on the dining table before the truth came out. In the end, the desire to fill his tummy won out. If worse comes to worse, he could always have Alice cook the flesh longer. Just like that, Shirley and Morris watched as the expression on Duncan's face go from unhappy to happy again. Anyways, I'll first send these to the kitchen. Shirley couldn't be cautious anymore and cried, do you really want to eat these? Haven't you eaten them before? Why act so strongly against it? Duncan glanced at the girl with a strange expression. It went well last time, didn't it? Shirley. No matter what the mentality of the visitors, the special dinner of the Vanished was finally served on the table, and for Duncan, today was destined to be a special day. After being deserted for so long, the Vanished finally ushered in a day that could be considered lively. In the cabin in the middle of the deck, the long-closed dining room was reopened, and the bright whale oil lamp dispelled the darkness in the room. It was dim, and a long table was wiped and shining with the most decadent meal this ship had to offer displayed before it: freshly baked bread, vegetable soup, pea stew, jam with mashed potatoes, 2 low-alcohol liquors, and 1 spirit. There's also fish. Oh right. Let's not forget AI fries and ketchup hauled over from planned. The bird's literally in heaven right now. Duncan sat at one end of the long table, Nina sat beside him, Alice on the other side, and Shirley, Dog, Morris, and AI each took a seat along the table as they pleased. To be fair, compared to this huge room, the few people dining here could hardly be called lively. Strictly speaking, there's not even a normal human in here either, the only exception being Morris, but even then, the old scholar was a cleric of knowledge. Morris stared down at the dinner plate before him as Alice hand-cut the grilled fish. The air's flesh and blood smelled fantastic in truth, and the terrifying elements were gone, giving the dish a true aroma. I'm sitting on the vanished, coexisting with a shadow of subspace, and sharing a meal comprised of the meat from a deep-sea air. Out of reflex, Morris almost started to chant the name of Lehem, the god of wisdom. He only stopped because he was more afraid of seeing something he didn't want to see again. The atmosphere at the table appeared a little strained, and Duncan noticed this of course. So, he raised a glass for a toast like any good host would. First of all, I want to welcome all of you. Although the process is a bit unexpected, you are now members of the Vanished. So, let's use this glass of wine as a welcoming ceremony. The entanglement and nervousness in his heart quickly gave in, and Morris hurriedly raised his glass, followed by Shirley and Nina, who were quick learners, but Duncan quickly glanced at the two girls. You two can drink juice. I'm almost an adult. Shirley protested subconsciously. I'll just take a sip, Nina muttered, fruit wine is okay. Then you two are only allowed to drink a little. Duncan looked serious. I'll have Alice watch over you two from the side. Yeah. Uncle is the best. Morris watched the exchange between Shirley, Nina, and Duncan with a hint of surprise. Nevertheless, the scene seemed so grounded, like any ordinary family, which relaxed his tense nerves somewhat. Then came the coughing fit from Nina after she took a sip from the wine. The silly behavior instantly dispelled any gloom and doom in the air, bringing the party into full swing. Pleased by the good mood, Duncan began to go over his plans. After dinner, I'll arrange for AI to send you back to the city-state, he said in a relaxed and calm tone while looking around the table. Mr. Morris, you can go straight home. As for you three, Shirley, Dog, and Nina can return to the antique shop. Nina was still recovering from the coughing fit when she heard this. Uncle, what about you? Of course I'll be waiting for you over there, Duncan chuckled, his gaze falling on Shirley. Actually, it's always been like this. I'm both here and in the city-state. Shirley was a little dazed by the news, blinking her eyes before connecting the dots. I thought. After solving the matter in planned, you will stop paying attention to the city, just like in the stories. The captain will continue his adventures. You're right, the captain will continue to embark on their adventures. The Vanished is still sailing on the boundless sea, you see. Duncan spread his hands to point at the vessel, but the captain still pays attention to the civilized world, and as the crew of the Vanished, you will get to return to your familiar land life. The only difference now is you may be required to reboard the ship when the situation requires it. We still have to come back. Shirley was shocked and blurted this out. Nina also reacted, can we still come back? Chapter 220. Team. Morris and the others were brought on board because of the urgency of the disaster in planned, but even if they did not board the ship today, Duncan already had plans to expand his influence eventually. In his opinion, the few people gathered on the Vanished now actually happened to be good candidates. Morris, a distinguished historian, a polymath, a believer in the God of wisdom, possesses valuable knowledge, which was currently in short demand for Duncan. At the same time, the old gentleman was also part of high class with certain connections and status in the human world, which could also come in handy at the right time. Shirley and Dog, controlled shadow demon and summoner, shared a symbiosis relationship together. Their knowledge and combat power about the shadow realm meant they were able to perceive subjects beyond the wisdom of Morris. Finally, there's Nina, his well-behaved and cute niece, the current carrier of the sun fragment. Duncan's gaze slowly swept over the long table, and around this feast, several faces were nervous, some restrained, and some with simple curiosity. None of them seemed to realize that a very special group has taken shape in this dinner, and what binds this group together is their common identity at the moment, the crew of the Vanished. My previous promise is still valid, that the status of the crew of the Vanished does not restrict your personal freedom. I do not need coercive allegiances, nor sacrificial offerings or anything like that. All of this means nothing to me, Duncan said slowly, his voice low and soft like the waves coming from the porthole nearby. But given the connection between you all share with me now, this connection can be regarded as a loose organized team. Frankly, I've been away from the civilized world for many years. Morris should know very well about this point and how long the vanished hasn't been sighted within the past century. I also know about the many terrifying and frightening stories about me, about this ship, and I admit that these stories have a factual basis to go upon. Truth is, for many years, the ship was out of control. But as you can see, I have regained my humanity and restabilized the state of the vanished, and now I am interested in the civilized world that's a century ahead of my time. Duncan said unhurriedly. This speech was something he came up with during his fishing venture. He needed to recruit a new crew, and considering the doom and gloom history of the vanished, coming out as a gentle and kind captain who regained his sanity was a good starting point. Minimally, it wouldn't send the newcomers fleeing for their lives in the first notion of being recruited. As for the newcomers believing his story or not, that's a problem only the other side could resolve. It has to be said that fishing was indeed a leisurely activity suitable for the mind and body. Duncan feels that he really should thank the gifts from nature, thank the airs of the deep sea. Hearing Duncan's words, Morris's face immediately showed a thoughtful expression. He still had trouble believing what he heard was the true voice and not a fabrication of his illusions. In fact, he also had trouble believing the vanished actually looked like this and not something else entirely. However, he didn't dismiss the friendly attitude of the captain shown thus far. Finally, and gradually, he's starting to be convinced. At least, if this statement were to be true, the friendly performance of this subspatial shadow would become a little more plausible. On the other hand, Shirley was still thinking and not fully comprehending the situation. However, Dog, who was sitting beside the Gothic girl, had already understood everything, that is to say, you need us, to be your kin and do something in this world. It's just a possibility, Duncan said with a smile, when I require the help, I will ask. Also, you've misunderstood something about being my kin, you are to be my crew member. So, it's okay to call me captain or in the same manner as before. Then how will you contact us? Of course, I know you have an avatar in the city-state of planned, but I mean, Morris asks after giving it some thought. I know what you are thinking, Duncan nodded lightly without waiting for the other party to finish. If I want to find you, I will naturally get to you all, and if you need to contact me in an incident, you can call my name or the vanished near a smooth mirror. I can hear it through that medium. In addition, flames can also increase my strength, and if you are in danger, you can light a flame after calling my name. Morris listened, the expression on his face growing a little troubled by the news. He still believed in the god of wisdom at heart, yet now, he's semi-actively joining a heretical group. Then to top it off, he's also learning knowledge from a subspatial shadow, a being equivalent to a god. Out of reflex, the old scholar rubbed the colorful bracelet enchanted with blessings on his wrist. The Lord didn't see it, the Lord doesn't mind, and the Lord believes you are doing the right thing. Meanwhile, Nina's eyes widened slightly after listening to Duncan's words, her face a little excited. It sounds so amazing. This gleeful reaction actually caught Duncan by surprise. Nina, you don't need any additional flames. Nina didn't catch on. Hey? Why? Then without waiting for Duncan to answer, she answered her own question. Oh, I understand, I can. Don't transform here. Duncan saw the air around Nina faintly flaring up and quickly cut her off. Until you can master the power brought by the sun fragment, you are not allowed to try switching to your other form in an enclosed or crowded place. Nina instantly deflated her head. Oh. Duncan became relieved after seeing the air calming down again. So far, Nina has been able to keep the sun fragment's power at bay thanks to the properties of him being a flame usurper. Until the girl fully grasps the magnitude of her newfound flames, it's imperative she does not try anything beyond her control. We may be adding new members in the future, too. Duncan mused for the right words before continuing, so, let's use today's dinner as a standard process for new members when they join. I think it will also help in strengthening the relationship between team members. Morris subconsciously glanced at the dinner plate before him, feeling as if he's glimpsed into the truth. But what else could the scholar say? He's already a member of this ship, has accepted the protection of Mr. Duncan, and the meat of the deep sea air has been placed in front of him as dinner, though more like a ritual offering. It's obviously too late to quit. Then glancing to the gluttonous dove that's diving headfirst into the mountain of fries, the old scholar could only sigh inwardly. He's always been a man of learning, and now he's gotten his chance to become legendary. What more could he ask for? But before he could continue this spiraling self-inflicting comfort, Miss Alice had suddenly stood up and broken the silence by speaking to the captain. "Ah, Captain, are there going to be more crew members aside from me in the future? You just realized?" Duncan glanced at the puppet casually. "Of course you are no longer the only crew here, and before they leave, you will have to teach them the crew code, just like how Goat had taught you back then." Alice dumbly blinked for a second before getting the point. Then out of habit, she clapped her hand and giggled like a kid. "Okay. Then I'll later." In the next second, perhaps due to the excitement, a familiar pop suddenly sounded in Duncan's ears. Next thing everyone knew, a blonde head had rolled onto the middle of the table in plain view, causing a momentary silence to hang over the air. "Ah! Her head is off, her head is off." Shirley's frantic scream was the first to break the awkward mood. Chaos promptly ensued within the room, mainly Shirley and Nina running around and losing their minds. Meanwhile, Dog and Morris were busy trying to calm the kids down without losing their own cool. And that's how the new crew members of the Vanished started out their meeting. Chapter 221. Reunion. The familiar house stood silently at the end of the quiet neighborhood, the bright and warm lights shining through from the windows when Heidi peered ahead. It's already dark outside, and only the street lights now brought light to the city. The doctor didn't know what awaited her at home, but she knew it's not possible to keep avoiding the issue. Slowing her vehicle down, the lady takes in a deep breath before continuing forward. The scene of saying goodbye to her father still lingered in her head as if it only happened moments ago. Back then, her father had obviously noticed something terribly wrong with the city, and him sending her was his form of protection. "Father told me to seek refuge in the cathedral, yet he went to that antique shop in the lower city, why?" A wisp of doubt suddenly appeared in Heidi's mind, but quickly subdued this thought. For the time being the light in the foyer of her home was on, and it's beckoning her to go in. She drove the dark grey car smoothly into the courtyard and stepped out of the vehicle. To her surprise and astonishment, what awaited Heidi inside wasn't Morris, her father, but her mother at the dining hall. The old lady wore a woolen shawl with dark blue stripes and sat in a chair with a backrest. She also wore a delicate brown-rimmed glass that gave the senior a rather scholarly look while she read the pile of newspaper stacked atop of the table. Heidi froze at the door, unable to comprehend the picture for a while. The doc couldn't remember the last time her mother left the bedroom. Of course, they always kept an empty seat at the dining table just in case, but no one ever sat on it. Naturally, Heidi found it strange why her mother wouldn't come out, but after so many years, she's gotten used to her mother's condition and habits. Yet now, she's finally able to witness her mother sitting in that perennially empty chair. It's almost surreal. Heidi subconsciously took a couple of steps forward, and the sound of her feet finally caught the attention of the old woman at the table. "Ah, Heidi, you're back." The old lady smiles and beckons, greets her daughter with a wave. Heidi wanted to say something and discovered she's unable to come up with a proper greeting. Despite going to her parents' room daily to converse, this was the first time they had done so outside the bedroom. The last occasion happened more than 10 years ago. "I got held at the main cathedral, are you, okay?" "I'm fine, I'm right here," her mother answered happily. Those eyes now gave a sense of energy that Heidi never saw in them before, which showed in the form of the old lady getting up from the chair and slowly coming over. "Let me take a good look at you. I haven't taken a proper look at you in a long time. Don't we see each other every day?" Heidi said subconsciously, only to realize her mother looked worried while caressing her hair. "How come you came out to the dining room? Are you feeling better today?" Her mother's smile deepened some more. "It's okay now, it's okay now. By the way, why hasn't Morris come back yet? Father hasn't come home yet." Heidi was shocked when she heard this, causing a faint pang of worry to sprout inside. "He should have arrived home earlier than me. The place he went to isn't as far as the Grand Cathedral. Maybe his car broke down partway," her mother said slowly, "and his driving skills have never been worthy of a compliment. Come, let's wait for him together." Heidi nodded hesitantly and followed her mother back to the table. Then she noticed the sumptuous meals on the table. They were not the usual dishes made by the temporary maids hired at home. "You did this?" Heidi looked up, slightly surprised. "You haven't cooked in a long time." "Oh, you noticed? I haven't cooked for a long time, so I had to ask the maids for help a lot. There are many ingredients that I didn't know where. Maybe the taste will be a bit off because of that." Her mother faintly smiles. "Fortunately, I remember the general process. Heidi eyed the food on the table and couldn't resist picking up a fork to try. However, her mother's familiar voice stopped her. Wait for your father to come home and then we can eat. I haven't heard those words for many years. Then catching the dog off guard, a faint flapping sound of wings suddenly came from outside, followed by the sound of a key turning. Father is back. Morris unlocked the door to his own with a dazed appearance. The after effects of traveling with AI's teleportation was no joke, it's both nauseating and dizzying. Nevertheless, he eventually managed to come out of it and saw his wife and daughter sitting at the dining table, the dinner prepared and set. It finally dawned on the old scholar this was no illusion but a miracle that became a reality after years of waiting. After standing like a sculpture for who knows how long, Morris finally stepped forward, walking faster and faster with each stride. The shock of sharing a meal with the owner of the vanished paled in comparison to finding his wife alive and well. The burden of making a wish years ago has left him, and now, he could finally enjoy life again. Likewise, Morris's wife rose from the table, allowing the couple to share a long overdue hug. I finally get to see you, the old scholars whispered, seemingly afraid Heidi would overhear his words. Okay, that's enough. Our daughter is watching. You still have a lot of time to explain what happened. Don't rush it. Oh, you're right, you're right. Morris responded with some panic. He let go of his wife, turned his head around, and saw Heidi staring right at him with surprise. Ahem. I'm sorry I came back late. The car broke down on the way. I needed to find someone to tow it back tomorrow, Morris explained unnaturally and then quickly changed the subject. Are you all right? Over at the cathedral side, is everything fine? Except for being frightened and confused, I'm just as unscathed as everyone else, Heidi replied, inspecting her father up and down. But you, why do I feel like you're acting weird? Did something happen on the way back? What can be wrong with me? Morris said immediately, afraid Heidi would lead the topic to his past arrangement. Then he noticed the hearty meal on the table, causing the old scholar's face to turn troubled. I've already eaten before coming back, he said hesitantly, on the she. I ate at Mr. Duncan's place. Once again, those ugly and scary fish came to his mind again. At the subspace feast, he was as nervous about the fish as the eccentric dark hound, but under the gaze of Mr. Duncan, he still ate the meat. As to what exactly happened next, he honestly couldn't remember. The only aspect that remained was how fragrant it smelled and tasted. But his wife's voice came from the side, interrupting his thoughts. I made it myself. Mother hasn't cooked in years, Heidi followed, she feels better today, so. Then I'll eat some more. When Morris said in a hurry after hearing the detail. Then not waiting for his daughter to guide him, he dived right in with the soup bowl as a starter. How does it taste? The wife asked expectantly. Sort of, salty, Morris said hesitantly, but then picked up the bowl again and took a few more gulps. Salty, too salty. You always made it salty. If you don't want to eat then don't eat it. I didn't say it didn't taste good. Then shut up and eat. Why are you talking so much at the table? Heidi glanced back and forth between her parents. She hadn't heard a conversation like this in years. Yet, after so long, nothing seemed to have changed. So, the doc burst out laughing and cut off a piece of fried meat for herself. Indeed, it's a bit salty. When Vanna was finally home, she didn't need to act like the strong and powerful leader that she was, therefore, her woes about the subspace blessing didn't go unnoticed by Admin Dante during their conversation. However, the man was keen enough to avoid the subject as well, just like how the powerful lady didn't want to touch the subject. But Vanna herself knew that the burden in her heart didn't just revolve around the truth about her own existence being the blessing of subspace. In fact, it had nothing to do with her own life and death. She returned to the bedroom, closed the door, and went to the dresser to take out an ornamented ceremonial dagger from the drawer. This was a sacred relic of the Storm Church and a gift personally blessed and given to her by Bishop Valentine after the baptism. This relic symbolizes the beginning of her faith for Gamana, the storm goddess. Chapter 222. Shaken. As usual, Vanna calmed down and silently recited the sacred passage from the Storm Codex in her heart. Then she took out a half-burned candle inscribed with runes from the drawer and placed it at the side before lighting it. A small bright flame jumped into life on the tip of the wick, and the calming aroma slowly spread around the room with the volatile compound of the oil it's made of. Vanna wasted no time breathing in the smell, allowing the dagger blade to slit a small opening in her hand. The blood soaked into the fine lines inscribed on the dagger due to this, as if absorbed by whatever mystical power this object wielded. There's a brief sting from the gesture, but that's only for a few seconds before the goddess's blessing healed the lady's wound. She stared down at the ritual dagger, not moving an inch. Vanna knew her indecision was silly when performing a ritual, but she wanted to see for herself it was not her illusion that it's working. So, once done and confirmed it's going as planned, she placed the blue-soaked dagger over the flame and allowed it to burn. Please hear, goddess of the storm, gospel of the deep sea, maiden of the quiet sea, hear me, your faithful follower needs guidance. The flames crackled, and the blood on the dagger suddenly ignited with unsettled sparks, the signal that the channel had established. Using blood as a guide, a saint could create a communication line with the higher realms. In a way, this could even be seen as talking directly to the gods. The gentle battering of the waves sounded in her ears as she expected. Then Vanna felt the air around her becoming moist, followed by a saltiness hitting her nose before the entire scene changed around the room. The familiar bedroom disappeared, and the surroundings turned into an endless body of water. It's faintly glowing from beneath the surface, and hundreds of mysterious light sources continuously swam around like one could imagine a swarm of jellyfish carrying out their life cycle. But that's not what she's here for. Before long, Vanna had noticed the blurry image of a lady coming into existence within the waters. From the initial impression, it looks like a lady in a long white dress with numerous hazy shadows spreading out behind her in multiple directions. Vanna couldn't see past the veiled face, but there was no doubt in her heart that this was the avatar of the storm goddess. It's a small sliver of the Gamina's power, and it's been condensed into human form so a mortal like Vanna could seek an audience during troubled times. Unexpectedly, despite being the one to initiate a ritual to seek help, it was the goddess's avatar who initiated the desire to speak not verbally, but an urging directly into the mind of the Inquisitor's head. Vanna slightly hesitated before seemingly making up her mind to speak bluntly, I have survived to this day because of subspace. Why did you choose me as a saint and send me your blessings knowing this? The hazy and blurry avatar did not move, but Vanna did not dare to force a reply. She knows that although what she saw was only a projection, this projection was indeed a direct link to Gamina. Her very question was a risk, an offense to the goddess. Eventually, after an unknown amount of time in this spatial dimension, an idea suddenly entered the Inquisitor's brain similar to an implant. It makes no difference. It makes no difference. Vanna was stunned. This confusing answer was even more challenging to understand than obscure and broken prophecies given to the faithful. She instinctively felt there should be some other context in this answer, but she failed to understand the information and could not find the next clue. Finally, out of desire and reflex, she asked, what makes no difference? I don't understand why you would choose someone like me knowing I'm tainted by subspace. However, Vanna's sentence didn't get to finish before the illusions around her started to warp and twist violently, followed closely by a different soft bright light coming up from the depths of the sea. It pulsated like a beating heart, causing the goddess's avatar to weaken to the point of collapse. This new entry pushed the connection between the two out, however, Vanna did catch a few broken words before then, time is limited. Soon. Critical. The connection completely broke after the last word. Vanna found herself rudely thrown back to the real world, heart pounding and breathing suffocating as she convulsed for air. She looked around, finding the illusions gone with the dagger she assumed was still in her hand gone, dropped to the floor without her knowledge. The only undisturbed thing was the ruined candle still quietly burning at the table, the flames beating restlessly. After an unknown amount of time, Vanna's gaze finally withdrew from the candle flame, and she picked up the dropped dagger and slowly put it back in the drawer. Her mind was swirling with the only information that had entered her mind during that brief exchange. There is no difference and time is limited, about to hit critical. She still couldn't understand what the former meant. As for the latter, it had a clearer meaning, but what exactly was about to hit critical that's still out of her grasp. Is the goddess telling me that something major is about to happen? Are you warning me that I have limited time to prepare for something important? What does critical mean? What's critical? Another crisis? Another reality invasion level disaster? Is it related to the crisis that Plant just lived through? This prayer did not calm Vanna's mood and caused her to become even more unsettled than during the day. But suddenly, a strange color appeared in the afterglow of the corner of her eye, making her chaotic thoughts stop instantly. The flame jumping on the ruined candle had turned green at some point. In the next second, she jerked, looked up at her dresser's oval mirror, and met eye to eye with Captain Duncan. Are you all right? The gloomy and majestic figure spoke and inquired. It's you. Vanna jumped and distanced herself from the mirror. You disrupted my ritual just now. Ritual? I think you misunderstood. Duncan shook his head. I suddenly sensed your aura growing extremely chaotic. That's why I came to check on the situation. I might have missed some enemy hidden in the city without realizing it. It seems I've been reckless to come unannounced. Sensing my aura, that's why he came to check? Question marks popped up over Vanna's head due to her doubt regarding the answer and the meaning behind certain words. If she didn't know better, the lady might have assumed the ghostly captain was actually a pervert and stalking her in bed. Don't worry, you're still in the real world, Duncan said casually, so I strongly recommend that you don't jump chop me like the last time. You're really going to make a mess of your room. I'm not a brute who only knows how to jump. Vanna suddenly found communicating with this ghost captain was really tiring. The other party's words and deeds would always exceed the records in the archives, and whenever he appeared, it would always catch her off guard like now. It's becoming exhausting. What else are you planning besides coming to check? I thought, you've left completely. Duncan in the mirror frowned as if a little troubled by the overly wary and hostile attitude of the young inquisitor in front of him. You can relax a little, preferably a little more polite too. I have indeed left, but the distance in time and space does not mean much to me. Besides, I just protected your city-state. Don't you think you should at least say thank you? Vanna stared intently at the ghost captain, and after a few seconds of deliberation, she suddenly took a step forward and actually lowered her head. Thank you very much for your help. At least in this matter, Pland owes you a huge debt. This blunt thank you exceeded Duncan's expectations. He thought this girl's brain would be as solid as her muscles, but she's apparently more than just bronze. It's fine. No need to be so serious. I was just mentioning it. We may have different positions, but your act of sheltering Pland cannot be denied. Vanna raised her head with a serious expression. Countless people have survived the disaster today. For that, I must thank you as the Inquisitor out of duty. She paused and then spoke with a straight face, but this does not mean I have relaxed my guard against you and the vanished. We still can't determine what your purpose is for the civilized world. At least until I confirm this, I'm all. Okay, I see what you mean, Duncan interrupted Vanna, who smiled at the young Inquisitor like an amused senior. The other party's words and attitude were far from polite, but this kind of overly straight personality was also not dislikable. Then let's speak about something else. You seem to be in trouble. Vanna met Duncan's gaze and took a few seconds before taking a small breath. Sorry, it has nothing to do with you. Irrelevant, but I'm curious, Duncan said lightly, whether you want to admit it or not, you can't dispel the imprint I've left on you. Vanna, I can sense your bad state at the moment. Maybe I can help you. Chapter 223. Enhance Understanding. To be fair, Duncan was being genuinely sincere on this topic. He admired the tough-willed and straightforward Inquisitor, admired her performance in that disaster, and even if he put aside this admiration, he cherished Vanna's existence as his special node. If there's not a sufficient level of coincidence, placing such a node among the top brass of the church wouldn't be an easy task, let alone forming the most basic level of friendship with them. In addition, Vanna's straightforwardness determined that she wouldn't deny Duncan's merits in sheltering Pland. He couldn't say for certain about others in the church who are wholeheartedly against heretics and the likes. Of course, Duncan's sincerity still remained more or less scary to others on the receiving end, that much he knew. Imagine an unbreakable connection similar to a curse, a subspatial shadow that could invade one's mind at will, a superior being powerful enough to reverse the pollution of history but with an unclear purpose. If it weren't for Vanna's indomitable will, the latter would have had a mental breakdown several times over by now. What exactly do you want? Vanna took a small breath, reluctant to show any form of weakness despite already swaying inwardly. And don't say make some fries anymore. I want to hear something serious. Actually, making fries is serious, Duncan looked helpless, and a lot of ketchup if you can. Vanna. Isn't it obvious? I'm improving the food situation on my ship. Duncan suddenly bellowed a hearty laugh because none of Vanna's reactions exceeded his expectations. Then he strolled around in the mirror to seek a comfortable spot for sitting. Vanna, what do you think a captain like me usually does on my off time? What you usually do? Vanna blinked in bafflement. Unknowingly, the conversation had shifted from a tense atmosphere to one shared between two friends on an afternoon. I never thought about it. Yes, you haven't thought about it. Nobody ever thinks about these problems. Who would? I'm the infamous ghost captain that has committed heinous acts of subverting the mortal world, right? Duncan said, spreading his hands helplessly. I have a very, very big ship to take care of, and there are a lot of headaches on that ship. My crew often makes a mess, and every time I look around, they're either running around and causing trouble or giving me a headache. But my biggest problem isn't that, it's my water supply. I'm recently considering installing a boiler aboard. Do you have any recommendations? I don't know much about boilers. Wait, no, this isn't right. Vanna subconsciously cried out, her voice and eyes showing shock and disbelief. Then, for a brief second, she realized how ridiculous the conversation had gotten. Why are you suddenly telling me this? And, are you serious? Duncan adjusted his posture and met the Inquisitor's eyes, his expression serious. Vanna, have you noticed I am not as scary as you think? The unknown brings fear, and now, you are starting to know more about me. Vanna didn't comment because she struggled to keep up with the captain's rhythm. But after a moment of silence, she slowly exhaled and tried to change the subject. By taking the sun fragment, you have also cleared another hidden danger in the city-state of planned. I should express my gratitude for this. The corners of Duncan's mouth quivered imperceptibly. There's no need for thanks. I have a hobby of collecting. But what he actually wanted to say was that he just sent the sun fragment back to planned. Although Nina was initially excited to spend the night on the ship, she soon discovered that she couldn't sleep right without being in her own bed. Naturally, Duncan was afraid that when he said this, the person on the opposite side would do a jump chop. Vanna didn't notice the instantaneous change in the other party's expression. Instead, she just nodded slightly and continued, now that order in the city-state has gradually been restored, the aftermath of the pollution caused by the Enders has completely subsided. Those cultists who summoned the Black Sun, as they wished, became firewood for their own cause. I hope you are satisfied with this result. Good enough, but they'll pop up sooner or later again anyway, Duncan said casually. Heretical worshippers are the byproduct of evil gods, and as long as those roots are not eliminated, cultists are going to continuously sprout up. Vanna listened thoughtfully to everything Duncan said, causing her expression to grow curious. It sounds like you have a bad relationship with those heretical worshippers. You want intelligence. Duncan beamed a smirk. I get it. This is a rare opportunity to know how Captain Duncan and the Vanished operated after nearly a century. But it's okay, you can be blunt and ask me. Vanna was a little speechless there, and her expression visibly flustered with embarrassment at being caught. I don't like those cultists, both Suntists and Enders. As for the Annihilators who worship the Netherlord, I don't have many details, but most should be crazy individuals who annoy me. Duncan spread his hands and shrugged, so, you can directly report this matter to those above you. Just say that the Vanished and the three major cults are enemies, and if conditions permit, Captain Duncan will happily destroy any cultist who appears before him. This information should be useful. Thank you for answering. Vanna hesitated but nodded with a rather heavy note. Is there anything else you want to know? Duncan asked again. Vanna pursed her lips. Of course there were more, but she didn't know if it was the right choice to ask the ghost captain about her faith wavering and the truth about subspace. Ultimately, she abstained from touching the topic of her wavering and focused on questions related to subspace. I'm wondering if subspace will respond to mortal wishes, and at what cost does one need to pay to learn this information? Vanna specifically mentioned the cost at the end because she knew very well how grave the topic truly was. She's not afraid to pay the price. Don't be so nervous because there is no cost. Duncan laughed wildly in the mirror. Unlike what everyone thinks, I'm not familiar with the subject either. Vanna. Why does everyone think I will know a lot about the secrets of subspace? Duncan rubbed his forehead a little helplessly. It's true I've been to that place, but I'm not doing population research in subspace either. Would you know everyone who lives in your neighborhood block? Vanna nodded. I do. Duncan. Vanna quickly realized her folly and showed a flushed face, this time deeper and redder like a child. Of course, there may be some that I'm less familiar with. Oh, I see what you mean. Although I can't answer your question, I can see that this question is related to your current bad state. Duncan resumed his serious voice. Something from subspace is bothering you. Vanna only stared at the ghost captain in the mirror, her face saying it all without words. I mean, besides me, Duncan quickly added. I don't know. Vanna shook her head and opened her mouth again as if she wanted to say something, only to stop at the last second. It's fine. It seems that you still have some concerns. I can understand why. Duncan didn't care and shrugged, but if something in subspace bothers you, you can ask me for help. At least in this area, I can help you. Vanna fell silent, and after nearly 10 seconds, she suddenly broke the silence. Why? You're asking why I'm willing to help you. Duncan's voice sounded from the mirror, still majestic and even a little gloomy to Vanna, but it seemed more gentle and sincere at the moment. Maybe it's because I fought alongside planned. Vanna, I admire your fortitude and bravery. The figure in the mirror stood up, indicating the ghost captain was ready to leave. This brought a wave of relief to Vanna. She couldn't tell whether she was vigilant and cautious or simply nervous, but the other party's intention to leave lifted a burden off her shoulder. But when Duncan's figure was about to completely dissipate from the mirror, she seemed to remember something else and spoke up. Wait, there is one more thing. Duncan turned his face slightly. Hey. In the future, Vanna froze a little, organizing her language again before speaking with a slight hesitation. I mean, if you're still going to show up in the future, can you not always be so sudden? Duncan didn't respond, his face shrouded in shadows deep within the mirror, leaving the lady unable to make out his expression. After a few seconds, Vanna heard the other person's voice come into her ears. Next time, I will knock on the door. Chapter 224. The captain never left. The figure in the mirror really left without doing anything extraneous, as he said at the beginning he just came to check on the situation. Vanna stared at the mirror with a vigilant face for a while longer before finally letting herself deflate. Then immediately afterward, she fell into a short period of self-reflection and paranoia. The paranoia was due to her professional habit as the Inquisitor. It's tough for her to trust a person who has been carrying out a century-long string of horror legends. As for self-reflection, that's even simpler. Unlike her usual sharp demeanor regarding the supernatural, she had gradually weakened her vigilance in communication with the infamous ghost captain. This was an undeserved sign of weakness. She didn't like it since it shouldn't be happening to her. At the end of it, Vanna could only give herself a slap to get out of this slump. In any case, the city has survived, and she would inform Bishop Valentine about the events of this evening's interaction by tomorrow morning. Also, the part about her own wavering faith. The young Inquisitor sighed, fading into the darkness after extinguishing the light in her bedroom. On the second floor of the antique shop in the lower city, Duncan withdrew his gaze towards the main cathedral and instead shifted it toward the city's night scene. He didn't know what had happened to Vanna, but it was clear that the young Inquisitor's mental state had just experienced a brief and dangerous shake-up. This unstableness even directly alerted his awareness, forcing him to make a projection directly into the real world to see what was happening. Looking back at things now, the aura he felt on Vanna before was faintly familiar. The aura had been hidden in the depths of her spirit. If he would describe it, the sensation would be like the bottom of the vanished, the area where he confronted the weird, chaotic light show and that creepy door. Again, it's the sensation of engaging subspace. Then there's the question Vanna asked him at the end of the conversation, so it's very possible she's being harassed by something related to subspace. Duncan's fingers unconsciously tapped the windowsill, guessing the truth with the clues he concluded. Unlike before, he had strengthened his imprint on the other party. This force should be able to help the lady resist the erosion that might arise, but the crux of the question was, why did a hint of subspace suddenly appear on Vanna, a high-level saint? Duncan's thoughts began to wander, and he suddenly recalled another detail or knowledge he had learned a while back. Under certain circumstances, the souls of believers in the four gods are more likely to be eroded by subspace than mortals, and their souls will even directly generate a rift connecting the real dimension to subspace. For example, the chapel on the 6th block was a perfect example, where the presiding nun became a catalyst for the evil creatures within the void. Could something similar happen to Vanna? If so, what is behind this counterintuitive phenomenon? After a minute of contemplation, Duncan exhaled and turned away from the window. In any case, he should pay more attention to this special node in the future. Currently, Vanna still lacks trust in him, meaning she wouldn't take the initiative to tell him any of her secrets. Along the way back to his own bedroom, Duncan unexpectedly heard the giggling voices of two young girls coming from the next room over, Nina and Shirley. Despite returning to the city-state from the vanished, they seemed rather excited, especially Nina. The child didn't seem to have suffered any psychological trauma by visiting the eerie ghost ship, nor did she have any apprehension about the future. In fact, Nina was as cheerful as ever, to the point it's disturbing. Is it the influence of sun fragment? Or is it because she has a strong receptive personality? Duncan mused, discovering some unexpected talent of Nina's. As night fell, the cold, pale glow of the rift that was the world's creation hanging overhead eventually blanketed the vanished's deck. "Captain! Where are we going next?" Alice, in her rush, came barging up to the bridge. "There is no destination for now, so let's leave the busy route between the city-states." Duncan glanced down at the doll staring at him with those glowing purple eyes. "You seem to be in a good mood." "Yes, yes." Alice nodded chirpily. No matter how elegant and noble her appearance was, it's all been destroyed when she's nodding cheerfully like right now. "The ship is so lively today. For the first time, I finally know what it's like to spend time with so many people. It's not always fun to bring people together, you know? But it's probably a little harder for you to understand my meaning," Duncan said casually, "plus, keep your nodding under control. You freaked the daylights out of them when your head popped off." "Ooh," Alice hurriedly held her head, then got a little worried. "Then they won't you stop coming because of this, right?" "Not that I'm aware of." "Don't worry about it." Alice hummed a nod and then remained quiet for a few seconds before asking again, "So, will I be able to go to the city-state in the future? I didn't even get to see the world properly this time. Things got so messy and dizzying." Duncan's gaze swept over the sea before shifting it back to Alice. "Of course, tomorrow I can ask AI to send you to the antique shop. I still need your help at the store." "Really?" Alice's eyes visibly lit up with surprise. "I thought, we won't return to the city-state for a while. You are finished with the business over there, right?" Duncan did not answer the other party immediately. Instead, he kept his mouth shut briefly before replying, "So you think I only went over to Plant because I have business there?" Alice blinks in confusion, scratching the back of her head. I don't know." Duncan shook his head with a faint smile before letting go of the steering wheel. There was a slight creak from the Vanished due to this action, and the mast's sails tightened a little, signaling the ship had gone into a cruising state where Goathead took over. "We're just solving the trouble made by a bunch of cultists," Duncan said casually to Alice as he stepped down from the helm and walked toward the captain's room. "As for planned, I believe that city-state is fated for me." As expected of being the captain, his words are so profound, Alice mutters alone in the rear after being left behind. Eventually, Duncan arrived back at the door of the captain's compartment, where the words "Door of the Lost" were inscribed on the frame as always. Inhaling deeply, he calmed his spirit and pushed it open with a huff. A hazy and distorted mist appeared promptly in front, devouring Duncan's existence as he fell into an empty, weightless space. Then, in the next instant, he was through, back in the familiar and quiet environment of the other world. Zhou Ming opened his eyes and surveyed his bachelor apartment. As usual, the first thing he did when he returned was to confirm the general situation of the entire room. Everything was as he left it. Whether it was the dense fog outside the window or the string of scraps he left around the windowsills had ever been moved. Despite knowing there was no point in doing so, he treated this series of confirmations as some task that had to be done. After Zhou Ming was done, the second thing he did was to come to his desk, where he found a miniature sculpture with an appearance similar to Plan sitting quietly in place. Exquisite and restored, every detail was vivid to the eye. In fact, he's pretty sure every floor tile of every street had been perfectly replicated on this model. Or, to put it another way, this was the projection of the real Plant presented in another form within his bachelor apartment. "It's here, as expected." Zhou Ming exhaled softly, sat down at the table, and examined his newfound exquisite toy. Compared to the model of the Vanished, the size of this city-state was obviously much more extensive but also obviously not scaled in equal proportions. From the initial assessment, it seems to fit into a separate shelf compartment as if it were specially tailored for that spot. And, of course, no shadow of any inhabitants exists in this vivid city-state model. It looks like the people living in the city-state are omitted. Zhou Ming wondered, repeatedly examining the model before picking it up entirely and bringing it over to the shelf with both hands. Once done with putting it away, he took 2 steps back and silently admired his new collection. The Vanished has moved away from Planned, but the captain never left his precious city-state. Chapter 225. The Late Sunrise. After putting away his new collection, Zhou Ming did not leave the room directly as usual. Instead, he sat on the chair opposite the shelf and fell into deep thought while staring at the models. He was trying to summarize and understand what these collections represented. For a long time now, this bachelor apartment and the world opposite the door were isolated from one another. Aside from the door itself, only he could pass through the two worlds. In a sense, the models of the vanished and planned that appeared in the room are equivalent to breaking this rule. They are clearly related to the world opposite the door, and their properties clearly carry supernatural attributes. Supernatural attributes should not be a concept on this side. In addition, the emergence of these two collections had a common rule. He could see they are things that have, at some point, completely burned by the ghost fire and controlled by his own consciousness. Zhou Ming quietly pondered, summing up the rules little by little, and finally, he believed that burning and control should be the two necessary conditions for the emergence of these collections. For example, the original white oak had also been burned by the flames of the vanished, but he didn't take the initiative to control that ship back then. To be precise, he did not exert any influence or instructions on the white oak, so after the burning, the ship did not form a corresponding model in the room except for leaving a strong marking. Meanwhile, he had actively controlled and purified the city-state after it had burned, effectively meeting the two requirements of producing a model on this side. So, what use can this transformation provide me? What's the meaning behind these models and this collection? Zhou Ming's gaze fell on Plan's model, slightly closing his eyes to perceive what he suspected. The breeze blowing through the port area in the southeastern parts of the island, the delicate waves battering the beach, and the rumbling noise of the steam factories in the upper city. Then, he reopened his eyes with an understanding light. It's as he theorized. Unlike in the past, he's now able to see and feel everything within the city-state. In essence, this model had given him the authority to control the entire island at will. The same authority as with the vanished and its properties. Zhou Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully, realizing what this implied and the possibilities this included. For example, he could order all the bells to ring at will or sink into the sea at a whim. If worse, he could even tell the island to enter the spirit realm. Zhou Ming subconsciously stopped rubbing his chin when his brainstorming reached this point. Reason? He just got another idea, a very terrifying idea. What if I ordered the city-state to sink into subspace? Zhou Ming's eyes locked in place, shuddering at himself for even having such evil thoughts. Make no mistake, he wouldn't actively send an entire city into a plane of existence that's feared even by demons. But what if? Let's say he did it by accident. At a whim? A careless remark if he somehow got drunk? A person without control wouldn't know what they're doing. Zhou Ming started to gasp heavily, finding it hard to breathe at the immense authority he suddenly found himself with. Then, with wobbly legs, he slowly stood up from the chair and stared at the two models on his shelf with a look of fear and awe. It's no wonder the world feared the vanished. How can any single person wield such power? Zhou Ming took one last deep look at his collection, gripped the desk's corner, and swung around. He needed to get away from this suffocating room and calm himself. Back over in the mapping room of the captain's room, Goathead was still controlling the vessel when he overheard the movement from the forbidden door. Creaking its head in that direction, the wooden sculpture saw the familiar figure of Duncan appearing. Ah! The great captain is back for his loyal first mate. Your exploits are known to everyone, and your great power makes the boundless sea. Duncan did not say anything, instead, he sat down at the mapping table and silently stared at the poor sculpture. This eerie awkwardness actually managed to shut Goathead up for a bit. However, a blabbermouth will always be a blabbermouth. After a minute of calm, he couldn't resist and asked, Captain, aren't you going to tell me to shut up like usual? Duncan continued to look indifferent. I suddenly got an idea. How long can you babble for if I don't? Goathead immediately got all energetic when he heard this and ignored the mocking undertone of Duncan's words. Then you've come to the right place. Your loyal first mate is well versed in the various recipes of the boundless sea. I can go from day to night just on this one topic if you like, and if you are interested, I can also classify the 137 butter biscuits. Okay, shut up, Duncan quickly interrupted the other party, shaking his head helplessly. I thought you would at least have the concept of shame. Goathead shook its head, creating a crunching sound around the neck as a result. Its dark face had now completely locked onto Duncan's with those obsidian bead eyes. Captain, you seem to have something on your mind? We've just accomplished an unprecedented feat. What else can affect your mood? An unprecedented feat, Duncan muttered softly, then shook his head. You can feel it too, right? The connection between planned and the vanished now. Of course. Goathead immediately replied, not forgetting to tout about the feat. I never thought there would be such a day. Your greatness is astounding, and your hunt this time is an entire city. So what's next? Are we going to Lunsa first or Cold Port? Or frost is good too. Duncan waved his hand, silencing the wooden sculpture. I'm not interested in hunting for the time being. I only want to tell you that I don't have the energy to continuously stare at such a large place. If you sense something that shouldn't be in that city, warn me and provide me with the details. Of course, your main job is still to man the ship. Gladly. Goathead immediately said, this is a breeze for me, and I will definitely live up to your expectations. Duncan nodded slightly, then swept his gaze over the wall and the window port. Before he knew it, the night had passed. After a few seconds, Duncan suddenly jerked around. What time is it? Goathead was startled, unsure of why the captain was acting out. It should be morning. It's time for the sun to rise. The sun hasn't risen yet, Duncan said in a deep voice, his expression unusually serious. Then he turned his head sharply and stared at the ticking clock hanging on the wall. Sunrise should have happened 14 minutes ago. Goathead momentarily fell into silence as Duncan stared daggers at the mechanical device that might have been misaligned without his knowledge. The sun of this world, the Supervision 001, rose and set with a precision unseen in any other object of this world. As far as Duncan knew, this had never changed since he came to this weird and dangerous world. Yet, today's sun did not rise in time. Ordinary people may not have noticed this change, but Duncan definitely did, and this disturbed him. Perhaps, we only need to wait a while, Goathead voiced his opinion then, seemingly apprehensive about the subject. You see, the weather at sea is always elusive. Maybe something had blocked it. Duncan ignored what Goathead was saying. He was still looking at the clock, but in the next second, a subtle golden light appeared at the edge of his field of vision. It was coming through the porthole. He promptly swung around, walked up to the round window, and pushed it open to stare off into the distance. The sun has risen, and the huge light body bound by the double-runed ring gradually rose into the sky as usual, dispelling the cold and pale atmosphere left by the rift during the night. Today's sunrise is 15 minutes later than usual. Why? Is it the aftermath of Plan's disaster? Or is it related to the creeping sun wheel? Worse, related to Nina's awakening and control? Duncan returned to the table and grew cranky at whatever was eluding his knowledge. He knew these emotions were uncalled for, but after experiencing the historical pollution of Planned, he couldn't just ignore a sign like this. It's definitely a prelude to something bigger, but what? Maybe it's just the weather at sea. You see? Isn't the sun still rising? Goathead chimed in from the side after noticing the poor mood of the captain. Sometimes a wide area of dense fog can refract the light, resulting in. The sun is also 15 minutes late and planned, Duncan interrupted Goathead, but softer in his voice since he knew he was being harsh. It's sunny over there, and the sea is calm. The late part isn't the light, but the sun itself. Damn it. Chapter 226. The Wavering Faith. Hurried footsteps broke the tranquility in the cathedral. Bishop Valentine, who was assigning affairs to the priests at the side, raised his head and saw Vanna walking over. I thought you would rest at home for 2 more days. The head bishop waved his hand to have the assistants and attendants leave, giving the 2 room to speak. Unfortunately, it seems that I don't have this spare time. Vanna shook her head with a slightly serious expression. What happened? I saw many priests running about, and I heard that a group of ascetic priests was sent into the stargazing well. Does it have anything to do with today's sunrise? Yes, Valentine nodded, his expression looking solemn. Today's sunrise is 15 minutes later than usual and it was not due to abnormal weather conditions. I received reports from other city-states and sea contacts confirming this fact through the Chinook communication channel. Like us, their side also observed the abnormal sunrise. This world has been illuminated by the world creation for 15 more minutes. Vanna frowned slightly. Are there any reports of damage? No, just postponement of dawn is not a problem. 15 minutes of more nighttime is still within the redundant range of the city-state's safety measures, the old bishop said. The real disturbing part is that the same phenomenon is observed worldwide, which shows that the problem is not with the land surface or the sea. The operation of Vision 001 itself has changed. Vanna knew what the old bishop was worried about. Is there no word from the nameless king yet? Valentine shook his head slightly. There is no movement from the tomb, so this may just be a minor change. I'm terrified of is what the people will do when they find out. At the moment, most aren't aware of this fact, and those few that did notice aren't making a fuss yet. Until we can be certain the sun is back to normal, we can't rest. After a minute of thought, Vanna finally asked, so what measures have you taken thus far? Nothing much. Aside from informing City Hall and asking them to pen a reassuring notice and guideline for the public when news breaks, we are going to keep monitoring Vision 001. It's not a good idea to issue an overly positive announcement after experiencing a disaster of this magnitude. People will think we're lying and trying to cover up the truth. Vanna silently listened to the old bishop's analysis and didn't interject anything. As an inquisitor who devoted most of her energy to combat missions, she knew she was not a professional in these arrangements. Do you have something on your mind? Valentine asked with a worried face after noticing the lack of energy from the lady. I'm only just a little emotional, Vanna sighed softly and shook her head. Every time there is a great disaster, the more I'm aware of how fragile the world we live in today is. The city-states, the churches, the fleet, everything we are proud of, seem to be built on a thin, fragile layer of ice. Any crack not discovered in time will cause our world to disappear. That's why we're always vigilant and tenacious, Valentine said quietly, staring into the young inquisitor's eyes. Vanna, you rarely speak like this. What happened? Vanna fell silent again, seemingly in turmoil over what to say. There are two things. The first one. I saw Captain Duncan again yesterday. Valentine's eyes were initially hard and serious, but they softened as he sighed. Actually, it is expected. He paused, then continued explaining why. We still haven't done anything about the mark that Ghost Captain left on you. Even now, the entire city-state of Planned may have established a connection with that captain. I knew it was just a matter of time before he came to you again. What did he tell you this time? Mostly small talks, Vanna said in a slightly strange tone. Small talks? This time Valentine finally raised his eyebrows due to the unexpected answer. Are you saying that the captain of the Vanished, the Shadow who returned from subspace, the Duncan who reversed the pollution of history and took away the sun fragment, specifically found you just for a chat? I knew you would react this way. I couldn't believe it either. Seriously, I would have believed him if he had told me he planned to conquer the world. But, Vanna heaved a long sigh, and over the next 10 minutes, she went over the conversation she had with Duncan last night. Valentine rubbed his forehead as he listened to Vanna's report. The old bishop, who had never faltered in the face of the doomsday crisis, finally couldn't conceal the exhaustion and distress he felt inside. But after a brief look of confusion, he raised his head and said in a somewhat complicated tone, Vanna, actually, I have been thinking about a problem since last night. What problem? You had 2 direct exchanges with Captain Duncan. In your opinion, that ghost captain, does he feel like an invader from subspace? What do you mean? Vanna's face got weird as she grew cautious. It is a definite truth that the Vanished fell into subspace and returned. I'm not denying that fact or questioning it. However, don't you find it odd? In your own opinion, how should a person that has somehow returned from subspace behave? Are they supposed to be sane and able to converse with you like a sensible individual? This time, Vanna hesitated as if unable to give an answer to the posed questions. Judging by past cases and basic knowledge of what subspace does to those people, that's impossible. That's right, normally it's impossible to converse with those lost to subspace. The pollution is too severe and cannot be saved. Bishop Valentine nodded. To us mortals, subspace is deadly poisonous, capable of polluting any blessing or protection provided by the gods. Yet, here we are, a ghost captain that's been to and back from subspace conversing with you. If we apply some simple logic to the matter, perhaps. You mean, that Captain Duncan has most likely regained his humanity? Not regain, taken back, Bishop Valentine corrected the lady. In the early records, there are clear reports of the indiscriminate attacks carried out by the Vanished following its sighting. Captain Duncan back then had clearly fallen into madness. Vanna mused over the information, and the more she mused, the more incredulous her expression became. Is this possible? After being completely taken by subspace, one can still retrieve their humanity. How else are we supposed to explain Captain Duncan's current state? That person coming to have a small chat is not some small feat. Bishop Valentine softly interrupted Vanna to remind her about a critical fact. Don't forget about that law of zero. Vanna made a stunned face, then got it. There will always be anomalies and visions that do not conform to the regular parameters. A long silence fell over this great hall of the cathedral, leaving the 2 high-ranking clerics to mull over their next course of action. Eventually, it was Valentine who broke the air. But we still can't treat the Vanished and its captain as harmless on this basis alone, you understand. In the end, he still went into subspace and came back. Regardless of him taking back his humanity, it's difficult to say he wouldn't suddenly go berserk one day on us mortals. In addition, we can't just make our own judgments on this matter. We must report all this to the Grand Storm Cathedral out at sea. Then, Her Majesty the Pope will decide on what to do next. Vanna's posture straightened to attention as she nodded solemnly in agreement. Of course, I am very clear about this. Then she paused as her expression became a little strange again. You know, it's kind of weird knowing we're discussing this topic within the sacred buildings of the church. If it was in the past, I would probably define myself as a heretic by now. Valentine sighed noncommittally. You just said there are 2 things to report. Besides meeting that ghost captain, what is the second thing? This time, Vanna fell into an even longer silence, seemingly tied inside as to whether or not she should say this part. Eventually, the lady summoned up the courage and gazed at the goddess's statue. I should repent. Repent? Valentine looked at her in surprise. Why are you repenting? I was shaken in my belief. I couldn't stop my wavering. Vanna took a deep breath and confessed dryly, after that fire, I questioned my faith and if I should believe in her. She spoke out about her doubts and blamed the goddess for not doing more to save them. On the other hand, Valentine didn't comment and simply stood there for a good while, which in turn roused an odd look from Vanna. Vanna, if you came to me to repent, then where should I go to repent? A hint of surprise finally appeared in Vanna's eyes. You are one, and I am the second. We're both wavering followers of the faith here. After that confession, the old bishop suddenly got older as if years had been tacked onto his skin. Vanna, can you feel it? Feel what? The goddess is still blessing us. Chapter 227. Faith remains. There are usually 2 points at which a devout waver. The first when questioning their beliefs, and the second when they questioned their faith and the gods still blessed them with power. Right now, a densely overlapping static noise had begun to ring within Vanna's mind. Like a distant recorder in disrepair, the Inquisitor no longer accepted the goddess's message without questioning them. For example, the weird words she received during the ritual in her room. She's wondering what they meant at the moment, or were they even words to begin with? The more she thought about it, the more pronounced the static noise in her head became, making it difficult for her to concentrate. Then suddenly, all the noise snapped away, allowing her to escape that trance. Are you okay? The old bishop asked with concern and worry after seeing his peer in a daze. I think so. Vanna tapped her forehead lightly and then looked at the elder with some strangeness. You too. When the last bell rang, I faltered. There is nothing to hide, after all, I do not have the immaculate will of those saints who have been installed in the temple. Valentine shook his head and said calmly to Vanna. I wondered why the pollution and penetration of those ender managed to reach such an extent, why the shelter of the cathedral still cannot stop the sacrifices of those suntists, why the goddess has not warned us even once after the crisis spread for more than 10 years. He listed his woes, then turned around and stared quietly at the statue of Gamana. It's as cold and quiet as ever despite the divine glow coming down from the ceiling glass. When I woke up again, I was ashamed. I knew I had made the biggest mistake in the Storm Codex, using the god's protection as an omnipotent medicine, thus shaking my will. But even so, these doubts still took root within me. The enemy has infiltrated and broken through the barrier from within. They planned this for many years, making this sneak attack difficult to resist, Vanna calmly countered after a moment of silence. Heresy will always take advantage of an opening, but that does not mean the authority of the goddess can be easily overthrown. I understand this truth, Valentine laughed, that's why I'm still faithful even if I wavered a little. Because the goddess's blessing is still sheltering our world. We know this, and we know their love is real, but, on top of that, I have some extra thoughts. Questioning is heresy, Bishop Valentine, said Vanna with a serious look. But then sighed as if to herself, the same is true for me. Then consider this a test upon us, Valentine said softly. Vanna added nothing more, only stepping over to stare at the statue and praying with her peer. But the tranquility here didn't last for long. A series of footsteps had entered the great hall only minutes later, causing Vanna to look back at the source, finding a middle-aged priest in civilian robes walking over. Head Bishop, this is the report you wanted. The person quickly handed some sort of document to Valentine. Nodding to give his thanks, the old bishop took the document, and after quickly flipping through a few pages, the expression on his face became visibly weirder. What's that? Vanna grew slightly intrigued and asked, what is written on it? It is an initial investigation of the current events after what happened to the city. The civil department sent it over from City Hall. Valentine frowned after explaining, seemingly unsure of what to make of it. See for yourself. Vanna took the document and warily read the title. Immediately, she understood why her peer would make such a face. The preliminary damage report has all been included in this document. Everything had been reset to the moment before the disaster struck, the only exception being a select few merchants near the docks. There are merchants in the dock area reporting a large number of potatoes and fries have mysteriously disappeared from their stocks. There are also reports of ketchup losses. The young inquisitor raised her head with a wooden expression at Valentine, who also had a wooden expression in return. Serious? How about you personally lead the team over and ask? The corners of Valentine's mouth twitched. Theoretically, no one would dare falsify such a report. Vanna held the document in her hand and remained quiet for a good while. Finally, she heaved a long sigh and said, "Why did this kind of content appear on such a serious report?" Valentine remained unemotional. A whole squadron of guardians have been monitoring the fries at the pier. What is their opinion? Vanna. All in all, the thing mentioned in the report is the only known loss in the city-state thus far. Valentine sighed and then hesitated again before looking into Vanna's eyes. If not, why don't you ask him directly next time you meet? Vanna was stunned. Ask? Ask who? You tell me. Vanna. After a while, the young inquisitor finally couldn't help but rub her forehead as a throbbing pain struck. I feel like my thoughts are getting more and more difficult to sort. Are you sure we should be discussing such matters here? I don't know. At least I can't connect this to anything other than him, Valentine grimaced. Suddenly, another priest had barged in through the front gate, rushing over with a frantic face. Head Bishop. Inquisitor. News from the port area. It's okay. We already know about the fries, so there's no need to report it twice. Vanna quickly shut the guy down, thinking it's a repeat of the document when she heard the word port. French fries. The priest was a little stunned as he glanced around, unsure of what she meant. What fries? Ah. You're not here to report about the fries. Vanna awkwardly coughed after realizing she had jumped the gun. I thought it was another report about. Never mind, please go on. What's the matter with the port area? The priest who came to report nodded and looked serious. There is news from the port area that the sea mist is applying to enter the harbor. Tyrion Abnamar requests contact with the church as soon as possible. He brings news related to the vanished. Vanna immediately burst into an earth-shattering coughing fit, catching the unaware priest by surprise as he jumped back from the sudden movement. Inquisitor. I'm okay. It took Vanna a long while to finally get herself under control. Then, as if to play off her antics, she huffed and puffed up her chest to look imposing and strong in order to hide the embarrassment inside. The sea mist? I know we did send a letter to its owner, but we never got a reply. The sea mist did come, and it seems to have arrived in the surrounding waters before the disaster struck. The priest nodded and explained what he knew. According to the sea mist's message, they encountered the vanished in the eastern waters, where a vicious battle broke out. As a result, they suffered immense damage and requested docking permission for repairs. A battle broke out with the vanished. Try as she might, Vanna instantly lost her composure again and dropped her jaw as she turned to face Valentine. I have to go there myself. Yes, that would be good, Valentine nodded immediately. The sea mist is a special ship after all. Although it belongs to our people, the members of that ship are still likely to cause a stir on the dock. You personally lead the team to greet them. That should keep things calm. Vanna agreed and quickly left the cathedral. The sea mist arrived without incident. Although a little later than expected, the huge warship, shrouded in legendary auras and fearful curses, arrived at the city-state of Planned as promised. Now, the formidable steel warship was slowly approaching the pier for mooring large ships under the instructions of the docking guide. While some people who received the news gathered near the pier to get a closer look at this legendary warship, more were showing nervous glances at the steel behemoth. But soon, the people near the pier realized that the majestic steel warship didn't come with malicious intent but came after a vicious battle. It was scarred, with 3 of the 6 main guns destroyed, the side of the ship dug out with holes, and the bridge damaged up to 2/3 of its body. Under such conditions, most normal ships would have sunk by now since the seeping water would have kept the hull below the waterline. However, the sea mist was no ordinary warship. It was still stubbornly lugging along the sea, and there seemed to be life in its belly, constantly pumping out the sea water through its structure regardless of a pump nearby. Soon enough, the arrival of Vanna and her team with the spider walkers silenced the nosy crowd. Chapter 228. The Great Pirate Who Entered the City-State. The steam spider stopped in front of the trestle bridge as Vanna peered out of the machine, staring up at the legendary ship in front of her, also known as the unsinkable battleship. The ship may be difficult to sink, but it was not invincible. Just like everything in this world, the ship could be bruised and battered. It was evident to the naked eye that the sea mist had experienced a vicious battle. Of course, if one recalled the intact state of the vanished when the bell tower rang back then compared it to the current beat-up state of the sea mist, it's not hard to understand how one-sided the battle must have been. Vanna didn't know much about naval warfare, but even she could tell it's a true feat for the steel ship to make it to port. This was also because the sea mist used its powerful unsinkable ability to repair itself for an entire day. Recalling the story of the vanished and the cursed connection between herself and Captain Duncan, Vanna could already feel the headache coming. She rubbed her temple and jumped off the spider walker, then saw the springboard extending out from the sea mist in the distance. Several figures were already disembarking. At the head was a one-eyed man wearing an imposing captain's uniform. With slightly curly black hair and an eye patch, his face looked similar to Duncan Abnamar. However, compared with the oppressive ghost captain, Captain Tyrion, who was walking towards the trestle at the moment, looked quite tired and haggard. Behind the famous pirate captain were several attendants, their complexions pale and the expressions on their faces stiff like a plastered statue. But overall, they weren't as terrifying as the many thrilling stories made them out to be. Vanna has heard a lot of rumors about the Sea Mist and its crew due to its nature as being part of civilization still. The stories were naturally less terrifying compared to the vanished. And among those rumors, the most mentioned were the undead sailors under Tyrion Abnamar. Legend has it that these sailors were all men taken when Tyrion fled Frostbite during the rebellion. Some of them were even veterans of the vanished fleet a century earlier. They, like their own captain, had been influenced by subspace. The curse that entrenched the members of the Abnamar family also affected their followers, turning the latter into the immortal living dead. They could not die in the dimension of reality nor enjoy the warmth of the living. All these poor souls could do was wander the world, hoping that Bartok, the god of death, would finally allow them passage to the afterlife one day. But that's not the only version. In other rumors, it's mentioned that these undead sailors had no attachment to the earthly world and their former compatriots. The only reason they're still around was due to the powerful oath they swore to the eldest son of the Abnamar family. Vanna stared at the figures, watching them step onto the land of Planned, then turned towards herself under the leadership of Tyrion. The living dead, by strict definition, are already the subjects of Bartok, the god of death. Bartok belongs to the same camp as the other righteous gods, so these undead sailors are also allowed to set foot on the city-state's land. However, this does not mean ordinary people could accept these creepy former compatriots, and considering these undead sailors are also inextricably linked to the curse of the Abnamar family, Vanna must always keep a vigilant eye on their movements. It's just that, what differences were there between the current Planned and the Sea Mist's undead crew? Greetings to you, Miss Inquisitor. Tyrion took off his captain's hat and slightly bowed his head as a greeting. He was surprised by Vanna's youthful nature and tall height. Nevertheless, it doesn't hinder his desire to show his manners to the lady. Thank you for personally greeting us. Nice to meet you, Captain Tyrion. Vanna quickly sobered up from her mind-wandering and nodded to the man in front of her, who looked no older than 30 by appearance. Out of reflex, the lady had compared the son to his father, Captain Duncan, and realized the son wasn't as tall nor imposing as the latter. You answered Planned's call for help, and for that alone, we must show our gratitude. But we didn't come in handy after all. Tyrion sighed strangely and subconsciously raised his head to glance around the port as if looking for something. What are you looking for? Vanna could vaguely guess what the other party was doing, so her tone was calm and casual. With all due respect, have you received our message before we docked? Tyrion nervously said while his eyes rolled around the area. We encountered the vanished on the way. Although we tried our best to intercept it, the ship still. Your father came, Vanna sighed, but he left yesterday. As soon as these words came out, the big pirate opposite of her, Captain Tyrion, immediately stood straight like a stone sculpture. Even the cold and stiff faces of the several attendants behind him trembled slightly as if hearing a horror story. I didn't hear clearly. It took a few seconds for Tyrion to react, looking at the young Inquisitor in front of him with a ghostly expression. Miss Inquisitor, you said that my father was here yesterday. He deliberately emphasized the word father, as if afraid Vanna would play some joke with him on this fateful issue. The situation is very complicated and will need some explaining, Vanna sighed again. The vanished has indeed appeared, but it is very different from the situation described in the letter we originally sent you. Pland has just experienced a huge change. Please come with me. Bishop Valentine is already waiting in the cathedral. We need to go over some urgent details, and I presume you also have countless questions that need answering. Feeling that all the plans he had conceived on his way had been disrupted, Tyrion appeared almost confused and dazed when following Vanna's footsteps. Eventually, they were in front of a black steam car with the church's insignia parked on the side of the road, a vehicle specifically prepared for them as the church's guests. To be honest, I thought you would stop me in the pier area, Tyrion said in a self-deprecating tone. Perhaps it's to break the awkward atmosphere or relieve some kind of unprovoked pressure. The dreary captain actually cocked a joke for once due to his inner turmoil. After all, under normal circumstances, the city-state authorities will reject a pirate to dock or simply prepare a noose for the pirate. It's not Frost here, and the arrest warrants from the northern city-states do not apply in Pland. Well, that is unless you commit something huge and are jointly wanted on the entire boundless sea one day, Vanna said casually, spreading her hands like she didn't care. But until that day comes, you are just a captain who is eager to help Pland end. While speaking, she turned her head and glanced at the sea mist that still exuded a majestic aura even though it was battered and scarred. And seriously, even in the northern seas, who would dare bring a noose to place on your neck? Tyrion thought about it and laughed. When I land, the city-state guards would politely call me the boss of the Sea Mist Ventures and advertise my visit as a business deal between the city-state and the Sea Mist fleet when doubts arose. Did you know that pirates have this proverb about warrants? The small pirate will be unable to sleep when they're wanted, and a big pirate will feel like they're stepping on needles when they see their poster, but a top-level wanted warrant will be used as tablecloths in a pub. The big pirate paused, then spread his hands out helplessly. Except for Frost, I can calmly step on the land of any northern city-state at my leisure. Vanna raised her eyebrows. Except for Frost. Her Majesty Rhaenora ordered me to leave the former Frostbite Kingdom. Tyrion retracted the smile on his face. She never withdrew this order. Vanna glanced at the other party and saw that the expression on the big pirate's face became solemn. As a smart lady, she didn't comment on the subject, knowing there's a history behind the man and that city-state. Instead, she stepped over to the black steam car and opened the passenger door. Please take a seat in the car, Captain Tyrion. After that, she turned around and jumped on a spider walker next to the vehicle, leaving the captain and subordinates to enter the vehicle independently. Captain, one of the attendants noticed his boss's behavior and couldn't help but look over curiously. Are you all right? Just now, I felt that you were a little tense. You have never been so nervous when dealing with other famous captains or city-state officials. I don't know what's going on, but when I talk to that young inquisitor, I keep feeling an indescribable pressure. Tyrion did not hide what he had just felt in front of his closest subordinates and heaved a long sigh. This feeling is completely different from when dealing with those city officials in the past, and I never felt this strange pressure even when I brushed by the Death Temple during a cruise. Was there? The subordinate frowned suspiciously. Why didn't I feel it? Although the Inquisitor is indeed a little tall, she does look quite powerful. It's not that type of pressure. Tyrion shook his head. Okay, let's drop this discussion. The power of a saint is extremely strong. She can likely hear you from this distance. When the subordinate heard this, he immediately shut his mouth and nervously glanced around, afraid the lady might pop his head off for the tease. Tyrion didn't say much during the ride, only peering out the car window as the vehicle drove through the streets and showing him the skipping scenery. During their childhood, he and Lucretia had stayed on this pearl of the sea for a brief while. Though that part of his life was already a century ago, he couldn't shirk off the reminiscent emotions swirling inside. Those were some fond memories he could never get back. Chapter 229. Blood Compass. No one else disembarked from the battleship after the famous pirate captain left with his entourage, leaving the Sea Mist moored in the dock like a silent iceberg and overseeing the city-state with its imposing presence. Of the ones to stay behind, First Mate Aiden had been left in charge since he's the most experienced of the crew. Those city-state policemen sure look nervous, muttered a sailor. Are they expecting us to go ashore and plunder? I thought the officials of Pland would be better than the country bumpkins in the north. Aiden didn't look back at his companion. If they don't come forward and maintain order, you will start blabbing about them not daring to come block the road next. Seriously, if they bring out the tanks, will you dare fight them? I'm not going. I don't want to be carried back to the deck in a bucket. The sailor hurriedly shook his head. then glanced up toward where the spider walkers had left. The captain left with them, will he be okay? That tall woman doesn't look easy to mess with. I don't think the captain can beat her. We're not here to fight. We were invited to come here, do you understand? Aiden finally shot a glance at the sailor, and you, can you adjust your mentality? Have you forgotten the captain's usual teachings? We are now the Sea Mist Venture Capital Company. Pirating is not long-lasting, and doing business brings in more money. So when are we going to pirate again? Aiden thought for a while as a ray of sunlight reflected on his shiny bald head. That's obvious, when the opposite side is unwilling to do business. Several undead sailors nodded to that one after the other, indicating that the first mate was well regarded among his peers. Then after several seconds of calm, another sailor with the entire half of his head sunken in muttered, "Can we go ashore and take a look?" "I heard and planned you can." "Don't even think about it," Aiden interrupted the subordinate directly. "Captain ordered that none is to leave the ship without permission. Crooked dates like you lot will definitely frighten the locals to death if you go ashore. Planned is not the North, few here are acquainted with the living dead and its culture." "I get it now. So that's the reason Captain only picked a few guys who looked the most normal. He needed to fit in without causing a commotion," the sailor with half his head missing said resentfully at himself for missing a piece of the body. "Actually, I think I will look okay too if I cover my head with a turtle shell and a hat." "Shut up! No one is allowed to go ashore without the captain's order." Aiden glared viciously at the stupid sailor because he could already imagine the mess of disobeying the order. "If you really have nothing to do, go to the cabin to see if the few unlucky bastards who were blasted apart are still moving. If they aren't, put them back together." A slight clicking sound suddenly came from nearby, interrupting Aiden's orders. Everyone on the bridge also heard this slight clicking noise, drawing their attention to search for the sound. Eventually, it was the half-missing head sailor who discovered the source. Next to the captain's seat, a strange machine made up of gears, connecting rods, and compass pointers, had quieted down again. However, the slightly shaky pointers were still moving, indicating it was running just moments before. Did this thing just move? One of the nearest sailors cautiously approached the elaborate machine and stared at its few compass pointers. Aiden also walked over, his gaze falling on the small hemispherical bowl in the center of the machine where a little bit of dried-up blood remained. The captain last used it to know where the vanished was heading. The bald first mate's brow furrowed a little. As the captain's most trusted confidant, Aiden knows the device well. Anomaly 203, the blood compass, was a brass machine with a complex structure and unknown principles. Once in possession of the Frost Queen, but now the property of Captain Tyrion. This machine should be regarded as an anomaly with a more positive effect. By using the small bowl at the center, the user could fill it with some of the user's blood to activate its homing powers. Of course, the effects only work between the next of kin. Compared to most anomalies that are directly malicious and could be fatal just by improper storage, the blood compass was relatively safe in terms of safekeeping. It does not require any special sealing conditions, but in contrast, this device would show a sinister side once activated. First of all, once injected with blood, the user would be constantly tempted by the compass, generating the urge to continuously inject blood until the user's mental health fractures or they die of blood loss. Secondly, although the blood compass could indeed help the user find their blood relatives, it would often carry bad luck in the process, constantly leading to things of unfortunate nature for those involved. As far as Aiden knows, Anomaly 203 once guided a father to find his long-lost son, but the ultimate result was the parent and son murdering each other in the encounter. However, these negative effects have always been of little importance to Captain Tyrion. The captain's will was strong enough to resist the blood donation lure of the blood compass, and as for the bad luck tendency incurred during the process. First of all, the captain and Miss Lucretia would never meet during the effective period of Anomaly 203. Second of all, the father and son of the Abnamar family have always been filial and good towards each other. That's right, no matter how cursed and bad luck the blood compass was, it could not create a more disastrous first encounter of blasting each other with firepower from their respective ships. Therefore, Captain Tyrion had often used the blood compass as a sort of warning device to determine whether the vanished had returned to the real world for the past half-century. Aiden and the other sailors gathered around Anomaly 203, their eyes fixed on the brass device's numerous pointers and intricate gears. They've all quieted down now. Maybe it just wanted to move, a sailor with a hole in his head said carefully as if to ease the atmosphere. After all, this thing is usually motionless. Aiden glared at the sailor, quit joking. If not, we can wipe off the remaining blood in the middle. Another shriveled sailor began, otherwise, I can't keep calm knowing it might wake up at random. No, Aiden shook his head, Captain told me beforehand the blood cannot be removed manually and must be absorbed by the bowl on its own for 72 hours. What happens if you wipe it in advance? No one knows. It's hard enough to summarize the correct use of an anomaly. Who will dare test what happens when you operate it improperly? Aiden shrugs, or do you want to try? I can consider it your contribution to humanity. No, forget what I just said. Aiden snorted coldly at the idiot. Click click at this moment, the gears in the blood compass suddenly started to run again, interrupting the conversation between the sailors. Aiden, the most alarmed, immediately shuddered and stumbled back a step. Nevertheless, the first mate never took his eyes off the compass pointers. He saw it clearly this time. All the arrows pointed at planned for a few seconds before it spun again and went dead. Sharing looks among themselves after the brief silence. I still say this thing just want to move a bit. Shut up, Aiden interrupted the sailor, recalling what exactly happened just now. Although all the pointers had turned away to other spots before dying off completely, they did, for a brief moment, point directly at planned. He's sure of it. It's just that the moment was so short that people might suspect it to be a mere coincidence. But in Aiden's view, it was as if the compass's eyes had just looked at their target and diverted their gaze in a panic to cover up. So why would he think this way? Simple, Aiden had spoken with Tyrion about this blood compass. According to what the captain mentioned, the thing would occasionally portray characteristics of a living creature, just like how a human does. This thing can be scared. Something is wrong. There is something wrong with this city-state. Aiden snapped to attention, we're going to tell the captain about the situation here. But didn't the captain order that we are forbidden to go ashore? We will pass a message first, Aiden said quickly, go bring Pearly over. The sailor sped away and returned from the bridge area shortly after. The guy had brought over a huge parrot with a colorful tail on his shoulder. The blasted thing was repeatedly grinding its beak shell against the poor man's exposed skull. Pearly, I need you to send a message, Aiden said loudly. The parrot stopped bullying the sailor, raised his head, and stared at the first mate. Pearly can send message. Go to the city-state cathedral. Look for the captain, and tell him the blood compass points to planned. The city-state is not safe. Chapter 230. Warm daily life in the subspace lair. The large, colorful-tailed parrot flapped its wings and left the sea mist at astonishing speed, flying towards the middle of the city. First mate, what should we do? Should we wait here? A sailor on the bridge of the sea mist asked after Pearly disappeared from sight. We have no choice but to wait, Aiden said, lowering his head and glancing at the ground under his feet. He quickly weighed his options and said, we can't reduce the number of sailors on the ship, especially after sensing the strange situation in planned. The touch of the crew coming into contact with the city-state could awaken the ship's soul and drive it to madness. Similarly, we cannot let the sea mist send a direct signal to the city or contact the city-state authorities by telegram, as it may alarm the hidden factors hiding within the island. Letting Pearly the parrot pass on the message posed the least risk in this case. However, Aiden hoped that the captain would return soon and wouldn't be trapped or taken by something else. In the worst-case scenario, he would wait a day before sending a crew team ashore. While sitting at the shop counter and flipping through the newspaper, Duncan suddenly stopped and looked up at the window. Mr. Duncan, what are you looking at? Alice noticed the gesture and stopped flipping through her own paper. I thought I sensed something looking in this direction, Duncan said, frowning unsurely. But it's gone now. Oh, I know. This is called the senses of the strong. Mr. Goat had told me about this before. Alice said, excitedly. He said that strong people are instinctively aware of their surroundings. Even a gaze will alarm their instincts if directed at them, so a powerful person like you will constantly get this. Duncan put the newspaper down and looked at Alice blandly. Did he really say that? The smile on Alice's face instantly stiffened. The last sentence was deduced by me. Don't make useless deductions, Duncan said, then concentrated to begin his search for the source of the stirring. He didn't take that fleeting sensation as an illusion. Having spent so much time in this weird world, he had gotten into the habit of paying attention to any sudden intuition and digging into the bottom of it. Among the many details he obtained was one important piece of information, the southeast port. Tyrion's ship. Duncan was a little surprised after recognizing the source of that aura. Why is he here? He then recalled his previous encounter with the steel battleship, the ship's position at that time, and the intentions shown in the battle. After a short thought, the expression on his face became slightly weird. The sea mist appeared near planned and took the initiative to attack the vanished. Could it be the reinforcements called by the authorities? Are they here to intercept him? Vaguely guessing the cause and effect of the matter in his mind, Duncan only wanted to laugh and cry simultaneously. He didn't know whether he should first lament the relationship between father and son or Tyrion's professionalism as a reinforcement. Despite almost being sunk in the fight, Tyrion still steered the steel behemoth over. What kind of unwavering spirit does he have? This can't be the reason for the sea mist's unsinkable nature, right? Or does he have a superhero tendency to maintain world peace? You're in a daze again, Mr. Duncan. Do you want to go outside? Alice asked. No, Duncan shook his head while maintaining his perception of the sea mist. Since it had not yet become his collection like the vanished and planned, he could not perceive the details of its contents. But considering his connection with the sea mist and Tyrion, he had begun to search for the location of his eldest son. Alice wouldn't understand these complicated things, so he kept his mouth shut. Instead, he frowned at the doll that was tilting her head. Don't tilt your head. Your head will fall off. Alice quickly nodded. Oh, okay. A rustling noise suddenly sounded from the storage room as a petite figure strolled out. Mr. Duncan, Shirley patted the dust off her skirt and greeted Duncan with an inviting look. The storeroom has been cleaned. All the clutter you pointed to has been packed and organized on the shelf. Well done. Duncan kept some of his attention on the other side of the harbor while turning back and nodding at Shirley. You have a little ash on your shoulder. Oh, Shirley turned her head and patted the dust away before making a slightly nervous face again. Mr. Duncan, what should I do next? When talking to Duncan here, the expression on her face was obviously not as apprehensive as on the vanished, but there was still some obvious nervousness. It seemed that this tension could not be entirely eliminated despite knowing the truth. Nevertheless, it was far better than when they first met. Obviously, from an intellectual level, Shirley knew Duncan treated her kindly and didn't warrant such behavior from herself. The main issue was resolving Dog's nervousness that was bleeding over to Shirley. Duncan nodded and then swept his gaze over to Alice, who was rummaging through the newspaper but didn't actually know a word. Illiterate. He then glanced back at Shirley on the other side. Also illiterate. There was also Dog hidden in the shadows next to her. Although the Dark Hound had never appeared in the open right now, his aura was becoming more and more impossible to hide. Still illiterate. Sighing inside, Duncan really wondered how fate could be so cruel. He got himself 3 helpers, yet not a single one could read, write, or do the account books. But then, an idea struck him. Specifically, he just remembered his old profession as a teacher. Come on, all of you sit here. Shirley, you sit to Alice's right. Duncan casually pulled a chair from the side and placed it next to the counter. Dog, you squat behind the counter. Quit hiding, I can see you behind the shadow. Come here, I have an arrangement for all of you. Shirley quickly sat down on the chair obediently, and Alice on the side finally put down the newspaper she couldn't understand. Ah, what arrangement? Well, since Nina hasn't come back from going out to buy things, and I'm free, I'll teach all of you to read, Duncan said, then got up to pat his chest. You can't be illiterate forever. Corrected, Shirley never expected Captain Duncan's serious arrangement to be like this. She was immediately stunned on the spot, while Alice was curious to the point of brightening her purple eyes. As for Dog, he was squatting behind the counter, honestly looking back and forth between Duncan and Shirley, with question marks clearly visible in his skull, but I'm just a dog. Duncan glanced down when he heard this, and before he could say anything, the Dark Hound had straightened up, but I can try to be a cultured dog. I have the enthusiasm and confidence. That's good, Duncan said in a pleasant tone. Then, while keeping an eye on the port, he reached under the counter and pulled out a few blank notebooks, which he distributed to his students. This will be your alphabet book. Let's start with the most basic letters. Shirley took the book that Duncan handed over with a confused look. Then, she became even more confused. Letters, spelling, a completely incomprehensible new world. After only a few minutes, Shirley confirmed one thing: it's easier to fight Dog and cultists than to learn. But Duncan didn't seem to pay much attention to Shirley's distressed expression, or rather, he was already accustomed to it. On the contrary, he felt only happiness, the joy of suddenly encountering something familiar while wandering in a foreign land. However, this happiness did not last long. Just as Shirley was struggling with the fourth letter, a crisp bell rang, followed by brisk footsteps coming from the front door. "Uncle Duncan! I'm back!" Nina's cheerful voice sounded at the door. Duncan looked up from his pleasant teaching and saw Nina rushing in, but then he noticed something flying in behind her. "I saw AI on my way back," Nina said cheerfully, "and it seems like AI brought a friend." "Friend?" Duncan frowned slightly and saw AI flying into the store after Nina, followed by a large parrot with colorful tail feathers. Duncan. Chapter 231. The Reliable Messenger Pearly. AI flew into the store and stood on the handrail of the stairs with her breasts propped up, those green beady eyes scanning around the store. The big parrot with colorful tail feathers also flew into the store, landing on the counter next to Duncan, and jumped around with its head held high as if it was in his own home. With a stunned expression, Duncan looked at this guy who flew in from nowhere. The big parrot also raised its head, staring up at the man without finding anything wrong with this situation. Then after a long while, it suddenly flapped its wings, making a loud and harsh sound. "Ah! Pearly! Your name is Pearly?" Duncan asked curiously. He didn't expect this parrot to really answer him. After all, the essence of parrot talking was just mimicry of the tongue. Yet, not only did the parrot nod to him, but it also flapped its wings after hearing his question. "Pearly? Called Pearly?" Duncan's expression froze for a moment, and he turned his head to look at AI, who was looking at the first floor on the handrail of the stairs. "Where did you find this, friend?" The friend came from afar. AI immediately flapped her wings, one eye looking at Duncan, the other eye drifting out the window. "Already here." "What does she mean?" Nina asked curiously. After learning the secrets of the Vanished and Duncan, Nina of course also knew that AI could talk. She was surprised initially, but now she's calmed down and taking it well. Like everyone else, she had difficulty understanding the strange words popping out of the dove from time to time. Maybe it doesn't know where this parrot came from. Duncan used his imagination to translate for AI, then turned his head to look at the parrot before glancing back and forth between the pair. "AI. I'm not against you making friends, but did you realize that you are different species? You should look for a dove friend. There is great tolerance among the vast stretches of rivers, for they all run into the ocean." The dove tilted her head and shouted this stunning phrase, "There is great tolerance." Duncan. As he talked with AI, he often pondered about life and questioned himself. It's truly miraculous how a bird with such a pea brain could converse with him and vice versa. In fact, he wondered if they're even conversing on the same wavelength. Shirley, Dog, and Alice were also drawn to the commotion and came to the counter to see the fearless big parrot. Alice tried curiously poking the bird's wings, but it quickly dodged and glared at the miscreant doll for the offensive gesture. "What is it?" Alice asked Duncan. "It looks completely different from AI." Shirley clarified, "Of course it's different. This is a parrot, and AI is a dove." "What is a parrot?" Alice asked soulfully. "Can you eat it?" "No." Shirley shook her head and turned to the puppet. "Why do you always ask about eating when you don't even need to eat?" "I'm responsible for the cap, cooking for Mr. Duncan." The chatter continued around the counter, but Duncan remained pensive, observing the big parrot that called itself Pearly. He had a vague sense of familiarity with the bird as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Where are you from? Why are you here?" he suddenly asked. From their conversation earlier, Duncan sensed that this parrot could communicate with people, indicating that it was not of ordinary origin. "Pearly. Go, send a message." The big parrot turned its head and tilted it to the side. "A messenger?" Duncan was taken aback, and his expression grew serious. "What kind of message?" The big parrot seemed to ponder for a moment before opening its beak to speak, but it was interrupted by AI, who suddenly fluttered and shouted, "Make some fries." The big parrot was startled. "Ah! Pearly. Make some fries." AI landed in front of the big parrot and nodded seriously. "Make some fries. Pearly. Make some fries." The two birds communicated in this manner until Duncan had to intervene. "Stop. AI, quiet down. Pearly, what message are you delivering, and to whom?" The big parrot seemed stunned momentarily, hesitating before shaking its body repeatedly while uttering, "Make some fries." Duncan didn't say anything, realizing that no matter what message the parrot had before, it was forgotten now. As if trying to remember something important, the parrot suddenly jumped up and flapped its wings vigorously, shouting, "Tell the captain, tell the captain, while repeating make some fries. It then flew towards the door and out of sight before anyone could react. Nina wanted to stop the parrot but couldn't move fast enough. So, in the end, she could only watch it go regretfully. On the other hand, Duncan became serious upon hearing Pearlie shout to tell the captain. He suddenly remembered where he had seen the parrot before in a certain cabin of the sea mist when the vanished and the sea mist overlapped. AI, chase after that parrot. That's pretty much it. In a secluded reception room somewhere in the Cathedral of Planned, Valentine, an old bishop in civilian clothes, spoke to Tyrion, who was sitting across from him on a sofa. The vanished finally took the sun fragment away, prevented the creeping sunwheel from descending, and eliminated the impact of historical pollution on the city-state. Although we still can't be sure of your father's intentions. Tyrion's expression was subtle and stiff. He couldn't remember the last time he felt so bewildered. Of course, he could understand every word the old bishop said, but even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined it would happen like this. Did the vanished really leave like that? Did someone come to rescue them? Tyrion spoke in disbelief. It took away the sun fragment, and then what? Is that all? Didn't do anything else. Valentine and Vanna exchanged a look, both showing helplessness and hesitation in their expressions. It was still hard to say the phrase "your dad robbed half of the city's fries" in front of Tyrion. Nothing else, Valentine hesitated. I know you are confused, Mr. Tyrion. We are as confused as you are, and if you don't even know what your father wants to do, then we don't know either. Since a century ago, he could not be considered my father, Tyrion slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice. It's just an imitation that was torn apart by subspace and then put together by clumsy means. There is no trace of humanity in that empty body. Tyrion stopped abruptly, suddenly remembering the seconds when the vanished and the sea mist overlapped and passed each other. He thought of the cold and distant words he heard, I'm busy. The big pirate hesitated. Inside that shell on the vanished, was it really inhuman? The voice that spoke to him at that time, and the aura he felt from that figure. Was it really just an echo of the empty frenzy of subspace? As Tyrion was distracted, the young Inquisitor's voice interrupted his thoughts. The question of whether Captain Duncan has human nature is exactly what we will discuss next. Hey! Tyrion looked at Vanna suspiciously. What does that mean? Actually, Vanna hesitated, then turned her head to exchange a look with Bishop Valentine before nodding slightly. We have communicated with your father more than once recently. Matters related to the vanished were classified information, especially the conversation with Captain Duncan, which should not have been disclosed to anyone outside the church. But Tyrion's identity was so special that these questions were clearly no longer a problem. Communication? You and my father? Tyrion was really taken aback and almost got up from the couch. This is a very bad joke if it is. Please calm down, this is a very serious question. No one would joke about this kind of thing after the city-state has almost collapsed. Vanna looked at Tyrion calmly, then paused slightly. Strictly speaking, I had a few exchanges with your father, and according to my observations, Captain Duncan no longer seems to be as described in the records. Tyrion noticed the other party's solemn attitude, causing him to quickly calm down and show an extremely serious expression. Miss Inquisitor, how did you establish communication? Why did he find you? And, what did he say? It started as an accident. No, now that I think about it, it may also be your father's intentional arrangement. Vanna collected her thoughts and recalled as she spoke, I came into contact with the flame he left behind and made a connection with it. As for why he chose me, unfortunately, no one knows. Vanna omitted the details of her imprint, and contamination could not be removed, instead vaguely summed up the process as making contact, and then told the pirate captain in front of her the details of several exchanges with Captain Duncan. The man who theoretically knows Duncan Abnamar best. Chapter 232. Tyrion's memory. After listening to Vanna's story, Tyrion fell silent for a moment. Without witnessing things in person, he couldn't analyze from her words alone what plans the returned ghost from subspace had or how he had changed, but one thing was certain, the Captain Duncan Vanna described was not the crazy monster that the sea mist had encountered half a century ago. However, the man didn't quite resemble the great explorer father he remembered from a century ago either. Captain Tyrion, Vanna suddenly spoke, interrupting Tyrion's thoughts. What do you think? I can't believe this is really happening, but since it has already happened, I can only admit it for the time being, Tyrion said thoughtfully, furrowing his brows. From your description, it seems he is in a state of clear thinking, sanity, and with humanity, but his power, that cursed flame, is correspondingly more powerful. Vanna nodded in agreement. I don't know if that green flame is a curse, but it is undoubtedly powerful. That flame is related to subspace, Tyrion said, and he acquired this strange power after falling into subspace, so it's no problem calling it a curse. So, that flame is more powerful than what you saw half a century ago, which means Captain Duncan's connection to subspace has become deeper, old Bishop Valentine pondered. He did not break free from the influence of subspace but fell deeper. However, he also recovered in the process. This is not consistent with what we know about subspace, Tyrion shook his head. The believers of Lehem often say, Valentine continued, the only thing we know about subspace is that we never know enough about it. For thousands of years, no person or thing from the real dimension can enter subspace and return to this world. No one knows what is really in subspace except for some indirect observational records and the words written by the mad scholars of the ancient kingdom of Crete in madness. Our summary of the rules of that place is meaningless in itself. The learned old man paused, then sighed. So much so that we can't even be sure whether subspace is a place or not. 1600 years ago, the mad scholar Behrman was swallowed by invisible forces in full view of everyone because he read an ancient scroll. Before he disappeared, he shouted subspace is a shadow on the back of the world, and his words at that time drove 142 witnesses to madness. But with the madness of those witnesses as a sacrifice, this information has become the biggest step in our understanding of subspace in thousands of years. Until now, scholars have tried to construct a theoretical model of subspace based on Behrman's dying cry. And your father, not only did he really enter that place, but now he is even returning to our world sane. That's right, every year of research, every year of death, then the dead are quickly replenished to continue this study. So I really admire the desperate scholars of the Academy of Truth, completely in the sense of admiration, Tyrion sighed and shook his head. So, now my father may have become a valuable sample? A sample that has really been to subspace and is sensible and communicative. Valentine spread his hands and said, this is just wishful thinking. We cannot expect Captain Duncan to cooperate with mortal research. Moreover, even if he now has a reason, we cannot assume that his reason is biased towards the human side. If he is a sane subspace invader, it will be far more terrifying than those chaotic projections that cannot think. Tyrion remained silent for a while, lost in deep memories and thoughts. Eventually, he spoke up abruptly. He exhibited signs of anxiety before his last expedition. In fact, he had been anxious for a long time and made extensive preparations for something ominous. Valentine and Vanna exchanged serious looks. It had been a century since anyone had heard these crucial secrets from the descendants of Captain Duncan. Unable to contain her curiosity, Vanna asked, what was he anxious about? And why was he preparing? He believed it was the end of the world, Tyrion replied calmly. Valentine frowned, the end of the world. I know it may sound like the rantings of doomsday prophets that we hear every year, but it's what the greatest explorer of his time was concerned about 100 years ago, Tyrion explained. Tyrion sighed and continued, after Lucretia and I took over the command of the Sea Mist and Bright Star, he would occasionally bring it up. He seemed to believe that something like a countdown or a time limit was ticking away in our world. Although the earthly world appeared to be stable and peaceful on the surface, this countdown was drawing closer to its end. And when the time came, everything would quickly collapse and end. He believed that our era was the last part of the countdown. Valentine furrowed his brows again. To be honest, I don't think our world is stable. But in my father's words, he called the current earthly world the last pastoral age, Tyrion replied. Vanna pondered momentarily and asked, so, to find a way to stop this countdown, he went to subspace. No, he wanted to find anomaly 000. He believed that anomaly 000 could end the distortion of the world and halt that countdown. To do so, he had to pass through the eternal curtain at the end of the world. Valentine was taken aback. He passed through the curtain of eternity. Yes. But I can only confirm that he did enter the fog, and I don't know if he actually succeeded in penetrating it, Tyrion said. He refused to be accompanied by any escorts, and all I can confirm is that he returned alive but insane. As for falling into subspace, that's what happened after that incident. Valentine and Vanna fell silent, and after a while, Vanna spoke up again, did he find the so-called anomaly 000? You know, in theory. In theory, there is no such anomaly or vision numbered 0. He knew that and did not find it, Tyrion replied softly. So, I always thought that he might have been unstable even before he decided to search for anomaly 000. Vanna thought for a moment and asked, do you know what your father originally thought was the reason for the existence of the countdown in the world? When did he realize this? Was it due to contact or, did he discover something? Tyrion hesitated momentarily before speaking uncertainly, I'm not sure. It was too long ago, but I vaguely remember that my father received several visitors on the Vanished and talked with them all night long. He first mentioned the apocalyptic issue to us after that day. Valentine's expression became grim as he pressed for more detail. How many people did he receive? What kind of people were they, and what was the situation at the time? Tyrion spoke slowly, they all wore grey-white coarse cloth robes and were barefooted. From my memory, the group appeared thin and scrawny, as if they had travelled long distances and worked hard. They came aboard during a voyage like they had made an appointment with my father in advance. They talked throughout the night, and then my father said they had left in the morning. But I didn't see the visitors go. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Valentine's expression changed as he asked, the Enders? It sounds like them. Your Excellency, after living for a century, I know the Enders well, Tyrion replied, shaking his head. But these people were different. They were sensible and friendly, without any trace of madness. Sensible and friendly. Valentine's surprise was evident. I've never heard of such a thing. Did they have any other distinguishing characteristics? After a few minutes of thought, Tyrion remembered, one of them spoke to me. I can't recall exactly what he said, but I remember that they called themselves lowly seekers. Also, one of them wore a talisman with a hexagonal emblem and a fragmented cross in the center. He wouldn't let me touch it and said it was their way of seeking guidance and shelter. Tyrion paused and drew the emblem on a piece of paper, hesitating slightly as he sketched the cross. Vanna frowned at the drawing and asked her peer, do you know what this is? You're more knowledgeable than me. Valentine studied the pattern for a while before shaking his head. I've never seen it before. It doesn't resemble any religious symbol or classical city-state emblem that I know of. Vanna murmured in frustration as she gazed at the emblem, which appeared to be reflected in her eyes along with a faint green flame that was barely visible. Chapter 233. The Curse of the Family. After Bishop Valentine put away the piece of paper with the unfamiliar emblem, he remarked, none of us are familiar with this pattern. It's possible that it comes from an ancient era or a secret society that remains undisclosed. He set the paper aside and added, we can check the archives to see if there are any corresponding records, and I'll reach out to my academic colleagues to see if they can provide any insights into this matter. Turning her attention back to Tyrion, Vanna inquired, did your father exhibit any unusual behavior before he spoke with those strange visitors? For instance, did he acquire any mysterious texts or visit secretive places? Tyrion shook his head as he responded, it's hard to say. You have to understand that a century ago, my father was one of the most renowned explorers in the world. Dealing with strange artifacts and hidden places was part of his everyday life. My sister Lucretia and I were just starting to learn from him and explore his collection, so we didn't have many opportunities to discover more. He paused for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. And back then, neither of us considered the consequences of what was to come. My father often received various unusual guests, so those strange visitors were not necessarily out of the ordinary. By the time we realized that something was wrong though, almost a year had passed since that secret conversation, so there was no way for us to investigate anything further. Vanna nodded in agreement, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a loud chime and siren that emanated from the window. Bishop Valentine looked up and observed that the sun had set, casting a faint shadow of the world's creation in the sky. The twilight bell strikes, he remarked before suggesting that they conclude their discussion. Turning to Tyrion, he offered the hospitality of the cathedral for the night, with dinner and undisturbed rooms provided. Thank you then, Tyrion expressed his gratitude, I plan to stay in this city for a few more days. I did live here briefly a century ago, so I'm interested in seeing what changes took place. Of course, Valentine smiled, the sea mist is already a friend of planned, and we are always ready for friends. You can stay here as long as you want. You are welcome to stay here as long as you want, Bishop Valentine warmly responded, acknowledging the sea mist's relationship with planned. Vanna stood up from the couch and offered to show Tyrion to his guest room after gathering the sailors from the room nearby. As Tyrion and Vanna walked towards the guest room, Tyrion expressed his surprise, I never thought the Inquisitor would personally escort us. It's quite an honor for a mere pirate like me. Vanna turned around with a smile and corrected him, "You're not just a pirate. Your lineage is impressive, son of Captain Duncan, the Frost Queen General, and the Sea Mist Fleet Commander. If all the pirates on the boundless sea are of your caliber, then we won't need any city-state authorities. Pirate is simply a convenient cover that allows me to cause trouble for certain individuals in the cold sea. Some people even prefer to label me as such to increase the bounty on my head, giving them the illusion of being useful," Tyrion explained nonchalantly. "But as you mentioned, those titles belong to the past, Miss Inquisitor." After a moment of silence, Tyrion added, "I've never shared so much about my past with an outsider before. I hope you understand." Vanna nodded in understanding. "I can imagine it must be difficult," she said sympathetically. "But sometimes, in order to find a solution, we must confront the things that make us uncomfortable or uneasy. And that is what we are trying to do here in Planned, uncover the truth and find a way to help your father." Tyrion nodded in agreement, "I understand. Thank you, Miss Inquisitor, for your understanding and willingness to help." As the man spoke, he glanced at Vanna's eyes but quickly averted his gaze. Again, he felt a faint yet palpable pressure that was even stronger than what he had sensed earlier on the dock. Then, recalling the recent experience of the Inquisitor communicating with that man, Tyrion suddenly got some terrible ideas of where this discomfort came from. Vanna picked up on Tyrion's unusual behavior and asked him directly, "Captain Tyrion, you seem a bit tense. Is there something that's making you nervous?" "No, Inquisitor," Tyrion responded by hesitantly shaking his head. "You mentioned having communicated with my father multiple times. Did he, by any chance, impart any gifts or powers to you during those interactions?" Vanna abruptly halted her footsteps at this remark. "Why do you ask this?" Tyrion quickly clarified, recognizing that his question might be overwhelming for someone as devout and resolute as Vanna. "I don't intend anything else," he explained. "I simply wanted to bring to your attention the power that my father brought back from subspace. It's highly unusual and challenging to remove, and it's extremely polluting, much like other chaotic erosion from subspace. If you accidentally delve too deep..." Vanna took a deep breath and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for reminding me," she said sincerely. However, in reality, Vanna couldn't help but feel that Tyrion's reminder had come a bit too late. The influence of Captain Duncan seemed to be more severe than anyone had anticipated, and now all she could do was hope that he would actually knock when he sought her out. Although Tyrion was unsure of what was going through Vanna's mind, he sensed a palpable awkwardness in the air. However, the discomfort was short-lived, as Vanna took the initiative to break the silence. "I have a question," she said. "Your father mentioned a countdown before he lost his sanity. Do you know anything more about it? Did he mention any other details?" As Vanna posed her question, her mind couldn't help but recall her previous communication with the goddess of storms, Gamana, and the cryptic message the deity had conveyed to her: "Time is limited and about to reach the critical limit." The sentence that Vanna couldn't comprehend at the time now seemed to be intricately linked to the countdown mentioned by Tyrion. Tyrion locked eyes with Vanna, and the two remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, Tyrion spoke in a deep voice. During his last moments, he said something to Lucretia. He said, "Our world is just a pile of extinguishing embers." As the corridor came to an end, Tyrion turned to Vanna and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for leading the way. I'd like to spend some time alone with my subordinates for a while." Vanna nodded in understanding. "Of course, I understand. Please feel free to reach out to me if you need anything," she replied before heading back the way they came. As the door closed behind her, Tyrion felt a wave of relief wash over him, now that the surroundings had quieted down. As Tyrion thought back to his conversation with the Inquisitor, he couldn't help but feel the pressure he had sensed from the lady. It was a palpable sensation that left him feeling uneasy. If he had to relate it to anything he experienced, it would be the sensation he got whenever his father gazed down at him. The memory sent shivers down his spine, and he couldn't help but wonder what it all meant. "Captain, is everything all right?" A trusted sailor looked at his boss with concern. "You seem tense ever since we landed." "I'm all right," Tyrion reassured his sailor with a wave before casually walking over to a nearby table. "Could you bring the items over?" Without delay, one of Tyrion's trusted sailors approached the table, carefully placing a suitcase from the sea mist on its surface. With a key, Tyrion unlocked the case and revealed its contents. In the suitcase was a complicated lens apparatus comprising multiple small lenses and curved connectors, featuring a large crystal ball at its center. "Watch the door, don't let others disturb me," Tyrion instructed his men to keep watch at the door and ensure that he's not disturbed. It was only after several sailors had departed that he directed his attention towards the crystal ball. Then, delicately adjusting one of the lens angles, he murmured the name Lucretia. Eventually, there was a slight tremble in the lens assembly, and the crystal ball positioned at the center started emitting a glimmer, coupled with an unsettling sound, until the vague outline of Lucretia materialized within the crystal ball, saying, "I am present." "Why is the image so blurry?" Tyrion furrowed his brows. "Where are you currently located?" "I am at the border." Lucretia's voice crackled through the crystal ball amidst the static. "The surrounding environment is causing more interference, and I'm trying to adjust." "Is it better now? Can you hear me clearly?" Eventually, the interference dissipated, and Lucretia's form gradually became more distinct. "The environment around me has shifted slightly, and the spirit realm is creating an unusual disruption in reality," the voice from the crystal ball explained. "Is everything all right, brother? The bright star is traversing through turbulent waters. If this isn't urgent." "I'm currently in planned." Tyrion got straight to the point. "The sea mist suffered significant damage during the battle with the Vanished, and the situation in this city-state seems unsettling." The figure on the other end of the crystal ball was taken aback by the news. After a few moments, Lucretia's slightly anxious voice spoke up. "Did you truly come across the Vanished? Are you safe now?" "Frankly, I was beaten up, but it's okay now," Tyrion said in a low voice. "The problem is, his situation seems a little wrong." "His situation isn't right." Lucretia frowned. "You met him up close?" "Uh-huh." Then, Lucretia opened her mouth, seeming hesitant. "So this time you saw our father?" "Not exactly. In all honesty, I took a bit of a beating, but I'm fine now," Tyrion whispered. "The issue is, there's something off with him. His situation isn't right." Lucretia furrowed her brow. "Did you meet him in person?" "Yes." "In that case," Lucretia hesitated before speaking up, "so, you met our father this time?" "Not exactly." Chapter 234. Harmonious Family. Tyrion found it challenging to clarify to his sister the peculiar transformations that had occurred with their father and his extraordinary actions in planned. "I sense he's not the same erratic and disorderly subspace entity he was half a century ago. Now there appears to be a sense of humanity and rationality within him. However, it feels unfamiliar to me." Tyrion spoke with a furrowed brow. "Although he still recognizes me, I'm uncertain whether he remains the same father we've always known." "The transformations are significant." The woman with black hair on the opposite end of the crystal ball remained silent for a few moments before commenting, "Well, at least it sounds like an improvement from what it was like half a century ago." "You can say it like that. Half a century ago, I stood at the bow of the sea mist and gazed upon that silhouette, wishing it wasn't him, and now I'm face to face with him again, only to wonder if it's truly him. Either way, the Vanished hasn't caused as much devastation as it did before." Lucretia remained silent momentarily, pondering over something before bringing up a topic. "Do you recall what I informed you during our last conversation?" "Looney unexpectedly broke down and mentioned that the old master was searching for me. It appears that our father is genuinely plotting something." "What could he be planning?" Tyrion furrowed his brow. "Is he intending to resume his previous unfinished expedition? Or perhaps reassemble the Vanished fleet?" "I'm unsure," Lucretia admitted. Suddenly, an obscure interference materialized in the crystal ball, and several automated magical devices behind Lucretia appeared to malfunction, emitting a faint crackling noise. A group of automatic magic puppets scurried over to investigate the equipment, appearing flustered. "What's happening over there?" Tyrion became apprehensive. "Do you need to tend to the equipment behind you first?" "Don't worry, the puppets can handle minor issues, and they're insignificant compared to the major storm brewing at the border," Lucretia reassured Tyrion calmly without glancing back at the frenzied commotion. "I'm almost through this unstable sea. What are your plans for exploration?" Tyrion asked. "This time you won't directly rush into that fog, right? I must remind you, the border is not a safe place. I was tracking something, and it suddenly emerged near the border with tremendous energy, plunging into the sea, but the onboard equipment failed to capture its exact image," Lucretia explained composedly. "Don't worry, I'm still within the eternal curtain and haven't ventured into the dense fog yet. Once I locate that object, I'll forward you the image. If it's something that can be extracted, I'll cut a piece for you as a souvenir." Tyrion waved his hand dismissively upon hearing this. "No need, I don't want any ominous souvenirs sent my way, and I'd rather catch a few peaceful hours of sleep. Lucretia didn't seem to mind and continued casually, by the way, did you purchase a spirit lens for me? Tyrion was taken aback, and his voice sounded a bit unnatural as he replied, It might have to wait a few days. You know, that item requires some luck to obtain. Did you forget? Lucretia inquired. Of course not, I haven't forgotten. Several suppliers I know are currently out of stock, and the 4 major churches do have the goods, but the procedures to obtain them are too complicated, Tyrion explained. You did forget, didn't you? Lucretia repeated her question. I'm doing my best, Tyrion said solemnly, there must be another way to acquire it without resorting to theft. It appears that you did forget, Lucretia responded calmly by nodding, as if she had already anticipated the situation. It's all right, I understand you're occupied, and it's difficult to request such a favor. Tyrion's face visibly relaxed upon hearing his sister's understanding tone. However, he became tensed again when he heard the second half of the sentence from the opposite side of the crystal ball, then I'll ask the day after tomorrow. Tyrion. The burly pirate wiped his forehead, appearing as though he had something to say, but before he could utter a word, the sound of flapping wings emanated from the window, interrupting his movements. This was followed by the sound of pecking against the glass. Wait a minute, something is happening on my end, Tyrion said hurriedly, his expression turning to one of surprise as he looked up. Pearly, he exclaimed. Tyrion immediately rose from his seat and opened the window, allowing the large, colorful-tailed parrot to enter. Pearly flapped its wings and landed on the table, squawking loudly, Pearly. Tyrion settled back into his seat at the table, eyeing the large parrot suspiciously. What are you doing here? He questioned. Did you escape from the ship? Or did Aiden send you? Ah! Aiden sent Pearly. The large parrot spread its wings and exclaimed, bobbing its head back and forth. Pearly has a message, an important message. Aiden said. Aiden said, it continued squawking. The large parrot appeared to be struggling for a moment, causing Tyrion to look at it with bewilderment. After a prolonged pause, the parrot suddenly screeched out loudly, to Tyrion's surprise, make some fries. Make some fries. Tyrion. Lucretia, on the other side of the crystal ball, also heard the commotion on Tyrion's end, and her voice sounded doubtful, Brother, is Pearly hungry? No, Pearly was supposed to convey some other information, but it appears that the message was intercepted, Tyrion reacted promptly. As the owner of Pearly, he was well acquainted with the parrot's behavior and Aiden's personality. His expression quickly became grave. Pearly, has something happened aboard the ship? The large parrot tilted its head to look at its master, repeating the phrase make some fries several times with no apparent meaning. Suddenly, it stopped and appeared to recall something, and then it excitedly screeched out, Blood compass. Tyrion furrowed his brow slightly, Blood compass. Point to the city-state. The large parrot flapped its wings vigorously and shouted excitedly, Blood compass points to the city-state. Tyrion was taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted swiftly. His expression changed, and he looked up at the crystal ball before him. Lucy, he's. Brother, you must leave planned immediately, Lucretia spoke urgently from the other side of the crystal ball, not waiting for Tyrion to finish. This could be a trap. Tyrion remained frozen and unresponsive to his sister's warning. Instead, he sat there motionless like a statue, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Brother. Lucretia sounded puzzled. Did you not hear me? Lucy, he's. Tyrion's voice trailed off as he broke the silence. Opposite of me, he finally whispered. The voice from the crystal ball fell silent. Across the table from Tyrion, a decorative mirror with an oval frame was suspended in mid-air, surrounded by a faint green flame. Within the flickering of the flame, a majestic figure stood within the mirror, calmly observing him on the other side. First and foremost, this is not a trap, the figure within the mirror began to speak, and I am as surprised as you are for being here. The second thing is that I am finished, so now I'm here to see what you're doing. Tyrion remained silent and motionless while Lucretia grew increasingly uneasy on the other side of the crystal ball. She could not see what was happening on Tyrion's end, which added to her anxiety. Finally, she whispered, is he really there? Tyrion's expression remained impassive as he reached for the box on the table and rotated the crystal ball and lens group towards the other side. Say hello to father, he said flatly. As Tyrion made his move, Lucretia's voice became more urgent, and she spoke more loudly. No need, there's no need to turn around, she said hastily. Unfortunately, it was already too late as the crystal ball and lens group rotated, exposing the image of their father. In addition, Duncan was also peering through the mirror, observing the woman inside the crystal ball. This was their initial encounter, and within his own mind and body, he had no recollections of having a strong relationship with the other person except for a vague and sentimental impression. He experienced a similar sensation when he encountered Tyrion before, but now, standing before Lucretia, there appeared to be another emotion, guilt and remorse. Is it because the father owed her more? Or is it because of the last gift that couldn't be delivered? Duncan didn't know which. After all, he's only assuming this identity for the moment and not actually the real Duncan. It's been a while, Lucy. He gives the lady a nod as a formal greeting. Lucretia's countenance was typically composed and enigmatic, earning her the Sea Witch nickname. However, the current circumstance seemed to baffle her more than even the unpredictable border. She nervously stood there as though she was transported back to the distant past, to the afternoon when she first destroyed her father's navigational equipment. It's been a while, she stuttered in response. Subsequently, the atmosphere in the room lapsed into a melancholic silence, with Duncan wordlessly gazing at the two siblings before him. This tacit pressure appeared to travel through the crystal ball and into the vast expanse of the boundless sea. Lucretia struggled to find a topic to alleviate the tension, but after some hesitation, she eventually blurted out, the frame suits you rather well. Duncan, hey. I am referring to the patterned frame. It matches your personality quite well, Lucretia hastily clarified, sensing the need to explain herself. It exudes a sense of restraint and modesty, which suits you perfectly. Hey. Especially when you're hanging on the wall. Duncan was dumbfounded. What exactly are you trying to say? Finally, Lucretia shifted her gaze away from Duncan and looked towards Tyrion as if seeking his guidance. Help me, she mutters. Tyrion sighed and pushed the suitcase containing the crystal ball aside. He then rose to his feet and approached the frame. What brings you to us? Chapter 235. Across time and space. Separated by a mirrored layer and flickering flames, Duncan closely observed Tyrion and Lucretia's reactions throughout their entire encounter. He discerned their unease, vigilance, and mild apprehension. Though the atmosphere was far from ideal for a family reunion, Duncan had expected this outcome and didn't mind. Meeting Tyrion on his terms fulfilled his purpose for the day, and establishing a foundation now could avert unanticipated conflicts in the future. He was also glad to find Lucretia present. Moments before, Duncan had eavesdropped on their conversation from behind the mirror without their knowledge. He learned that his earlier attempt to contact the siblings using the twin doll Nilu had not been futile. Although he received no feedback, Lucretia's side had shown activity, granting him unexpected information and insights. Composed, Duncan maintained his usual calm demeanor, scanning Tyrion and the crystal ball beside him. A father doesn't need a special reason to seek his children, he said. Tyrion's eyes briefly widened before he regained control. Speaking softly, he continued to eye Duncan suspiciously through the mirror. You should be aware that this is the cathedral. Even you should tread carefully so as not to offend the gods who dwell in this sacred place, he warned. Yes, this is the cathedral, Duncan replied calmly, and I have witnessed it burn down and rebuild from its fragmented past. If the goddess behind this church is watching, she owes me a thank you. Tyrion found himself at a loss for words, a familiar sensation when conversing with his father. A century ago, before the Abnemar name was cursed, Tyrion had always struggled to articulate himself before his father, who was perpetually dignified and engrossed in enigmatic and ominous affairs. Has your sanity finally escaped the influence of subspace? Inquired the sea witch from the crystal ball. As she had done 100 years ago, she eased the tension between her father and brother as the middle person. Have you returned this time to continue your exploration plans? Duncan glanced at Lucretia, panic hidden beneath his calm exterior. He aimed this critical meeting at laying the foundation for his future plans, cover or clarify the many flaws he might reveal, and, if possible, normalize the changes involving him and the vanished. Fortunately, the man had prepared a draft in advance. Subspace has left a deep impact on me, and perhaps I'll never fully shake its influence, he spoke slowly, modulating his speech and expressions. I can't remember many things clearly, even my understanding of the real world. I'm attempting to rediscover the world, and knowing you exist, I think this may be a crucial step in rebuilding my cognition. He paused before adding, but as you said, Lucy, at least, my sanity has returned. This was the most effective statement he could devise to resolve hidden dangers and prepare for the future. To maintain the vanished's stability, he had to play the role of Captain Duncan. Even with a tacit agreement with Goathead, he couldn't abandon this identity, so he had to continue this performance in front of Lucretia and Tyrion. However, no matter how clever the act, there would always be loopholes. And given that he knew almost nothing about the siblings, the most effective solution would be preparing a scapegoat in advance, specifically, a scapegoat connected to subspace. In any case, all the world's evils were linked to subspace, a scapegoat among countless others. Adding one more from his perspective wouldn't hurt. The rest was left to Tyrion and Lucretia's brain to supplement. Upon hearing Duncan's words, Lucretia in the crystal ball appeared visibly startled. She seemed to be intently observing her father's face for any signs of insincerity, while Tyrion, who stood beside her, asked after a brief pause, "So, your actions and plan were merely to save this city-state?" Duncan smiled, replying, "Entirely out of goodwill. But the head bishop and inquisitor in the city don't seem to trust this," Tyrion said in a deep voice, "particularly the inquisitor. She is extremely cautious around you." "I can tell," Duncan nodded. "She tried to cleave me twice in a row, but failed both times." Tyrion was at a loss for words. Unfazed by Tyrion's silence, Duncan shifted his gaze to his daughter in the crystal ball, seemingly asking nonchalantly, "Is Looney with you?" "She's here," Lucretia nodded before motioning to her side. Soon, a clockwork figure dressed as a maid appeared in the crystal ball. Duncan was surprised by the clockwork puppet in front of him, as it didn't seem to fit with Nilu. "Why does she look like this?" "I made a few modifications to Looney," Lucretia explained, wearing a somewhat awkward expression while trying to guess her father's reason for changing the subject. "Why did you suddenly ask about her?" "I found Nilu," Duncan said softly, "in a doll shop." "You didn't take her back then, so she was never sold?" Lucretia couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" Distant memories seemed to fill the sea witch's mind, and her expression grew complex. Duncan noticed the subtle change in her expression and decided that it was enough for now. Further probing might have an undesirable effect. "I'm leaving," Duncan announced through the mirror, signaling his departure. Both Lucretia and Tyrion were slow to react, and Tyrion, in disbelief, asked, "You're leaving?" "I still have unfinished business," Duncan responded nonchalantly, his gaze resting on Lucretia. "I'll hold on to Nilu for now in your stead. If the chance arises in the future, I'll return her to you." As he finished speaking, his image rapidly faded, and the green flames at the edge of the mirror disappeared like a phantom, leaving Tyrion and Lucretia with no time to respond. The room grew quiet once more, and neither Lucretia nor Tyrion spoke for several minutes. Finally, Lucretia broke the silence, asking, "Did that really just happen?" Tyrion offered a wry smile and shook his head, confirming, "It wasn't an illusion." "Could you ever have imagined something like this?" "Not in my wildest dreams," Lucretia admitted, her voice tinged with nervousness. "What do you make of it all?" "You mean? Do you believe what he just said?" Lucretia asked with a mix of seriousness and concern. "Father mentioned losing most of his memories and having to relearn the world due to the profound influence of subspace. He also said this influence couldn't be fully eradicated but claimed to have regained his senses. What do you think?" "To be honest, I find it hard to believe everything he said, including regaining his senses," Tyrion replied with a deep voice. "Without further evidence, I'm inclined to suspect a conspiracy related to subspace." "Conspiracies don't exist in subspace," Lucretia countered softly, "only humans perceive such things." "What about a human who's been influenced by subspace?" Tyrion sighed softly before continuing, "When chaos in subspace gains consciousness, it becomes more terrifying than pure chaos. However, things may not be as dire as they seem, and we can only hope for a miracle. In the meantime, we must remain vigilant and watch from the sidelines. You, who have served on the border for several years, know the importance of such caution." "I understand," Lucretia agreed after a brief pause, then looked back at the oval mirror. "Is he really gone?" she asked nervously. Tyrion considered for a moment before stepping forward. He removed the oval mirror from its place and laid it face down on the table. "This version of father makes me more nervous than ever," the famed pirate muttered. Lucretia's voice came from the crystal ball, "It's no surprise you're uneasy after being defeated by him. It must have left a deep impression on you." Tyrion glanced back without expression, replying, "Let's stay alert. We might suddenly hear father's voice instead of Looney's." The crystal ball abruptly went dark and ceased functioning. In the captain's quarters, Duncan let out a long sigh of relief, reflecting on the recent conversation with the pair of children. Once confident he had accurately remembered the discussion, Duncan took a pen and paper from a nearby surface and started recording the details based on his memory. As he wrote, an unusual hexagonal emblem emerged on the paper, taking shape under his pen strokes. Duncan's hand hesitated as he recognized the symbol forming on the paper unintentionally. It was the same enigmatic emblem Tyrion had shown to Bishop Valentine and Vanna earlier, the mark of the mysterious ascetics the true Duncan had encountered a century ago. Putting down the pen, Duncan stared thoughtfully at the cryptic hexagon and its fragmented cross structure, wondering where to begin unlocking the emblem's secrets. Suddenly, Duncan's eyes froze, focusing on a specific detail of the emblem. A wet imprint had formed on the edge of the paper as if an invisible stream of water had seeped into the corner. As he continued to observe the damp spot, a faint, blurry line materialized at the center of the mark. Thank you. Chapter 236. Secret contact is a local custom. Thank you. A simple phrase, but it made Duncan catch his breath instantly. He was sure that the word hadn't been on the paper earlier, nor was there any sign of it being dampened by water. It had appeared before him out of nowhere. He stared intently at the imprint on the paper, as green flames began to surround him. In a flash, his consciousness swept through the entire ship to verify if there were any uninvited guests on board, but he found nothing. How did this word come to be? Who was sending me a message? Why? To be honest, in that moment, he could somewhat relate to those he had frightened, like Vanna who had done a jump cleave in front of the dressing mirror in a dream, or Tyrion and Lucretia just now. Yet, he still couldn't resist doing the same thing again. The pressing question now was why this word had suddenly appeared on the paper. Duncan's brow furrowed. Then, he recalled a detail while speaking with Tyrion earlier. He had joked, if the deity behind this church is watching, then they owe me a thank you. Duncan's expression grew pensive. His initial reaction to this thought was that it was too far-fetched. How could such a joke be taken seriously? But after this instinctive response, he couldn't help but further explore this notion, and the more he considered it, the more restless he became. He lowered his gaze to the damp corner of the paper. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up a pen and wrote a few words on the relatively dry edge near the watermark, Storm Goddess. After writing it, he patiently waited, watching the damp area like a commander awaiting a response after pressing the big button. But no reply came, even after the water had nearly evaporated. It seemed the other party had left a message and departed, or maybe they had deliberately left it unread. Duncan's mind raced with absurd and bizarre thoughts. Despite his time in this strange world, the current level of strangeness far exceeded his prior experiences. Even his usually composed mind struggled to hold on, but after waiting for an extended period with no results, he slowly put down the pen and attempted to regain his composure. After contemplating for a moment, he stood up and pushed open the wooden door leading to the chart room. At the navigation table, Goathead continued to stare at the foggy chart, turning its head upon hearing the door open. "Did you notice anything unusual on the ship just now?" Duncan asked without waiting for Goathead to speak. "On the ship? No, nothing out of the ordinary," Goathead replied instinctively, then caught on, "Did something happen? I can search the entire ship." "No need, I've already checked. I just wanted to confirm with you." Duncan waved his hand, then collected himself and decided not to mention the mysterious writing on the paper. "I just saw Tyrion and Lucretia, they happened to be in contact with each other." Goathead sensed that the captain's current state was somewhat odd, but since he didn't elaborate, it wisely refrained from asking. Many people speculate that Tyrion and Lucretia have a distant relationship as siblings. Evidence lies in Tyrion being a pirate in the heart of civilized territory, while his sister is engaged in the great adventure of exploring the borderlands, and they never meet. But now it seems the world's wild guesses are just that, wild guesses. In my view, their relationship remains strong, especially when they confront me together. Their sense of unspoken understanding has been nurtured since childhood when they both suffered at the hands of their father, Duncan said, shaking his head. As for now, they're merely pursuing different paths in life. "Ah, the sentimental musings of an old father," Goathead exaggeratedly proclaimed. "Are you still communicating effectively with your children?" "I think it's going well," Duncan thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "I believe I have fully expressed my goodwill and partially implanted the notion of reason and returning to humanity in their minds. I have also made some preparations for future interactions. At least the next time we encounter the sea mist, we shouldn't need to engage in a firefight." This is the first step towards a harmonious family. For a moment, Goathead remained silent, which struck Duncan as odd. Why aren't you speaking this time? Aren't you usually quite talkative? Goathead changed to a softer tone, even without an exchange of gunfire, calling it a harmonious family seems overly optimistic. I find it difficult to assess. Duncan didn't know how to respond and could only shrug in silence. After a moment of quiet, Goathead asked, "It sounds like you are already preparing for the next meeting with Tyrion. Why the sudden enthusiasm?" "Because he once served the Frost Queen," Duncan said lightly, "and now, I'm curious about that part of his past." "Is it because of Miss Alice?" "Partly," Duncan replied nonchalantly. He then shook his head, turned around, went back to his room, found the piece of paper he had been scribbling on earlier, and tore off the corner that had revealed the mysterious writing when it became wet. He then returned to the navigation table in the chart room and placed the unusual hexagonal pattern in front of Goathead. "Have you seen this before?" he inquired. Goathead's neck creaked as it turned to focus on the pattern, then shook its head inquisitively. "Never seen it." "What is it?" "You've never seen it." Duncan frowned and only spoke slowly after he was certain that Goathead wasn't hiding anything. "Over a century ago, a group of ascetics visited the Vanished, and one of them had an amulet with this pattern on it." Goathead fell silent for a moment, then spoke softly, "Oh, then it's beyond my insight." Duncan immediately grasped what the wooden sculpture meant. Back then, Goathead wasn't aboard the Vanished yet because this guy wasn't originally a crew member of the ship. He appeared after the Vanished entered subspace and returned. In truth, he had always been curious about how Goathead ended up on this ship, why it had become the first mate here after the real Captain Duncan had gone entirely mad, and, curious about its connection to subspace and the countless secrets it knew. Unfortunately, Goathead never discussed these matters with him. Even when Duncan attempted to probe the subject, it always changed the topic quite noticeably. This was an attitude and a hint it couldn't speak, or it would cause significant trouble. Duncan snapped back to reality then, momentarily setting aside his tangled thoughts. After pondering for a while, he nodded at Goathead, "You keep steering the ship, I need to handle something." "Of course, always at your service." Goathead responded. Duncan put the paper away and turned to walk towards his cabin. However, halfway there, he suddenly heard Goathead's voice behind him, "Captain." Duncan stopped in his tracks and turned slightly, "You can always trust your loyal first mate." Duncan didn't say anything, but he nodded slightly, then proceeded to his room. Morris tossed and turned in bed for a while before finally getting up. His wife was still beside him, sleeping peacefully with her light and steady snores punctuating the silence that's brightened by the glow of the world's creation shining through the window. Everything seemed like a dream, yet everything was real. Morris rarely struggled with sleep, but ever since his wife returned, he found himself unable to drift off, and he knew precisely why. Fear. He feared that if he slept, this dreamlike reality would truly become a dream and that all the miracles were merely his own wishful thinking, like 11 years ago when he prayed to subspace and received only a fragile illusion. Driven by this fear, he dared not even pray to Lahem casually. Over the past several years, even though he deliberately distanced himself from the church, he never stopped his daily habit of prayer. But now, because of the subconscious avoidance of the Eye of Truth blessing, he even forcibly restrained himself from praying. Morris took a deep breath, allowing his slightly foggy mind to awaken in the cool night air. He then got up, put on a coat, and silently stood beside the bed, watching his sleeping wife. He had been doing this for the past couple of days. But this time, after only a short while of watching, he suddenly felt a momentary confusion in his mind, followed by a vague call and an indistinct majestic figure appearing in his thoughts. Morris immediately shuddered and realized what had occurred. The captain was calling him. The elderly scholar took 2 deep breaths, fully awakening, and quickly walked to the storeroom connected to the master bedroom. He turned on the light in the storeroom and looked at an antique mirror placed in the corner. The mirror's edge was slowly engulfed by ethereal ghost flames, and the captain's figure gradually materialized within it. For some reason, what should have been a scene that terrified ordinary people filled Morris with an inexplicable sense of calm. He found a sense of reality in the floating flames and the majestic figure. Just as pain can prove one is alive, they confirmed that a miracle had indeed occurred, and that all the evidence before him was genuine. Morris approached the antique mirror and slightly bowed his head. "Captain, what are your orders?" Duncan saw Morris in the cluttered room behind him, momentarily imagining a middle-aged Solariman sneaking into the storage room to play games, fearing his wife's discovery. The next instant, he composed his face, brushed aside the unsuitable association, and spoke seriously to Morris. I need you to investigate something that may be related to history or a secret organization. What kind of thing? Morris inquired. A mysterious pattern found on the amulet of a group of ascetics. Chapter 237. People with insomnia. The flames in the mirror vanished, and the majestic figure gradually faded into the darkness, but the mysterious symbol that Captain Duncan showed him remained vivid in Morris's mind. Morris left the storeroom and glanced at his sleeping wife before heading to the writing desk under the window. He took out a pen and paper and carefully sketched the peculiar symbol from memory using the bright, cold night light from outside. Afterward, the learned scholar furrowed his brow as he examined the pattern on the paper. Even scholars who had aced the most challenging exams at the Truth Academy would be baffled by this symbol. Morris could only be certain that it was not a symbol used by any cult, church, or official organization, nor did it adhere to the runes and symbols of mysticism. According to the captain, this emblem had been carried by several ascetics who visited the vanished a century ago, and he had suddenly taken an interest in it. As the captain's kin, Morris had no intention of delving into the captain's secrets, but he was immensely curious about these enigmatic ascetics. What kind of people would bear such an unusual charm and suddenly pique Captain Duncan's interest a century later? After contemplating for some time, Morris exhaled and carefully locked the paper in the writing desk's drawer. He planned to visit the study the next morning to peruse books about ancient cities and secret societies. Although the God of Wisdom had granted him an exceptional memory, there were still gaps, and perhaps he had a record of this symbol in his own library. Then if he couldn't find any clues in his library, he would search the city's major libraries and the Upper City University archives. Though he had left his university position years ago, his connections and influence remained, and borrowing rare books wouldn't be an issue. And if worse came to worse that there were no records in all of Pland, he would write letters or send telegrams to old friends in Lanza and other places who were well versed in history and mysticism. Even if they couldn't help, their universities and research institutions could. In any case, this was the first task the captain had entrusted him, and he had granted him the miracle of resurrection. The least he could do was offer some assistance. As Morris silently mulled over this, his insomnia-stricken mind unknowingly settled. He seemed to rediscover the spirited enthusiasm he had when he first entered the academy, imbued with determination for a specific goal. And with this resolve, his long-lost drowsiness returned. Tyrion had been restlessly tossing and turning in bed for several hours, still unable to sleep. He couldn't recall the last time he experienced such severe insomnia. As the commander of the Sea Mist fleet and the captain of the Sea Mist itself, he had always maintained strong self-control and healthy sleep habits. He could fall asleep and wake up like clockwork except for today. Various thoughts and images rose and fell in his mind, interwoven with countless faded, trivial memories, the flames in the mirror, his somber and imposing father, the exploration ship setting sail amid cheers and praises, the ship's silhouette returning from subspace. Even the battle against the Vanished and the Frost Queen's words to him when the Abyss plan was launched, there are terrifying things beneath the deep sea, but all the answers must lie beneath it as well. Tyrion sat up in bed, turning over. He glanced at the nearby wall, where the mirror that once hung lay upside down on a table. A light oval mark remained on the wall, and the case containing the crystal ball and lens set was placed at the foot of the bed, locked up once more. Meanwhile, other parts of the room with mirrors or smooth surfaces were covered with cloth. However, those white cloths draped over the mirrors only made the room seem eerier and more sinister. In the cold light of the world's creation, the room appeared to be a gathering place for ghosts. But Tyrion wasn't afraid of ghosts. He had a crew of undead sailors, a cursed living battleship, and several secret bases prone to strange and frightening illusions. Compared to his father, ghosts were hardly frightening. After pacing in the quiet and unsettling room for a few minutes, Tyrion's gaze fell on the handheld case at the foot of the bed. After some hesitation, he picked it up. Pearlie had already flown back to the ship to report. As the captain, Tyrion couldn't very well go to the next room to wake up his subordinates and play cards to pass the time, so he decided to see what Lucretia was doing. Perhaps she was experiencing insomnia like him. He turned on the electric light, placed the case on the table, and opened the lid. The crystal ball, surrounded by complex lenses and curved connecting arms, was revealed. Tyrion reached out, but before he could activate the lens, the device buzzed, and the central crystal ball quickly lit up. After a moment, Lucretia's figure appeared in the crystal ball. The sea witch, dressed in a veil with black hair cascading over her shoulders and exuding a mysterious aura, looked at her brother with a weary expression. Brother, I can't sleep. If you can't sleep, you can find your dolls to pass the time, or do your magic experiments, Tyrion said sternly. I'm in the middle of planning the future development of the Sea Mist Fleet. But your hair looks like you've been rolling around on your pillow for 4 hours, Lucretia said calmly. Is this the new posture for planning development? Tyrion fell silent for a few seconds, looking exhausted. Do you have any good suggestions for treating insomnia? Use your witch knowledge, forget it, pretend I didn't ask. The two siblings lapsed into an awkward silence, but gradually, the conversation inevitably shifted towards a specific topic. I made some modifications to Looney earlier, said Lucretia. I strengthened her joint protection and added a small container for storing holy oil and protective runes next to the soul sphere. Do you think that can stop Father from contacting you through Nilu again? No, but maybe it can prevent Looney from directly attacking me next time, Lucretia said, a hint of helplessness in her tone. She actually still has lingering fears from the last time she attacked me. We discussed it seriously just now. What did you discuss with your puppet? Tyrion asked curiously. She advised me not to be nervous, and I advised her to be more open-minded. They fell silent again, but not for long. Actually, I was thinking about something just now, Tyrion suddenly said. What were you thinking about? Do you remember Father's last words today? Tyrion went slowly. He said he found Looney's sister Nilu, and that the doll had never been sold. Lucretia's expression shifted uncomfortably. What are you getting at? This means that the doll shop is still there. Do you remember the location of the doll shop in Planned? Tyrion's expression grew serious. I only remember that it's in the city. Lucretia frowned as she tried to recall, while Tyrion continued, if Father really bought Nilu from that doll shop, it reveals a vital piece of information. He had already visited this city before it was historically tainted in some way, and even acted openly here. Have you considered that Father deliberately gave us this clue to investigate? Lucretia suddenly asked. Now that you've thought of this possibility, maybe it's what Father intended for you to look into. I have considered this possibility. Tyrion paused for a few seconds before speaking again. But even so, you know I won't ignore this clue. I vaguely remember the shop's location, Lucretia said. It should be on the edge of the upper city, near an intersection in the southern lower city. The shop owner is an elf lady. I saw her a century ago, and she looked quite old, but considering the lifespan of elves, she should still be the owner of the shop now. Tyrion nodded slightly, silently noting the information provided by Lucretia. The sea began to stir slightly, and the Vanished swayed gently in the waves. Duncan sat at the navigation table, studying the mist-covered map in front of him with some boredom. His physical body in Planned had already fallen asleep, but this original body on the Vanished hardly needed rest. As a result, night sailing had become a somewhat dull affair, especially with the double restrictions of not being able to read at night or at sea. He couldn't even bring the entertainment books he bought and planned to pass the time here, making this boredom even more acute. After all, he couldn't treat exploring this ship as a pastime every day no matter how large the Vanished was. There was a limit to its exploration. I'm almost tempted to wander around the spirit realm and knock on Vanna and Tyrion's glass to invite them to play cards, Duncan sighed, feeling bored. But with Vanna, it's hard to say, and Tyrion probably won't be able to sleep tonight. If you really do that, he'll be sleepless tomorrow night too, Goathead immediately said. But honestly, your idea is quite appealing, with a mix of horror and entertainment value. Who do you plan to knock on first? I was just joking, Duncan glanced at Goathead, then returned his gaze to the map. But suddenly, he seemed to remember something and raised his head abruptly. How long until sunrise? About 3 hours if it rises on time, Goathead estimated roughly. Chapter 238. Tracking of the Bright Star. In another 3 hours, the sun was expected to rise from the distant horizon, bringing the relatively safe and stable daylight to replace the unsettling darkness of night if the sun indeed rose as anticipated. Duncan glanced at the nearby mechanical clock, its hands ticking steadily. Do you plan to wait for the sunrise? Goathead's voice suddenly inquired. There are still 3 hours left. Waiting idly for 3 hours is even more tedious than sitting here, staring at a mostly empty map, Duncan replied, shaking his head. He stood up to stretch his shoulders and slowly walked towards the bedroom. I'll rest for a bit. If I don't come out before the sunrise, wake me up. Of course, Captain. Duncan nodded, returned to the bedroom, and casually tossed the paper with the mysterious emblem on the table before heading towards the nearby bed. Though his body hardly required rest, he would occasionally take a short nap before dawn, not to relieve fatigue, but simply to wake up and greet the sunrise. This practice allowed him to maintain a sense of being alive on the vanished, preventing him from losing his humanity on this ghost ship. He didn't know if there was a hidden danger in this regard, but ever since realizing that the vanished's condition was not as stable as he had initially thought, he consciously maintained this habit of living a human life on the ship. Duncan lay down, closed his eyes, listened to the whispers of the waves, felt the gentle rocking of the ship beneath him, and gradually relaxed. In the captain's bedroom of the Bright Star, adorned with a feminine touch, Lucretia, wearing a silky nightgown, suddenly sat up in bed. Her hair slightly disheveled, her expression weary and irritable, she clutched a half-human-sized, comically shaped yet eerily unsettling giant rabbit doll as she got up. The doll, made of pink and blue fabric, had a scar across its face and a saw-toothed mouth painted with a blood-like, eerie red. As Lucretia rose, the rabbit doll shifted slightly, then turned its head. Its button eyes gazed at its mistress, and a little girl's voice emerged from its cotton-filled body, "Mistress, I thought you had managed to fall asleep." Lucretia glanced at the nearby clock and spoke with a hint of annoyance, "I slept for a few minutes, only to be awakened by a strange dream." "What time is it now?" 2 hours before sunrise, the rabbit doll said, hopping out of her arms and onto the floor. It bounced over to a cabinet, opened the door with its seemingly floppy plush paw, retrieved a bottle of the captain's prized wine, poured a small glass, and handed it to Lucretia. "You can still sleep for a while, this will help calm your nerves." Lucretia downed the glass but still rose, "No need, lying down will only add to my irritation. Start tidying up." "Very well, mistress." The rabbit doll, speaking in a little girl's voice, responded crisply. It took the wine glass from its mistress and put it away, then hopped and bounced around to tidy up the bed, seemingly skilled and efficient. Meanwhile, Lucretia snapped her fingers, and the room's lights turned on. She took a slow breath, dragged her feet to the dressing table, and tapped a drawer under the mirror with her fingernail, causing it to open in response. A wooden toy sailor, carved from wood, leaped out, adorned in a classic naval uniform and clutching a small command knife. He first bowed to Lucretia, then stood atop the drawer, waving his command knife and issuing sharp orders. A large group of toy soldiers emerged from the drawer, quickly forming ranks and calling out names before running to the side to pick up a comb, hand mirror, water cup, and toothbrush. They swiftly and nimbly lined up, moving to Lucretia's side or the back of her chair, and commenced assisting her with her morning grooming. Lucretia sat dispiritedly in front of the dressing table, allowing the dolls to bustle around her as she grappled with the fatigue and stress induced by a sleepless night and rampant thoughts. She contemplated matters concerning the vanished, and after some time, she inhaled deeply, forcing her mind to regain clarity. At that moment, a faint golden gleam suddenly streamed in from the gap in the curtains nearby, catching the sea witch's attention. Lucretia noticed the golden gleam, initially unresponsive, but after a mere 2 or 3 seconds, her eyes abruptly narrowed, and she glanced up at the mechanical clock beside her. There was still an hour until sunrise. It wasn't time for the sun to rise. She abruptly stood up. The toy soldiers momentarily fell into disarray, then efficiently commenced cleaning up and reassembling their ranks. The rabbit doll, having already tidied the bed, observed her mistress's movement and hopped over. "Mistress, it appears to be getting light outside." "It isn't time for daylight yet," Lucretia responded quickly, striding towards the window. "Where are we now?" "We're still following the course set last night," the rabbit doll answered promptly. "We're already close to where the big thing is supposed to have fallen." As soon as the rabbit doll finished speaking, Lucretia flung open the thick curtains and thrust open the window, reinforced with a fine metal mesh. A thin, hazy fog lingered on the sea surface outside the window, a common sight in the border area. Within that thin, hazy fog, a vast, faint golden glow floated quietly on the sea surface, its distance from the Bright Star still uncertain. A massive, glowing object floated on the sea surface. Lucretia gazed intently in that direction, inhaling deeply, and her body suddenly transformed into a whirl of colorful paper fragments. The colorful fragments swept out the window, soaring across the deck, through the stairs, and into the cockpit situated in the upper middle part of the ship. Inside the cockpit, the clockwork puppet Looney, dressed as a maid, was navigating the ship. She instantly sensed her mistress's approach, and as the colorful paper fragments flew in, she relinquished the steering wheel. The following second, Lucretia's figure materialized from the paper fragments and took control of the wheel. "Mistress, I was about to send someone to summon you," Looney said, stepping aside. That golden light suddenly emerged from the fog, and it appears to be the fallen object we've been tracking. Increase to full speed, have everyone on standby, and prepare the rear of the ship for entering the spirit world at any time, Lucretia commanded swiftly. Do we have enough spirit dust and magic oil reserves? Looney responded promptly, reserves are sufficient, and your orders have been relayed. Lucretia nodded, and then the bright star sprang to life at the captain's command. A large number of clockwork sailors, magical dolls, and ceramic soldiers hastened to their respective workstations. The specially designed paddle wheel structures on both sides of the ship started spinning faster, and the seemingly outdated engine gradually unleashed power surpassing that of modern propeller engines, rapidly increasing the ship's speed. In the rear half of the ship, the ghostly original hull became more ethereal and blurred, with black hair-like stripes extending from the stern to the surrounding waters. From a distance, it appeared as if a dark tail trailed behind the bright star. Under Lucretia's direct control, the entire ship showcased a blend of magic and machinery, a fusion of beautiful elegance and terrifying grotesqueness. As the bright star's speed further increased, the enormous golden glowing mass floating amidst the mist and the sea became increasingly apparent to Lucretia. The true scale of the object grew more immense as well. Even the clockwork doll Looney gradually widened her eyes and couldn't help but utter in a low voice, "My goodness! Mistress, what is that?" Lucretia didn't respond, but continued to stare intently ahead, concentrating on the massive golden apparition emerging from the mist, now resembling a small mountain. It was too colossal to discern its complete outline from a single perspective, and its majestic, flawless appearance seemed beyond human construction. A vast, intricate golden geometric body silently floated on the sea's surface, emitting a soft, alluring pale golden light. It was nearly 3 times the height of the tallest mast of the bright star, with walls extending on both sides. The upper half of the structure leaned slightly outward, like a terrifying cliff, and its surface bore no visible protrusions, appearing entirely natural. As they approached, Lucretia and Looney began to notice more details of the colossal object. "It looks semi-transparent." Looney curiously leaned against the wide viewing window. "It looks like a glowing piece of colored glass." "No, it seems to be more than just transparent." Lucretia shook her head, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the enormous glowing geometric body. It seemed as though she had detected something unusual about the edges of the structure when a small black dot suddenly emerged from the nearby mist and entered her field of vision. It was a seabird. Even in the vast ocean and even in this border filled with strange phenomena, such creatures persisted. If anything, these wild animals, lacking the complex intelligence of humans, fared better in the bizarre border seas than the brave and strong adventurers. Lucretia's attention shifted to the seabird, which appeared to be disoriented by the golden light on the sea surface and frantically flew straight towards the glowing mountain. However, the next moment, the anticipated tragic collision did not transpire. The bird flew directly into the slightly tilted cliff. After a while, from the corner of Lucretia's eye, she saw the bird re-emerge from another direction, seemingly unscathed. Looney also witnessed this scene and was taken aback. Is it an illusion? Chapter 239. Falling Object. The bright star's speed gradually decreased, eventually coming to a cautious stop hundreds of meters away from the faintly glowing, semi-transparent cliff. However, in comparison to the colossal scale of the structure, a distance of hundreds of meters seemed insignificant. Visually, Looney felt as if the bright star had drawn near to the cliff. The impressive geometric structure, resembling a towering mountain, loomed with an overwhelming presence that could easily overwhelm and suffocate an ordinary person standing there. "It's truly magnificent," the clockwork doll couldn't help but exclaim, looking up, "and beautiful." Indeed, it was both magnificent and beautiful. If one could overlook its oddity, it might even be considered a wondrous sight, capable of inspiring a great masterpiece from a talented artist or countless poems from a poet. It looked like a peak sculpted from pale golden, translucent amber with sharp angles, or an exceptionally regular geometric iceberg. Emitting a hazy golden light, it floated in the water, encircled by a thin, slowly drifting mist that lent it a dreamy aura. Various signs suggested that it was indeed dreamlike. It lacked a physical form, despite its apparent existence. It seemed more like a giant shadow. "Mistress," Looney couldn't help but turn around, "what do you think this is?" "I don't know. I only know that it fell from the sky." Lucretia admitted her lack of knowledge. She remembered the scene when the bright star first tracked this object just 2 days prior. During the last hours of daylight, the bright star observed a massive, hazy, glowing body suddenly falling from the sky, tearing through the clouds, and disappearing into the depths of the border seas. From that moment on, she and her ship had been pursuing this object. However, aside from the evident fact that it had fallen from the sky, she knew nothing about this phantom-like celestial visitor. Lucretia carefully observed the base of the massive geometric structure, confirming another fact. It was incredibly light, floating on the surface of the sea with only its lower half slightly submerged in the water. This slight submersion indicated that the seemingly illusory object possessed some mass and wasn't merely a shadow. Possessing mass meant it could be bound by physical materials. Could they use the bright star's power to tow this object away? Could they bring it back to the civilized world's territory and assemble a truly professional team to study it? The Explorers Association would probably be eager to help. While it may work in theory, the practicality of this idea remained uncertain. How could they transport such a massive, penetrable illusion? Or was there a solid core within the glowing geometric structure that provided its mass? As Lucretia quickly pondered these thoughts, Looney's voice rang beside her. Shall we investigate its interior? Let's proceed cautiously, Lucretia said, biting her finger and drawing a drop of blood. The blood drifted forward and suddenly burst into an exaggerated puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, another Lucretia appeared in the control room like a ghostly illusion, wearing a pale, tattered dress, her face cold and gloomy, and her body semi-transparent, hovering in mid-air. Lucretia nodded at the illusion, which then silently turned around and flew toward the mountain hundreds of meters away. Looney watched this scene nervously, witnessing the ghostly illusion swiftly cross the foggy sea surface and silently vanish into the mountain. But nothing special happened. Mistress. Looney turned to her master. What's inside? Light and warmth fill the space, neither scorching hot nor blindingly bright. There is an absence of wind or waves inside, and the sea below appears even calmer than the outside, Lucretia said slowly, carefully processing the information from her phantom clone. For now, at least the shallow area of the mountain seems safe. I'm moving further inward. Looney nodded. Although she was a clockwork doll, her soul was closer to human than any crew member on the ship. At this moment, her nervousness increased, and she reached behind herself to wind her key a few times, using this method to alleviate the slight tremors in her body caused by tension. After waiting for some time, she suddenly saw her mistress's expression change. Lucretia furrowed her brow and looked forward. I've reached the deepest part, said the sea witch. There is a core. A core? What does it look like? A massive stone sphere, Lucretia said with a somewhat puzzled expression, or at least it appears to be made of stone. It's grayish-white, with many regular grooves on the surface, about 10 meters in diameter, floating above the sea. As she spoke, Lucretia furrowed her brow and concentrated, as if issuing a command to the ghostly apparition that had already ventured deep into the glowing geometric structure. She continued, it can be touched. It's solid. Solid? Looney paused, her years of experience with her mistress quickly helping her understand. You want to bring it back. The elven scholars in Wind Harbor should be interested in this, Lucretia said calmly. The patterns on the surface of the stone sphere display an obvious regularity, suggesting a complex geometric structure. I suspect, those proficient in mathematics may discern something from it. How are we going to drag this thing back? Looney looked at her mistress, somewhat bewildered, with a sturdy rope or chain. We have spare anchor cables on the ship, but they might not be long enough. The projection of the glowing body is too large, and the distance from here to its core may exceed the limit of the anchor cable. Lucretia silently stared at the glowing mountain and seemed to make up her mind after half a minute. We'll go in and pull it out ourselves. Are you serious? My curiosity is piqued. All right, you're serious. Duncan slept in the captain's quarters of the Vanished, experiencing a brief and peculiar dream. This was remarkable, as his body scarcely required sleep, let alone dreaming. In fact, since he came aboard this ship, he had never experienced a dream. He had some fragmented dreams in Plan's body, but none were as clear and memorable as this short, strange dream. In the dream, he saw a meteor, one that appeared suddenly during the day. He stood at the bow of the Vanished, and the ship was quiet. He could not hear the noise of the goat head in his mind, nor the daily commotion of Alice battling with the bucket and mop on the deck, and even the entire boundless sea was silent, with no waves or wind. The whole world seemed to have fallen into silence, and in this quietude, massive glowing objects fell from the sky, also silent. One after another, luminous objects fell, gently landing on the placid surface of the boundless sea. Despite their massive size, they created no disturbances, as if they were phantoms falling upon one another. Gradually, the objects descended like rain, transforming into a terrifying and peculiar meteor shower. Countless glowing objects filled the sea, enveloping the vanished in a sea of brilliance. As the numerous luminous objects continued to fall, the sky gradually darkened. By the end of the dream, the meteor shower had dwindled, leaving the sky pitch black. Duncan lifted his head at the dream's conclusion, only to be met with a dark red, blotchy, and frightening void in the sky, reminiscent of a dying eye silently observing the world. Duncan's eyes snapped open, the vivid and bizarre dream leaving a strong impression on his mind. He was amazed that he could dream aboard the ship, even more so by the strange scenes his dream presented. A quiet world, silent meteors, a dark and lifeless sky, and the terrifying void like a dying eye gazing upon the world. Why did he dream of such peculiar sights? What did this dream symbolize? Duncan slowly caught his breath, sitting up in bed and rubbing his forehead in irritation. On the eerie boundless sea, aboard the Vanished, he couldn't accept that the dream was just ordinary. Something must have influenced him, or his intuition sensed something, prompting the dream scene. As he pondered in frustration, his brow furrowed. Did it have any connection to the world countdown he had recently learned about? Was it related to the truth about the world's end that Captain Duncan, who had gone mad a century ago, had faced? Had learning this information triggered the dream, or had the residual memories of this body suddenly stirred? Was his interaction with Tyrion and Lucretia linked to the dream? Duncan gently tapped his forehead and reached for the bottle of alcohol on the side cabinet, intending to use its power to calm his emotions. However, as he extended his hand, his gaze fell upon the nearby wall clock, and he paused. The clock's hands had stopped. They had come to a halt 1 minute before sunrise. The darkness outside the window was not illuminated by the break of dawn or the cold radiance of the world's creation. The oil lamp's flame in the bedroom was the only living thing still burning steadily, but its light appeared somewhat dim, casting a peculiar glow throughout the room. Duncan's gaze calmly surveyed the scene, taking in all the abnormal occurrences. The situation was clearly not normal. Was he still dreaming? He quickly dismissed this possibility. His clear consciousness allowed him to discern whether he was dreaming. Suppressing the urge to open the window and investigate the situation outside the ship, Duncan got up and headed for the bedroom door. His first destination was the chart room to see if Goathead knew what was happening. Upon opening the door to the chart room, he looked at the navigation table where the sea chart and Goathead should have been. The wooden sculpture was missing. Chapter 240. There is a breathtaking view. The Goathead was nowhere to be found. This sight was even more astonishing than that absurd and surreal dream. Duncan stood at the doorway, dumbfounded for a while before finally regaining his composure. He promptly drew his sword from his waist and cautiously advanced. True enough, the Goathead had vanished. The familiar navigation table only had a sea chart and a few assorted items on it, while the spot where the Goathead should have been was merely an empty table. Duncan stared at the empty table for a few seconds before slowly looking around. His eyes met more incongruous scenes. All the furnishings were aged and worn, with cracks of varying depths appearing on the walls and pillars. Numerous items were absent from the shelves, leaving them almost bare. A dark, dubious stain had replaced a decorative tapestry that once hung on one wall, beside a grimy window. The view outside was dim and disordered, with faint, evasive flashes of light occasionally visible. It was as if swift-moving shadows were rapidly darting through the air outside the window. The entire chart room felt as though it had been deserted for innumerable years. Time had damaged most of the furnishings, while some unknown, even more hazardous force had left irregular, dark stains on the walls, ceiling, and floor. Duncan couldn't help but pinch his thigh again, attempting to verify whether he was dreaming or not. The sharp pain and clear thoughts reassured him that this was not a dream but a reality that felt foreign. The sensation of stepping foot on the Vanished for the first time resurfaced, as the tension of being surrounded by boundless peculiarity caused Duncan's brow to furrow. However, compared to his initial experience on the ship, it took him only a brief moment to adjust and regain his composure after taking a few deep breaths. After all, he now had numerous bizarre encounters he never could have imagined in his previous life. His cumulative experience dealing with this strange world and the proficiency and confidence in his own abilities meant he was no longer the disoriented beginner he had once been. The only thing causing him unease now was the concern that the Vanished being unstable and destined for issues seemed to be materializing. Something had transpired on the ship. Duncan walked around the room again, inspecting the now vacant shelves, the grimy walls, and the corner where 2 wooden crates used to be. Most items had disappeared, and aside from the navigation table, the room had become an old, decrepit empty space. But one thing remained in its original position: the oval mirror with an ornate floral patterned frame. Duncan approached the mirror and cautiously peered into it. Nothing horrifying materialized. The mirror didn't reflect a gory inferno or twisted faces, it was merely filthy. Dark stains covered the surface, but in areas with less dirt, reflections were still discernible. Duncan didn't linger in front of the mirror for long. He returned to the navigation table and examined the sea chart. The next moment, his gaze abruptly froze. The sea chart had altered. The fog that had almost entirely obscured the map had disappeared, unveiling precise and intricate navigation routes on the parchment. Duncan instinctively leaned in closer to make out the contents of the map, but he immediately realized something was amiss. The paths on the map intersected, with overlapping navigation routes, but there were no meaningful labels or locations. It seemed like a disorganized tangle of lines drawn haphazardly, documenting a confused sleepwalk. Among the lines, there were no islands or city-states, nothing. He couldn't find Planned, Lanza, Cold Harbor, or Wind Harbor. Although he was admittedly unfamiliar with most of the names of these city-states, he at least knew they existed and should definitely be present on this sea chart now that the fog had cleared. Duncan's brow furrowed deeper as he realized there were no reference points on the sea chart. He slowly straightened up, tilting his ears to listen for sounds outside the window. There was no sound beyond the window, no wind or waves, silent, just like his peculiar, brief nightmare. The lines on the sea chart indicated the vanished's trajectory, which would update itself as the ship drifted. So the lines marked on this fog-free, intersecting sea chart, were the records of the vanished's voyage in which dimension? Duncan took a gentle breath, and as if making a decision, he held his sword and turned to walk towards the captain's cabin door. In theory, the deck of the vanished was just beyond the door. He gripped the handle, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The vanished was sailing in a dark chaos, and the deck and structures on the ship were in ruins, long abandoned. At least, the deck of the vanished was indeed outside the door. Duncan stepped out of the door, treading on the pitted and damaged deck that seemed on the brink of collapse, hearing the harsh creaking sound that suddenly shattered the stifling silence. Duncan cautiously advanced, making sure the deck was only seemingly broken but not truly at risk of collapsing, and then he walked a bit more boldly. He then raised his head to assess the situation surrounding the vanished. What he saw was a vast and infinite chaotic space filled with desolation, dim shadows everywhere, and among those shadows, dark and indistinct light and shadow turbulence would occasionally emerge and gradually fade away. From time to time, peculiar flashes or light streams would suddenly brighten, illuminating the void in the distance like blind lightning. In that fleeting moment of brightness, one could vaguely see something enormous floating in the void, as if slowly rotating and contorting. Upon witnessing those dark shadows and turbulent flashes, the only thought in Duncan's mind was "Holy crap!" This scene seemed familiar. It was the same as the view beneath the vanished. It was subspace. Duncan almost cursed out loud, his mouth twitching twice, thinking that the thing he dreaded the most was bound to happen. He had recently considered avoiding contact with the mysterious and seemingly alluring subspace, but he never anticipated that he would suddenly experience subspace drift with the blink of an eye. How did he end up here? However, after the initial panic, he quickly composed himself and restrained the urge to return to the captain's cabin. He couldn't yet determine if this place was truly subspace, he only felt that it resembled the view outside the bottom of the vanished. And if this place were indeed subspace, then retreating back into the captain's cabin would be futile. In addition to this point, he also quickly noticed something peculiar about his own situation. He stood here, observing the scenery of subspace, suspected, without experiencing any discomfort, nor did he feel his spirit being eroded, or hearing any strange noises. But according to the common sense of this world, shouldn't humans go mad just by glimpsing subspace, let alone entering it? But he hadn't felt any discomfort. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, but he could still clearly perceive his body in Planned, as well as the imprints of Nina, Morris, and Vanna, who remained in the real dimension. Even if he, the ghost captain, had some unique properties and some resistance to subspace, he shouldn't have been so unaffected here, should he? Duncan was baffled by his current state and even began to question whether this place was really the legendary abyss of World's End. He then steadied himself and walked towards the railing at the edge of the deck. As expected, there was no water beneath the vanished. The ship seemed to be floating in the universe, enveloped by the same void on all sides. Standing at the edge of the deck, he gazed at the distant, indistinct, colossal shadows and the occasional bursts of light, carefully contemplating how to escape this predicament. First, he needed to determine if this place was genuinely subspace, and secondly, find and establish if there was still a connection between this place and the real dimension. Since he had arrived here, it meant that there must be a place to reconnect with the real world, but this place might not be in the bedroom where he woke up. He had already examined the bedroom and the chart room, and found no signs of a passage. After a moment of thought, he had a rough idea and turned away from the ship's side, heading towards the cabin entrance in the middle of the deck. Just then, something caught Duncan's attention, and he instinctively stopped. He looked up in the direction of the faint light, and a slightly brighter arc of electricity was slowly dissipating in the darkness. In the gradually dimming light, it seemed as if something enormous was slowly drifting above the vanished. Duncan watched intently as another flash appeared at that moment, like a winding and relentless lightning bolt, illuminating a vast expanse of sky in an instant. Duncan finally saw the massive object's outline. His breath caught in his throat. It was a piece of land, or a land-like fragment of shadow, of immense proportions, large enough to invoke a fear of gigantic objects. Its irregular outline resembled something ripped from a planet by some immense force, then violently hurled here. On that suspended land, one could faintly discern mountains, rivers, and some more dubious, disquieting lines and shapes, all lacking color and life. The entire continent was a monochrome gray-black, with rivers frozen in the gorges of the earth, making it resemble a coarse, colorless model, sealed in unchanging amber. This vast celestial wreckage slowly moved above the vanished, presenting Duncan with a desolate, ancient vision of an apocalypse. Chapter 241. Other side. An entire continent hung inverted and gradually drifted overhead, casting a vast and gloomy shadow that obscured 4/5 of the view. The overwhelming sensation it produced was astonishing, so much so that even Duncan felt smothered in that moment, fighting the urge to look away. But he resisted the temptation to avert his gaze and instead compelled himself to continue observing the suspended celestial fragment. Duncan was unsure of what was happening, how he arrived here, or how to return, but it was precisely for this reason that he needed to scrutinize any unusual scenes and collect useful information. Was the suspended celestial debris real? Or merely a horrifying illusion? Was it the remnants of a shattered world? Or just an object deformedly projected in the warped space-time of subspace? The floating landmass glided slowly on an inclined path, drawing nearer to the vanished. Duncan grew anxious as he realized that the ship beneath him seemed to be moving along the edge of the continent, with the potential for a collision. As the landmass approached and the stern of the vanished was about to graze the edge of a fractured mountain, Duncan suddenly felt a quiver beneath his feet on the deck. Soon after, he thought he heard a faint, ghostly wail emanating from somewhere, accompanied by eerie creaking and groaning sounds from various parts of the ancient ghost ship, breaking the silence of the vanished. The next second, the massive hull beneath him began to turn slightly, narrowly avoiding a collision between the vanished's upper structure and the jagged mountain peak. Astonished, Duncan observed the movement on the ship, listening as the spectral cries and creaking noises gradually faded into silence. Suddenly, he spotted something in his peripheral vision and looked up at the fractured mountain peak at the edge of the inverted continent. It was a cliff, a jagged cliff as if violently torn apart, and a colossal humanoid creature leaning against it. He was nearly as tall as the mountain, with slender, pale limbs and a misshapen, swollen head. A single, large eye was set in the pockmarked face, half open and half closed, with an opaque liquid seeping from it, solidifying into amber-like droplets midair. This one-eyed giant had clearly been dead for an indeterminate amount of time, but his remaining body still seemed to radiate an enthralling aura of power and oppression. There were no visible injuries on him, as if he had perished from exhaustion, and up to the moment of death, his hands were pressed against the cliff behind him, fingers deeply embedded in the rock. The colorless black continent and the pale, one-eyed giant who died on the cliff's edge, in this disordered, dim subspace, under the lengthy lightning illumination, left a deep impression on Duncan's mind. Eventually, the persistent flash of light started to fade. It traversed the center of the continent and gradually dissipated. In Duncan's view, the floating landmass slowly retreated into darkness. However, he continued to gaze upward, knowing that the continent had not entirely vanished, and its last bit of structure was leisurely floating over the vanished. He felt as though he could hear the low rumble of the heavy and massive object slowly compressing overhead. Even though he knew it was merely his imagination, the rumbling illusion still echoed in his mind, like the final lament of a dead world lingering in subspace. Duncan finally shifted his gaze, taking in the vast chaos beyond the ship's rail. Occasionally, flashes of light and turbulent currents cut through the darkness. In this dark and chaotic void, those flashes and currents sporadically illuminated various shapes, ranging from large to small indescribable shadows. Duncan took a gentle breath, glanced down at the ship beneath his feet. The vanished, which was entirely different from the one he knew, exuding a sense of brokenness throughout. He closed his eyes briefly, attempting to communicate with the ship, just as he had connected with the intact vanished in the real world, in order to understand this ghost ship floating in subspace. But in the next instant, his eyes snapped open. He couldn't sense the ship. It wasn't that he couldn't communicate, but rather that he couldn't feel the ship's existence at all. The moment his perception expanded, it felt as though the ship beneath his feet had vanished, leaving no deck, mast, or cabin. He even felt as if he was adrift alone in this vast chaos, the intense feelings of emptiness and disorientation that followed disrupting his focus. Duncan stared at the ship's structure in disbelief, stepping on the deck as if he couldn't accept that the ship carrying him was merely an illusion. Or, was he the illusion? Duncan's mind raced for a moment, then he shook his head and walked towards the hatch leading to the lower deck. He resolved to carry on with his initial exploration plan. Regardless of the ship's true nature or why it appeared non-existent to his perception, it was still transporting him and had demonstrated no intent to expel or harm him as the captain. This provided Duncan with the motivation and confidence to continue exploring. He descended the steps and entered the spacious cabin below the deck. After opening several cabins in succession, they all revealed the same dilapidated scene, with dubious black stains covering the walls and ceilings, and all the rooms were empty. Some rooms were distinctly filled with items in Duncan's memory, but now only broken walls and pillars remained. He even specifically sought out Alice's cabin, which, naturally, was also empty for some reason. This actually gave him a sense of relief. He would rather not encounter familiar people or objects in this eerie and terrifying place. After leaving Alice's room, Duncan proceeded through the crew area and dining area, heading deeper into the cabin. When he reached the central warehouse, he hesitated for a couple of minutes in front of the stairs leading to the lower levels. In the real world vanished, he had explored those areas, knowing that the cabins of light and shadow inversion lay below, and even deeper, the broken bottom. But during that exploration, he had a special lantern with him. That lantern could help him extend his perception and reveal the twisted and dangerous corners of the cabin in advance. But here, he hadn't found that lantern. Nevertheless, after a moment of hesitation, Duncan decided to press on. The situation here had changed so drastically compared to the real dimension that even if he found the lantern, it might not prove useful in the rooms below. Moreover, the primary function of the lantern was to enhance his perception. However, in his perception, this ship didn't exist at all, so what would be the point of expanding his perception further? Duncan simply raised his sword, lightly running his finger through the air above the blade. A faint green flame ignited along the edge, casting limited light. Using the sword as a source of illumination, he cautiously descended the stairs and moved forward. A dark, expansive cabin came into view. This was the light and shadow inverse cabin. In the real dimension, this cabin was filled with oil lamps, but the relationship between the light from the lamps and the darkness in the cabin corners was inverted. The brighter the light, the darker the corners became, and vice versa. Duncan looked around. There was no light and shadow inversion here, only a uniform, chaotic dimness. The spiritual flame burning on the sword's blade didn't activate any light and shadow inversion mechanism, but instead illuminated the surroundings normally. This place is much more normal. Duncan couldn't help but murmur softly as he cautiously navigated the empty space, moving forward until another staircase came into view. This staircase led to the bottom of the vanished, a place filled with shattered fragments. Duncan took a deep breath and stepped down, coming towards a door that appeared at the end of the staircase. He instinctively glanced up at the door frame, remembering that a phrase had been written on this door, signifying that it was the last door to the bottom of the cabin. Yet, there was nothing on the door frame. No warning for future generations, no guidance for the path ahead, just an ordinary wooden door, slightly ajar, as if inviting visitors to enter. Duncan wasn't overly surprised, simply looking away as he gripped the burning sword in one hand and slowly pushed the door open with the other. Beyond the door was another dim area, an old and broken cabin. But it was intact. Upon entering, Duncan immediately noticed the complete cabin walls surrounding him. Although worn and shabby, there were no gaps in the walls, and the scene outside the walls was invisible. The bottom of the ship in the real dimension was fragmented, but the bottom here was still intact. Duncan felt an odd sensation in his heart as he continued to walk forward. After a few steps, he suddenly halted. In the dim depths of the cabin ahead, an ancient, weathered door stood in midair. Duncan's heart raced, and he quickly approached, the door's appearance becoming clearer. It was identical to the door at the bottom of the vanished in the real dimension. Duncan reached the door, observing at first glance that it was slightly open, revealing a small gap. Through the gap in the door, he could vaguely see the scene on the other side. It was a fragmented cabin, with dim lights hovering within. Duncan abruptly turned his head, examining the place where he was standing. An ancient, broken cabin, dim and dusty, abandoned for who knows how long. It was just like the scene he had glimpsed through the door's gap when he first explored the bottom of the Vanished with Alice. Duncan finally confirmed his initial suspicion. He was on the other side of the door. Chapter 242. Zhou Ming. Now on the opposite side of the door, Duncan couldn't resist approaching the narrow opening to cautiously examine the situation beyond it. This brought back memories of his previous experience after exploring the cabin's depths when he had first returned to his single apartment to verify what was happening through the door's gap. The scene and his mindset were all too familiar. However, unlike before, no other Duncan was wielding a sword, ready to attack from the other side. Duncan's brow furrowed slightly over the thought and his current predicament. He had made it to this side of the door and personally observed the situation. Moreover, he had scoured the entire ship without encountering anything unusual. So, what was the entity impersonating him from this side when he was peering through the door from the bottom of the ship? Duncan's brow creased as he turned to survey the vacant, dimly lit cabin as if attempting to locate the impostor that had masqueraded as Zhou Ming here. He recalled giving the other side a sword then, but if this were truly subspace, a mere sword shouldn't have sufficed to vanquish the foe. There should have been some residual traces. Yet, there was none, not a single trace. After an exhaustive search, Duncan started to question his initial assessment. Perhaps what he had seen through the gap had been a mere illusion conjured by subspace, an illusion solely visible to him at the time, which was consistent with the notion that subspace reflects the mind. Nonetheless, it didn't explain why the illusion had left his own mind unscathed, even dissolving with ease. Duncan gently shook his head, setting aside his perplexities for the time being, but he couldn't help marveling at the enigma that was this weird shadowy world. His focus shifted back to the door. On this side, it was slightly ajar, leaning towards the door frame, while in the real dimension, at the ship's bottom, it was outwardly open with a gap. The two were aligned perfectly, meaning he had found the portal connecting the two. A faint smile graced Duncan's face as he grasped the door handle. Then, with a gentle tug, he shut the door. Remarkably effortless, he didn't forget how unyielding this door behaved when he had attempted to close it from the other side with Alice as company. Despite their efforts, they couldn't budge it even slightly. Yet, on this side, all it took was a gentle pull. With a soft click, the door sealed shut. Duncan silently gazed at the closed door, and after a few seconds, his expression briefly tensed before gradually relaxing again. His heart, however, lagged behind, suddenly pounding a half beat later. During the brief 2 seconds it took to shut the door, Duncan had cleared his mind, not dwelling on the consequences of being trapped and unable to return. Instead, he only allowed himself a strong sense of the door's danger and acted without hesitation. Once the door was completely closed, he released the suppressed emotions and took a deep breath. This place might have indeed been an exit connecting to the real world, but he couldn't actually push the door open. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, a powerful intuition told Duncan that returning to reality wouldn't be as simple as pushing the door open from this side. This was temptation, a trap. He had already faced a similar temptation in the real-world dimension at the ship's bottom, but this time it was more concealed and unexpected. Duncan gazed intently at the door and then used the sword in his hand, ablaze with otherworldly flames, to swipe across the door panel. The eerie green fire surged and almost instantly engulfed the entire door. However, after a burst of intense burning, the door remained standing, seemingly unscathed. This caused a furrow across his face. Confronted with something that clearly belonged to the supernatural realm, the otherworldly flames failed for the first time. However, it wasn't because the door was too resilient, because he didn't sense any resistance from the feedback of the flames. In fact, he couldn't even perceive the door's existence. It was like the ship, the door didn't exist. Nonetheless, the door couldn't be non-existent. Even if the ship genuinely didn't exist, the door had to exist because it could exert such a complex influence as enticing oneself to open the door. This thing definitely existed here. Duncan strove to organize his thoughts as his mind brimmed with immense confusion. He first inspected the door and the entire cabin once more but found no clues to answer his questions. As time passed, he reluctantly decided to abandon his search for now. He couldn't squander all his time in this peculiar place. Since the ship's bottom exit harbored significant hidden danger, he needed to seek alternative escape routes. As he pondered, an idea struck Duncan. He immediately pivoted and made his way towards the stairs leading to the upper cabin, swiftly navigating the dark, vacant cargo hold and the crew cabins above. Finally, he traversed the shadowy wooden door connecting the upper deck to the cabin and emerged on the open deck. The weathered, ancient ship continued to drift in the chaotic darkness reminiscent of outer space, occasionally surrounded by light and shadow turbulence. These disturbances sometimes cast enormous, terrifying shadows of broken fragments that floated by slowly, at varying distances. Some fragments resembled shattered land, others twisted creatures, and some were utterly unidentifiable, merely piles of formless, colorless accumulations that were horrifying to witness. Yet, Duncan's focus was not on these colossal floating objects. Instead, he strode across the empty deck, making a beeline for the captain's cabin door. The door to the captain's cabin stood there silently, just as it had been when he left. Duncan's gaze shifted upward, and on the door frame, in the faint light, he could discern several familiar words: the Door of the Lost. As he had anticipated, the unique marking on the door remained. Collecting himself, Duncan placed his hand on the doorknob. Of everything on this ship, this door held the most significance for him because it was this very door that first brought him to this profound and mysterious world. Duncan applied gentle pressure to the doorknob, pushing the door inward. Accompanied by the soft sound of the door hinge turning, the Door of the Lost opened easily, just as he remembered. On the other side of the door lay the dense fog he knew all too well. After a brief hesitation, Duncan stepped forward. The sensation of passing through the thick fog engulfed him, followed by momentary weightlessness and disorientation. But soon, these feelings subsided, and Zhou Ming slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't returned to the single apartment he had occupied for so long. Instead, he found himself in complete darkness. Glancing down, Zhou Ming saw his familiar human form. Then swinging around, he spotted the door he had just passed through, silently standing in the dark, still open. As he surveyed his surroundings, he saw only boundless darkness, an absolute, pure blackness, as though everything had ceased to exist, as if the universe had been eradicated. Zhou Ming quickly deduced the new experience: on the ancient and decrepit vanished. Opening the Door of the Lost did not transport him back to his familiar single apartment but led him to a strange, pitch-black space. This extreme darkness could induce immense anxiety or even fear in most people. Zhou Ming knew this, yet for some reason, he felt no resistance standing there. On the contrary, he experienced an inexplicable sense of relaxation and relief. He couldn't understand why he felt such an unsettling calm, but rationally, he knew something was amiss with his state. This clash between reason and sensation made him more cautious, and he attempted to take a step forward. Although it was pitch black here and seemingly devoid of anything, the solid ground lay beneath his feet when he stepped. He felt it. Zhou Ming gazed down at where he had stepped, and at that moment, he suddenly noticed ripples forming beneath his feet, as if colors other than darkness were emerging in this pitch-black place. The ripples disclosed some familiar text. His age. About 35. These two lines of text appeared as a question and answer. Zhou Ming's eyes shifted slightly, and then he tentatively took another step forward. As expected, when he stepped, new ripples surfaced from the darkness, still in earth text and still in a question and answer format. His occupation. A high school teacher, teaches language and loves to read in his spare time. Zhou Ming felt his heart race. He subconsciously changed direction and took another step into the darkness. His height. About 1.8 meters, not very muscular, but very healthy. Zhou Ming halted and silently watched the ripples beneath his feet expand. The grey earth text became clearer in the ripples, then faded and dissipated as the ripples spread. After an indeterminate amount of time, he took a deep breath and slowly, yet resolutely, stepped forward once more. The text rippled and emerged from his footstep. What does he look like? Like this. Abruptly, a light emerged in the darkness, and something seemed to manifest within the illumination. Zhou Ming saw a figure materialize before him, a figure that was his exact duplicate. His heartbeat nearly faltered, and he reflexively stepped back. This backward movement made him recognize that the figure was actually his reflection in a mirror. He glanced down at the fresh ripples that appeared as a result of his half-step back and saw the text materializing within them. What's his name? Zhou Ming. Chapter 243. Return. Zhou Ming stood before the mirror, gazing silently at his reflection. It appeared so vivid and lifelike that, if not for his hand reaching out to touch the cold, rigid surface, he might have questioned whether the person opposite was genuinely an alternate self. After a considerable time, he finally averted his eyes from the mirror and peered into the expansive darkness that enveloped him. How vast was this space? Could he walk endlessly if he proceeded outward? What was the essence of this shadowy expanse? Why had it materialized here, behind the door of the lost? What was the relationship between the door of the lost in subspace and the door of the lost in the real world? And, most crucially, what was the text materializing in the darkness? Zhou Ming stepped away from the mirror. As he did, the mirror quietly vanished, and the figure within it dissolved into the shadows. With each stride he took, more faint text appeared in the darkness, outlining everything related to him. It resembled an in-depth personal record, documented in a vital database, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Zhou Ming felt his imagination was insufficient. He attempted to rationalize everything he saw but acknowledged that, no matter how he contemplated, it all seemed like wild, unadulterated fantasy in the end. He even started to believe in the existence of a doomsday shelter plan and that he was someone who had unknowingly taken refuge within it. His solitary apartment served as his haven, and the text manifesting in this dark expanse was his registration file prior to entering the shelter. In the darkness, his thoughts raced unrestrainedly. However, after an indeterminate amount of time, he abruptly collected his scattered thoughts. "I've wasted enough time," he murmured softly. No more clues could be found here, only illusions that could unsettle his mind. Regardless of whether this dark space genuinely concealed a monumental secret or if it was simply another ploy and enticement by the subspace, he should not squander any more time here. Zhou Ming inhaled deeply, steadying his thoughts, and resolved to conduct one final examination and exploration of the dark space before departing. He headed towards the distance, prudently and cautiously moving away from the door. More text materialized beneath him similar to what he had seen earlier but more precise and formal, resembling registration data used in official circumstances. While quietly observing the text, Zhou Ming occasionally glanced back to verify the distance between him and the door, ensuring he hadn't become disoriented in the darkness. His caution increased with each step, and ultimately, he advanced only a few centimeters with every stride. Suddenly, he realized that the text emerging beneath his feet had altered. Situation. Weather. Email protected approximately between 355 and potential presence of. The text grew disordered, and the sentences became peculiar and incomprehensible to the point of being unreadable compared to the formerly fluid text. Zhou Ming felt a stirring within him but did not cease advancing, only growing more vigilant. As he continued walking towards the fringes of the darkness, additional text surfaced in the shadows. The strangeness and chaos escalated, and the frequency of disorder increased exponentially. At first, he could still discern a few meaningful words in each sentence, but soon it reached a point where not a single coherent character appeared across several sentences. Later on, he couldn't even see the garbled text anymore. What emerged from the darkness was no longer text and symbols but a series of contorted, leaping lines, restless points of light, and even quivering projections that appeared to defy geometric principles. He pressed on, and the tumultuous light and shadows that emerged in the darkness transcended ordinary comprehension. It was as if indescribable reflections from the universe's edge had transformed into a path extending beneath his feet. Eventually, even the chaotic, leaping lines and points of light vanished, and nothing new materialized. Zhou Ming promptly stopped. He hadn't lost his sanity, nor had he become fixated on continually exploring the unknown. He glanced back, and the door he had entered through had been reduced to a faint point of light yet still stood silently in the darkness. Zhou Ming resolutely turned around and headed back. No matter what lay hidden within the depths of the darkness, the moment the information emerging beneath his feet reached its conclusion, he knew he couldn't proceed any further. He returned at a swifter pace than before, rapidly traversing the void of darkness and arriving back at the door of the lost leading to the vanished. He placed his hand on the handle, and the solid sensation reassured Zhou Ming, who had been roaming and investigating the darkness for an extended period. Then, he took a deep breath and stepped through the door. The refreshing sea breeze met his face, and the sudden bright daylight in his field of vision made Duncan feel slightly uneasy. The subtle swaying beneath his feet and the sound of waves crashing against the ship registered in his perception with minor delay. Perhaps after spending too long in silence, the sudden crashing of waves seemed like thunder. Duncan abruptly froze, looking around and taking in the familiar visage of the vanished, the vast ocean, and the sun suspended in the sky, encircled by dual runes. He had returned to the real dimension. This unforeseen situation left him somewhat bewildered because, just a moment before stepping through the door in the darkness, he had been contemplating how to continue exploring the damaged vanished to find a way back. He never imagined that simply passing through the door would transport him directly back to reality. What was the pattern here? To return from the damaged vanished, presumably in subspace, to the real dimension, all he needed was to use the door of the lost as a transfer point? He thoughtfully glanced back and saw that he was standing in front of the captain's cabin, and the door of the lost stood silently in the sunlight, with a few words on the doorframe shining brightly in the daylight. Duncan's thoughts immediately sprang into action. There were numerous doors on the vanished, but only 3 were unique. The first was the door of the lost, the second was the somber wooden door leading to the lower cabin that's marked with the final door label, and the third was the floating door at the bottom of the ship connecting to subspace. The last one could perhaps be called the subspace door. On the damaged vanished, whether it was the final door leading to the lower cabin or the subspace door, the markings on their frames had vanished, while only the door of the lost in front of the captain's cabin maintained a consistent appearance. Looking back, it seemed that this consistency might have indicated the true exit from the beginning. With a vague answer in mind, Duncan sighed with relief and then proceeded to push open the door to the captain's cabin. After stepping through, he confirmed that the opposite side was not darkness, but his own bachelor apartment. Everything in the room appeared normal. Then he returned to the ship, this time pulling open the door to the captain's cabin. The familiar chart room, the exquisite furnishings, the familiar table, and the familiar goat head on the table all provided a sense of solidity for the first time in his life. Upon hearing movement at the door, Goathead immediately turned his head, its neck producing a creaking sound from the friction of the wood. Name: Duncan Abnamar. It's me, I'm back, Duncan instantly replied, guessing that the other party would certainly ask for confirmation. This Goathead could sense whether he had left the vanished and might even be able to detect some kind of change in him to a certain extent. Its name confirmation seemed somewhat random on the surface, but there appeared to be a pattern to it. I've been to a distant place. Ah, Captain! You're finally back. Goathead immediately let out an exaggerated and attentive voice that's as boisterous as ever. You suddenly vanished from the ship, and I was really shocked. At least when you travel to the spirit realm, you usually leave your body here. But just now, all your aura was gone. And you came back from the deck? Where have you been? All my aura was gone? Completely left the ship. Duncan's eyes shifted subtly with that thought. He had indeed entered the suspected subspace with his physical body, not the conscious projection he initially thought. He met Goathead's dark gaze, hesitated momentarily, and spoke, "Don't be scared when I tell you this. Ah, don't worry, your first mate is not only loyal and brave but also courageous and loyal. I went to subspace." Goathead. It took a full half-minute before the creature suddenly made a crunching sound as if its neck was about to snap. Captain! You said. I went to subspace if I didn't go the wrong way, Duncan said as he walked into the captain's cabin and picked up the lantern on the shelf next to him. Wait for me for a moment. Without waiting for Goathead to respond, he left the captain's cabin with the lantern and hurriedly traversed the deck and multiple cabins, heading straight for the lowest level of the vanished. He passed through the final door and arrived at the broken lower cabin. Between the fractured hull of the lower cabin, it was still the same dim and chaotic scene, with limited visibility revealing few details. It only showed turbulent light, shadow streams, and occasional flashes dancing and flowing in darkness. And the most dangerous subspace door stood silently in the cabin's center. The door was tightly closed, without a single gap. Chapter 244. A glimpse of the truth. Duncan cautiously approached the door after feeling a sense of unease. He needed to double-check its status. The subspace door was indeed shut. He had previously been on its other side, and its near-effortless closure had completely sealed off the door that was almost unbreakable in the physical realm. Issuing a gentle sigh, he gazed up at the top of the door to find the enigmatic ancient text clearly etched on the doorframe, "This door leads to the vanished." To the vanished, Duncan couldn't help but reminisce about the situation on the other side of the door, recalling the abandoned and decaying vanished traversing subspace for many years. He suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the words on the doorframe. The inscription on the door was true, and the other side truly led to the vanished. Another vanished, the distorted reflection of the real vanished in subspace. Duncan picked up the lantern and turned to leave the lower cabin, quickly navigating through the contrasting light and shadow of the cargo hold and the upper structure, eventually returning to the captain's quarters. Ah, Captain! You're back! Goathead was still there, puzzled, and the first thing he did when he saw Duncan was to blurt out, "Why did you suddenly leave? You just said you went to subspace? You can't joke about that." I closed the subspace door at the bottom of the ship, Duncan casually mentioned as he set down the lantern. I went back down just now to inspect it from this side. Goathead's speech was abruptly cut off, accompanied by another crack as his head hit the table. Duncan couldn't help but glance at him. Take it easy, don't develop the same problem as Alice. Goathead didn't mind the captain's playful tone, and he didn't conceal his amazement either. You closed that door? You mean, you shut the door from the subspace side? What else? Duncan retorted, isn't that door impossible to close from this side? Why else would I bother going there? You did it just for that. Goathead stammered, you entered subspace and returned to the physical dimension solely to close that door from the other side? That's not an ordinary wooden door for a storage room or a junk room. You just closed it. Duncan's mood improved somewhat as he delightfully observed Goathead, who usually talks so much it could make people's brains boil and become inarticulate. But then Duncan realized he hadn't explained the situation clearly, leading Goathead to have some misconceptions, but primarily, he wanted to witness how Goathead's mouth would contort, which was the ultimate entertainment on the boundless sea. Amidst the joy, the residual unease from exploring the wreck vanished, and that dark space significantly diminished. However, Duncan eventually spoke up. After all, the matter involved subspace, and clarifying certain aspects could help avoid future hazards. Additionally, Goathead possessed a wealth of hidden knowledge, and his insights might prove helpful. I know you're anxious, but don't worry, just listen to me first. I did close that door, but entering subspace was unintentional, and I need your opinion. An accident. Goathead was caught off guard, and his tone instantly shifted from astonishment to extreme seriousness. Please tell me, what exactly transpired? Duncan recounted to Goathead how he had entered subspace after awakening from a light slumber. Naturally, he left out the details of his exploration in that dark realm, focusing instead on the door at the bottom of the ship and the various scenes he witnessed while observing the chaos from the deck. After all, aside from his own true name and origin, there was little else he needed to conceal from Goathead. Hiding his true name and origin was primarily because the stability of the Vanished had to be based on the anchor point of Captain Duncan. Goathead listened intently to Duncan's narrative without uttering a word. Then he conceded that he was uncertain about the situation as well. According to your description, that was indeed subspace, Goathead said candidly, but I have never encountered a case like this, where you directly entered there in your sleep and then returned unharmed. You should be aware that although subspace poses a significant threat to the physical dimension, it doesn't mean that it is an easily accessible place. Its danger lies more in the fact that its contamination is unstoppable. Mental vulnerabilities, shaken faith, and misguided sacrifices can all result in the infiltration of subspace forces, but infiltration and entering it like you did, exploring are entirely different concepts. At this point, he paused, then turned his head, his vacant, pitch-black eyes staring directly at Duncan. Captain, were you truly unaffected by anything over there? Do you genuinely not feel any lingering effects in your head? No, Duncan spread his hands, appearing utterly sincere. Do I look like I'm out of my mind? I'm perfectly normal. Goathead was at a loss for words. Duncan then said thoughtfully, I've always seen you worried about the Vanished falling back into subspace, and I assumed it was easy to fall in. This is a relative notion, Goathead explained awkwardly. Falling from the physical dimension is perilous, but even the Vanished wouldn't just fall easily. It's dangerous to fall and it's easy to fall are not synonymous. Furthermore, how can I explain it to you? Typically, the victims who tragically plummet into subspace, their process and experience of entering subspace are entirely distinct from yours. It's an excruciatingly painful and horrifying process, and it's often challenging to simply end with death. Duncan listened attentively and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I genuinely didn't feel anything. Goathead hesitated for a while and sighed, causing Duncan to be taken aback by the behavior. This chatty creature had nothing to say for the first time in their relationship. He considered momentarily and then asked earnestly, should I be more concerned? You are truly deserving of the title Mobile Catastrophe of the Boundless Sea. Goat's voice lacked emotion, merely reciting mechanically like muscle memory. Let's not discuss this matter, Duncan waved his hand, shifting the topic. What were those immense shadows I saw in subspace? The shattered lands, debris, and that pale one-eyed colossus. What are they? Goathead suddenly became quiet. After nearly half a minute, he spoke slowly, as you saw, they were merely debris. Merely debris. Duncan frowned, that's not much of an explanation. Whose debris? Where did it come from? When did the wreckage? The wreckage of worlds, Goathead said, all those that didn't endure until today have transformed into distorted shadows in the ancient past of subspace. Duncan appeared taken aback, then repeated gravely, the wreckage of worlds. Goathead grew silent once more, seemingly hesitating and weighing something. Ultimately, he raised his head slightly. Do you believe the boundless sea is immense? Do you think our current reality is still expansive? Duncan blinked, then suddenly realized, you mean everything in the current physical dimension? Yes, what remains after the fall, Goathead whispered, a trivial remnant, with a few tenacious settlements clinging to it. Duncan paused, then suddenly thought of something. Is this the truth of the Great Annihilation? It's merely an insignificant portion of it, Goathead said in a low voice. The entire truth of the Great Annihilation has been buried in the river of time, and reconstructing its full picture is pointless. In your words, there lies a cosmic horizon where all information exists beyond the unfathomable and undetectable realm. Unless a truly omniscient and omnipotent being could instantly uncover the secrets of all the planes of existence, subspace, deep sea, spirit realm, and the physical dimension, then there's no way of knowing what transpired 10,000 years ago. I know what you wish to ask, but I regret to say that this is all I know, and I don't guarantee that it's entirely accurate. I do know some parts related to subspace, but even the so-called truth might not necessarily remain unchanged after being influenced by subspace. Cause and effect, the sequence of time, all are meaningless there, and as for my fragmented knowledge, I can't even determine how much of it is genuine memory and how much is residual shadows left over from my separation from subspace. Chapter 245. There's a big problem. Duncan fell silent as he pondered. This was the first time Goathead had shared so much about the secrets of subspace with him, and it was also the most candid conversation they had ever had. Before today, the wooden gargoyle sculpture had always shown great reluctance towards the topic and always diverted the subject over his indirect inquiries. The main reason was related to the vanished stability and the stability of Captain Duncan. Yet, things changed today. The attitude had softened after he entered the other side and returned unharmed. After pondering for a long time, Duncan looked up and thoughtfully stared into Goathead's eyes. You knew so much. I knew a little, but I never meant to hide it from you. Goathead's voice sounded a bit tense. When it comes to subspace, the less you know, the better, because sometimes knowledge itself is pollution. But it seems that the great Captain Duncan doesn't have to worry about this. Let's just assume you're sincerely praising me, Duncan said casually, then looked Goathead up and down, unwilling to give up. Is that really all you know? Are there more details, like the identity of that pale, one-eyed giant? You're really putting me on the spot. Goathead seemed helpless. To be honest, my memory has had some issues. I've forgotten many things over there, and all I have left are these vague impressions. Duncan silently stared into those obsidian black eyes, and after a long while, he looked away. Though unintentional, Goathead had indirectly admitted to another thing. It wasn't an original passenger on the ship but came from the other side, from subspace. Was it something the Vanished had brought with it when it escaped from subspace, which then transformed into Goathead? Or did Goathead consciously hitch a ride to escape from subspace? Was this some kind of trade? For some reason, Duncan couldn't forget the image of the pale giant who had died at the edge of the celestial debris. Subspace was filled with the wreckage left after the old world shattered, but those pieces seemed to be more than just debris. Goathead seemed to come from subspace, and it was intelligent, capable of thinking and even communicating. Were there more things like it in subspace? Or would Goathead change into something else if returned to the other side, into something similar to that pale giant? Was that why it was so resistant to going back? Many theories arose in Duncan's mind, but in the end, he didn't ask them directly because he knew Goathead would never answer questions that directly pointed to itself or to Captain Duncan. This involved the stability of the Vanished in the real dimension. So he sighed gently, stood up, and signaled a temporary end to this topic. Bright sunlight poured through the window, casting a hazy glow on the simple yet elegant furnishings in the captain's quarters. I missed the sunrise today, Duncan suddenly said. Did Vision 001 rise as usual today? Yes, the sun rose on time as usual, Goathead immediately replied. It seems that the previous delayed sunrise was just an accident, and Vision 001 is still operating normally. For an existence like Vision 001, as long as there is one problem, fear will forever be etched in people's hearts. Those who noticed the 15 minutes will probably never greet the sunrise as easily as before. Duncan shook his head gently, then seemed to suddenly remember something. Wait, do you remember when the sunset occurred yesterday? Sunset. Goathead recalled for a moment, then spoke uncertainly, the sunset time should have been on schedule, without any impact. Is there any question? Ah. You've realized it, Duncan took his gaze away from the window. Yesterday, the sun rose 15 minutes late, but it set on time. This indicates one thing. It traveled across the sky faster than usual yesterday, Goathead realized belatedly. Vision 001 can consciously adjust its operating mode. Duncan spoke solemnly, at least it consciously accelerated yesterday to ensure that sunset occurred at the correct timing. Goathead's tone grew hesitant, is this a good thing? This shows that Vision 001 has a certain self-repairing capability, and even if there is a small problem, it is consciously ensuring that the world runs smoothly. Duncan, however, did not comment after that. Unlike Goathead's optimistic view, he felt even tenser than before after confirming the acceleration. There's a truth he knew: when a vast, ancient, and unguarded system suddenly begins to use its reserve resources for self-repair, it often means the accumulated problems have reached a dangerously critical point. Duncan couldn't help but come to the window, push it open completely, and look up at the enormous light source illuminating the world. The light emitted by Vision 001 was very bright but not dazzling, and Duncan could barely look at it directly. But suddenly, Duncan's gaze became fixed. He stared intently at the sun, at the runes on the edge of the ancient vision, and he finally confirmed he wasn't seeing things after careful observation. On the outer ring of the double runes, hidden beneath the brilliance, there was a slightly dim spot. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like there was a faint gap. In Plan's antique shop, Duncan, who was sitting behind the counter supervising Shirley, Alice, and Dog copying letters, suddenly raised his head. He then quickly walked out of the shop under the astonished gazes of the three students and looked up at the sky outside the antique shop. After a while, when his fragile human body began to feel a little dizzy, Duncan closed his eyes and lowered his head. "Uncle Duncan, what's wrong?" Nina, who had been helping Shirley and the others learn to read, came out and asked worriedly. Duncan raised his hand and gently tousled Nina's hair. "It's nothing, I just came out to check the weather." "Check the weather?" Nina looked up at the clear sky with confusion. "You could just look out the window from inside the shop. It's such a sunny day." "Ah, is something going to happen again?" As she spoke, Nina suddenly lowered her voice and approached Duncan nervously. Grabbing his sleeve, "Did you think of something on the ship? Are we going on an adventure?" "Adventures, adventures, are there so many dangers to face?" Duncan looked helplessly at the girl, who had constantly been thinking about a thrilling and exciting new life since learning about the vanished. "Don't create chaos. Isn't world peace good enough?" Nina stuck her tongue out sheepishly when Shirley, who had come to the door out of curiosity, seemed a bit stunned after hearing Duncan's words. She stared blankly for a while before turning to whisper to Dog, who was hiding in the shadows, "The captain said he likes world peace." Dog had no reaction. Shirley frowned and repeated her words, then pulled the chain fused to her arm at an angle blocked by the door frame. "Dog, didn't you hear me?" Dog's voice finally came from the shadows. "I'm learning the alphabet, don't disturb my studies." "Shirley, you're really into it, hey?" "Of course, Mr. Duncan will check our homework later. Miss Alice is taking this more serious than you." Shirley was taken aback. "Homework? What homework?" However, Dog did not answer her because Duncan had already returned to the door with Nina in tow. "Homework is something that if you don't do, I'll get upset," Duncan said with a smile, looking at the suddenly stiff Shirley. "Go and copy the alphabet 10 times. Shirley almost burst into tears. "Then, why don't you hit me instead?" "Really?" Shirley immediately shuddered. No, I'll go copy the alphabet right now." Duncan shook his head, then temporarily arranged for Shirley, Dog, and Alice to study on their own, leaving Nina to supervise them. He took one last look at the sky outside before standing in front of the display window and sinking into deep thought. Vision 001 was really in big trouble. Chapter 246. Warm Day. Vision 001 emerged after the ancient kingdom of Crete vanished, rising from a sea of blood. It replaced the sun of the previous era, illuminating the world of the deep sea era. For 10,000 years, this colossal light source functioned like an eternal force, providing light and warmth in the stable order of daylight. Without Vision 001, there would be no city-state civilization today, and the entire world would be engulfed in a terrifying, never-ending darkness. The mortal beings who lost the protection of the ancient kingdom of Crete might have faded away silently in some bygone time. Therefore, nobody could have imagined that Vision 001 would one day encounter a problem, just as no one thought the vast ocean might eventually evaporate. However, it now appeared that this eternal sun was not truly everlasting. Initially, the sunrise was delayed by 15 minutes, followed by an almost undetectable gap in the rune circle. These unsettling pieces of information all pointed to one conclusion: Vision 001 had a finite lifespan. Duncan stood by the window, silently observing the bright daylight illuminating the street while his thoughts swirled like a tempest in his mind. Of course, he wasn't the only one who noticed the changes in the sun. There were many intelligent people in the world. Ordinary individuals might not notice the changes overhead, but the authorities and churches of various city-states must have someone monitoring the world's largest vision. What would they think? How would they respond? Did anyone know what happened? Duncan also thought of the zealous sun worshippers, those heretical devotees who venerated the ancient, real sun. They murmured all day about Vision 001 being the evil false sun and that the sun would ultimately fall. Did they know that the sun was genuinely experiencing issues? Or, were the changes in Vision 001 somehow connected to these sun worshippers and their sun heirs? To be honest, Duncan didn't hold those sun worshippers in high regard. In his eyes, whether they were ordinary heretics or slightly more powerful sun heirs, they were all similar, like combustible materials. However, the fire in the city-state of Planned reminded him that he shouldn't be complacent. Ordinary scientists may not be a significant threat, but the creeping sun wheel behind them definitely was. Coupled with the elusive enders causing chaos and employing strange, unpredictable tactics like historical pollution and reality overlays, who could say nothing would happen? After much contemplation, Duncan decided to reach out to Vanna when the opportunity arose. As a high-ranking member of the church, she would be well informed about the church's activities. He could discuss the matter of the sun with her. In doing so, he could also demonstrate his friendly attitude and concern for the city-state's safety. Of course, he should remember to knock the next time. As Duncan thought about this, he also monitored the situation at the cathedral, and suddenly, he froze. He sensed that Tyrion had left the cathedral, heading toward the southern part of the upper city district. After roughly determining Tyrion's direction, Duncan's brow furrowed slightly as he remembered another aspect of his plan. After some thought, he glanced towards the counter. Alice was leaning next to Shirley, holding a pencil and diligently writing something on a piece of white paper. At this moment, radiant sunlight streamed through the antique shop's glass window, casting its light over the charming displays on the shelves and bathing the interior in a warm glow. The sunlight touched the golden-haired doll's shoulders, enveloping Alice in a tender, soothing aura. It also graced the counter and the doll's pencil tip, bestowing the entire scene with an indescribable softness and an enigmatic atmosphere. If this were a painting, it would be titled Beautiful Doll Writing Quietly in the Warm Afternoon Sunlight. Duncan found himself captivated by this perfectly orchestrated interplay of light and shadow. Unable to resist, he walked over and peeked, observing Alice diligently copying an unfamiliar letter. No one knew where she began making errors, but now the entire paper was filled with interconnected small circles drawn by her. "Mr. Duncan, look what I wrote." Alice gleefully showed the white paper. Duncan. After restraining himself for a while, and considering Alice's innocent, joyful smile and the lingering memory of the picturesque scene, he couldn't muster the courage to express his doubts directly. Instead, he managed a nod with a straight face. "There's progress." Although he couldn't discern what she had written at all. Alice, on the other hand, was overjoyed. It seemed that a single compliment was all she needed. Then, she curiously peered into Duncan's eyes. "Do you have any instructions?" Duncan hesitated for a moment. "How do you know I have something for you to do?" "Whenever you have something to instruct, you always have this look," Alice mimicked on her face, attempting to illustrate Duncan's expression earlier, but her demonstration was indecipherable. "What do you want me to do?" "Go with AI to a place, and bring someone here." Duncan adjusted his expression, gazing at Alice's light-hearted smile. As he thought about the task at hand, his mood involuntarily lifted. "Guide someone here." "Guide, here?" Alice appeared puzzled. "What does guide here mean? Do I need to knock them out and tie them up? Where did you learn that?" Duncan instantly glowered at the doll. "Come with me, and I'll tell you what to do." Compared to a century ago, the city had undergone significant transformation. Electrical lines, modern gas streetlights, broader and smoother streets, taller buildings, and innumerable factories and pipes. The scholars and engineers had harnessed the power to advance civilization, enabling the city-state to evolve at a pace far surpassing the past. This transformation even astonished Tyrion, who had witnessed many highs and lows. However, within this city-state, there remained a few elements that faintly echoed the ones from his memories. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Tyrion expressed his gratitude and bid farewell to the church staff who had accompanied him. Alongside a handful of sailors from the sea mist, he strolled through the streets bordering the upper city district of Planned. As he observed the simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar roads and shops on either side, his face couldn't help but reveal a wistful expression. "Captain," an inquisitive sailor inquired of his leader, "what are we searching for here?" "A shop," Tyrion casually replied, scanning the street-side buildings that strongly reflected the central city-state's style, "a doll shop with an elven-style sign." "Dolls?" The sailor was taken aback. "You're into that as well?" Tyrion silently glanced at his subordinate. "I have my reasons." Another sailor nearby interjected, "Captain, why not just eliminate him first? If you don't trust us, you can take us all out after you're done shopping and then clean up. I somewhat regret bringing you guys along." Tyrion shook his head, helplessly observing the subordinates he had brought. The sailors laughed over that remark. While jesting, their eyes persistently surveyed the nearby buildings, seeking the shop that matched their captain's description. In settings outside of battle, this was how he and his subordinates interacted. Few could likely imagine that the legendary Iron Admiral would be such a tranquil figure among his subordinates, but Tyrion understood the reason. These individuals had accompanied him through life and death for half a century. No bond in the world could surpass the loyalty and trust forged over 50 years. Suddenly, a sailor's voice interrupted Tyrion's thoughts from the side. "Captain, is it that one? The one across the street, the doll house, it has a unique name." Tyrion looked up and instantly spotted the familiar name amidst a cluster of old street-side shops, Rose Doll House. The sign had been replaced, the door had been altered, and even the exterior decor had been modified, but the shop's name persisted. Nostalgic elves, even when residing in the rapidly evolving human city-state, rarely changed their shop's name with ease. Tyrion suddenly felt slightly disoriented as faded memories welled up within his heart. It seemed as though he could glimpse that long ago afternoon when his father departed for the port on business, and he surreptitiously slipped out of the house with his younger sister. Back then, the siblings had roamed the bustling city until they accidentally discovered that shop. And in a hasty decision, they used the coins they had taken from their father's money box to make a purchase. His sister reveled in a full day of joy because of that, while he couldn't recall whether he had been punished or not. Regardless, it was one of the scarce, uncomplicated, and heartwarming moments within Tyrion's century-spanning frigid memories. "That's the one," the formidable pirate murmured. "Doll house is the elven-style designation for a doll shop." With that, he advanced towards the shop that appeared to hold a unique place in his recollections. Chapter 247. Revisiting an old place. The clear chime of the bell accompanied the opening of the door as the afternoon sun poured into the ancient shop that's brimming with an assortment of dolls. The elf shopkeeper, attentively adjusting a doll's frame behind the counter, heard the sound, glanced up, and saw a tall, black-haired man with an eye patch entering her estate. The elderly elf woman appeared puzzled by the customer, who didn't seem to be there for doll shopping. However, after a brief moment of confusion, she greeted him with a smile, unaware that the towering, one-eyed man before her was the same boy who had purchased something from her shop alongside his sister a century ago. "Ah, welcome to Rose Doll House, feel free to browse." Pausing briefly, she casually remarked, "We don't often see customers like you." Tyrion's gaze slowly swept over the environment. Assorted dolls, aged shelves, ornately carved stairs, the warm and tranquil ambience, and the smiling elderly woman. Faded shards of memories gradually assembled, creating a familiar scene that melded with the current view. It was only natural that the elf shopkeeper wouldn't recognize him. He had changed significantly since a century ago, with a hardened appearance from pillaging the frigid sea. Tyrion subtly altered his expression, attempting to soften his features. He's aware of the intimidating aura he exuded, which made ordinary people uneasy merely by being in his presence. "I'd like to ask about something." Tyrion didn't know if he had successfully modified his expression. He had lost the ability to remember how a typical person should behave and speak when entering a store. "Have you ever sold a doll named Nilu here?" After a moment's thought, he added, "A 1/3 scale doll, about this tall, adorned with a classical court style and an exquisite dress." The elf shopkeeper hesitated before replying uncertainly, those eyes glimmering with bewilderment. "Yes, we did have such a doll. It had been in the store for many years before someone bought it not too long ago." "But why do you ask? What kind of person purchased it?" Tyrion felt his pulse quicken. He hadn't anticipated finding a lead so effortlessly and that his father had actually procured the doll from the shop so openly. When did this occur? The elderly shopkeeper, taken aback by Tyrion's overly enthusiastic response, grew even more cautious. I apologize, but I cannot divulge information about our customers. It's a rule of doing business. Tyrion was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating this answer. He quickly considered his options, hesitating for a few seconds before seemingly making a decision. You don't recognize me, do you? Recognize? The elderly shopkeeper furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the unfamiliar human before her with confusion. I don't remember serving a customer like you. Most people who come to buy dolls from my shop are women, young men selecting gifts for their partners, or fathers choosing presents for their daughters. It's because the last time I was here was a very long time ago. Tyrion unveiled an unusual smile. Do you recall, 100 years ago, a brother and sister who took away a doll named Looney from here? The elderly shopkeeper paused, then slowly widened her eyes, gazing at Tyrion in disbelief. Ah, you are. I know you might not believe it, but I have something to prove my identity. Tyrion quickly thought of an item, retrieving it from his pocket as he spoke. Elves like you are well informed, so you should have heard about me. Take a look at this. As the elderly elf woman listened and accepted the piece of paper handed to her with bewilderment, she unfolded it to reveal a large portrait at the top, accompanied by the text of a wanted notice, a bounty, and the official seal of the Frost City State. I should have some notoriety, Tyrion stated earnestly. Technically speaking, our family is quite famous, although perhaps not for something commendable. The elderly shopkeeper. After some time, the elderly elf woman managed to compose her expression, looked at Tyrion, and uttered a peculiar sentence. It really is you. Tyrion seemed to sense that something was off and smiled sheepishly. It's me. The old woman contemplated for a moment. So many years have passed, there's so many zeros after your name now. Tyrion tugged at the corner of his mouth. The bounty is indeed substantial, but it's just for show. They add a zero every 4 or 5 years anyway, and no one will claim the reward. I've never met someone who carries their own wanted notice as proof of identity, let alone a notorious pirate. The elderly elf woman's expression finally returned to normal as she refolded the wanted notice and handed it back, murmuring, I did hear about the sea mist docking in port and wanted to go see the excitement. I didn't expect you to come here first. How is your sister? She is living more carefree than I am, Tyrion replied, then glanced at the elderly woman with an odd expression. I thought you would be frightened. Most ordinary people have that reaction when they meet me, even in places beyond the cold sea. I've encountered my share of peculiar things, and you're not the only pirate I've met. Besides, the city-state has declared the sea mist is a guest invited by planned, so whatever happens in the northern seas is not our concern, the old woman muttered as she walked toward the counter, her mutter transforming into a scolding. But I must say, being a pirate isn't a proper job, it's not sustainable, and it doesn't sound good. Look at your sister, at least she has a lifelong honorary title in the Explorers Association. Of course, I've also heard that your relationship with the northern city-states is rather complex. Tyrion's mind buzzed, and he felt that he had just witnessed the poise and composure of a long lifespan race. He had to quickly interrupt the old woman's rambling. The sea mist fleet has already changed. The retaliation against the northern city-states and plundering are things of the past. Now, we mainly rely on collecting protection fees. Not waiting for the old woman to respond, he decisively concluded the topic and forcefully redirected it. Can you tell me now who bought the doll? Oh, it was a middle-aged man around your height, perhaps even a bit shorter, and quite thin, as if he wasn't in good health. The old woman didn't hesitate this time and spoke, but I don't think you'll be able to find him, there are so many people in planned. Were you planning to reclaim the other doll you couldn't buy for your sister back then? Ah, that's such a shame, if only you had come earlier. Wait a minute, I just realized, how did you know someone bought Nilu? Tyrion didn't answer her question but frowned involuntarily. Someone shorter than him, thin, and in poor health. It couldn't be his father. Could it be one of his father's subordinates? After regaining his humanity and reason, had he already started recruiting new subordinates? What was his goal? To rebuild the vanished fleet. Tyrion pondered many things for a moment, only coming back to his senses when the elderly elf woman called his name twice. Then he thought of something and immediately inquired, besides purchasing the doll, did the customer say anything else? Did he take anything else? He said. We just had a normal conversation, the elderly shopkeeper recalled, he seemed like a customer who genuinely loved dolls, and he was very concerned about the doll's repair and maintenance. He learned a lot from me. Oh, that's right, he also bought a wig and matching hair accessories, seemingly for his own doll. Tyrion's expression froze. A wig? What kind of wig? A golden, long, straight hair, life-sized wig. I remember it quite well, the shopkeeper said, and suddenly thought of something else. Oh, I have a similar one here, you can take a look. As she spoke, she turned around and went to search through the storage room under the stairs. Tyrion wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but he didn't have time, and at that moment, another peculiar knocking sounded from nearby, capturing his attention. It sounded like someone tapping on a window from outside. Tyrion looked puzzled and turned his head towards the source of the sound, finding a beautiful woman with waist-length blonde hair standing outside the window, gently rapping on the glass. The Admiral didn't react at first, but when he saw the woman's face clearly, he instantly froze in place as if struck by lightning. The woman's appearance was identical to that of the Frost Queen, Rhaenora, from half a century ago. Chapter 248. Invitation. The owner of the Rose Doll House had been searching in the storage room for quite a while before she finally found what she was seeking. However, when she emerged, she realized that the guest who had been at the counter earlier was already gone. So impatient, after confirming that Tyrion had indeed left, the old woman muttered to herself, no wonder one sibling became a sculler, and the other went off to war. But Tyrion would never learn of what the elderly elf lady had to say about himself back there, as he had already dashed out of the doll shop and onto the street outside. Unfortunately, he found no traces of the blonde woman after surveying the open area outside the shop. Captain, we're here. The crew members noticed their captain's searching gaze and promptly gathered around. I wasn't looking for you guys, Tyrion responded quickly, his eyes still scanning the nearby streets. Did any of you see a blonde woman standing by the window? She's about half a head shorter than me, wearing a purple dress. The sailors exchanged glances before looking back at Tyrion, astonishment in their eyes. What's with those expressions? Tyrion furrowed his brow at the weird faces coming his way. Captain, one sailor hesitantly began, love at first sight is wonderful, but I think cross-city-state relationships are. Tyrion calmly stared at his crew member, if you utter another word, I'll stuff you into the 6 main cannons of the sea mist and fire you in separate directions. The sailor immediately fell silent as Tyrion's mind raced. He was certain he hadn't been mistaken earlier, a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Queen Rhaenora had indeed been tapping on the window outside. In the midst of a vast crowd, Tyrion wouldn't have reacted so strongly to someone with a similar appearance to the Frost Queen. He had seen many lookalikes throughout his half-century-long life. However, the fact that she had been knocking on the window outside made a difference. Someone nearly identical to the Frost Queen had shown up near the doll shop as if anticipating his arrival, tapping on the window to catch his attention and then disappearing when he emerged. This sequence of events sent a clear message: she was clearly targeting him. Tyrion's brow furrowed as if he had an inkling of why the lady fled. He glanced at the people he had brought along. All of you, head back to the cathedral. The sailors were taken aback, and one hesitantly replied, but... No buts, Tyrion dismissed them with a wave, I have some matters to attend to, so you all go ahead. Another sailor couldn't help but interject, but Captain, the few of us. Tyrion's expression turned stern, this is an order. But we didn't bring any money, the third sailor finally completed his thought, we don't even have money for the bus fare, it's quite a long way from here to the cathedral. Tyrion. Moments later, the Iron Admiral had tossed a pouch of coins to his subordinates, his teeth clenched as he forced out a few words, you guys, just leave. The sailors departed, and Tyrion finally allowed himself a small sigh of relief. He then surveyed his surroundings, and after a brief moment of consideration, he headed towards the most secluded corner of the street in his line of sight, quietly awaiting the other party to reveal themselves. If his hunch was accurate, the other party would surely make themselves known willingly. He had just sent away his crew on the street to convey a ready-to-meet signal. Indeed, the situation unfolded as he had anticipated. After waiting for a short time in this tranquil alley, he suddenly detected footsteps approaching from nearby. He looked up at the source right away, and as expected, the blonde woman resembling the Frost Queen emerged from the shadows. Although he had glimpsed her once through the window earlier, Tyrion was still astonished at this moment. The resemblance was just too uncanny. He had indeed encountered people with similar faces before, but this degree of likeness far exceeded the norm and surpassed his imagination. Because of this striking similarity, Tyrion's initial reaction after his surprise was caution and wariness. He focused intently on the enigmatic blonde woman, treating her as a potentially dangerous figure who required his full attention. Yet, as he scrutinized her closely, he also observed some peculiarities. Her movements were graceful and composed, unlike those of ordinary people, and her delicate features lacked the certain vitality of living individuals. While the average person might not detect anything amiss at first glance, as the captain of an undead army, Tyrion gradually sensed a certain quality about her that was profoundly discordant with the living. Remarkable, the blonde woman spoke just as Tyrion grew increasingly vigilant. You actually came enticing someone out, really? Is that straightforward? Even her voice matched that of the Frost Queen. Rather than feeling pleasantly surprised, Tyrion became even more guarded. Who are you? My name is Alice, the blonde woman smiled, answering honestly. I wasn't asking for your name, Tyrion frowned. I wanted to know your identity and your intentions. Why did you specifically want to meet me? The captain wants to see you, Alice replied earnestly, addressing each question. He said the area around the cathedral is too crowded and noisy, making it difficult to discuss confidential matters. So he wanted to lure you to a quieter place for a more private conversation. A mysterious captain desired to discuss secret matters with him and had someone draw him out? Tyrion furrowed his brow, but for some reason, he felt more at ease having been a pirate on the freezing sea for half a century. He had experienced countless situations like this. Compared to the sudden resurrection of Frost Queen Rhaenora seeking him out, a covered meeting between captains was a scenario he was more familiar with. However, he had no intention of meeting the other party. I'm not interested in those who conceal their identity. Tyrion's expression relaxed after confirming that this was a familiar situation. Tell your master that if he wants to meet with the captain of the Sea Mist, he can come to the cathedral and find me openly. If it's something underhanded, I'm sorry, but the Sea Mist only engages in legitimate business outside of the freezing sea. He casually responds. Having said that, Tyrion intended to turn around and leave, but the blonde woman who claimed to be Alice suddenly spoke up. Don't you want to know who the captain I mentioned is? Tyrion frowned. Who is it? Your father, Alice said earnestly. Tyrion's expression shifted slightly upon hearing her words. I'm sorry, but that joke isn't funny. Excuse me then. Alice considered for a moment before going to plan B. The captain also said that you might react this way, so there's an alternate invitation plan. Tyrion was about to turn around and depart, but upon hearing her words, he hesitated involuntarily. Another one. He had just mumbled a few words when he suddenly sensed a change in the atmosphere around him. A feeling of alarm surged within, and he quickly turned his head towards the source of the discomfort, only to see a young girl who had appeared at some point, swinging her arm and hurling something at him. It appeared to be a dog. For less than a second, Tyrion thought he had a chance to evade, even if it was a surprise attack, even if the assailant's strength and speed were evidently exceptional. However, when he tried to dodge, he found that all his limbs had lost their responsiveness, as if countless invisible threads were tightly binding his bones and muscles, causing him to lose control of his own body. All he managed to do was barely turn his head and look at the blonde woman, who now wore an innocent smile. The next moment, an unsightly dog head rapidly grew in size at the edge of his vision. With a loud crash, the formidable pirate was sent flying several meters before stopping motionless on the floor. Shirley looked somewhat surprised by the outcome of her attack. That's all it took to send him flying. She glanced at the chain in her hand, then at the thrown Tyrion, murmuring as she walked over to assess the situation, I thought there would be at least a big fight. Is this really the legendary great pirate? Did I kill him? Probably not. Alice also approached, observing the unconscious Tyrion and whispering to Shirley, the captain said that Tyrion is a resilient kid. Why didn't he dodge just now? Shirley squatted down, picked up a wooden stick, and prodded Tyrion's face. The Enders from earlier could at least dodge a few times. I don't know, Alice shook her head, I can't fight. Shirley thought for a moment and expressed a new concern. If the captain sees his son's head swollen like this, will he get angry? Probably not, Alice continued, shaking her head. The captain said that if he doesn't cooperate, you should use dog to hit him, making him spin like a top spinner. Did he spin just now? It seems, he did, spinning numerous times in the air. Finally reassured, Shirley clapped her hands. That's fine, I'll call AI over to carry him. Chapter 249. The first step of honesty. Tyrion felt engulfed by darkness, his senses wavering as though drawn by an unseen force, navigating a realm between reality and illusion. He attempted to open his eyes multiple times during this experience, only to be met with a dim green glow and rapidly shifting shadows. After some effort, he recognized the sight of the city-state below him. Had something transported him into the sky? This thought flashed through his mind before he lost consciousness once more. When he regained sensation in his body, he found himself in a stable location lying on a cold, hard surface reminiscent of a cement floor. The dim light surrounding him was reminiscent of the poor-quality electric lights used to illuminate warehouses. Meanwhile, a blurry figure sat nearby, seemingly peering at him with curiosity. Tyrion finally awoke. However, he didn't immediately open his eyes. Instead, he feigned unconsciousness while carefully assessing the environment, attempting to deduce his location from the humidity in the air, faint sounds, and slightly parted eyelids. As he picked up on the distant sound of carriages, confirming he might be near a street, a familiar voice from before he blacked out suddenly rang out beside him, "You're awake, your eyelids are moving." Startled, Tyrion knew he could no longer hide and reluctantly opened his eyes. Afterward, he felt stiffness throughout his body, and the sight before him left him bewildered and amazed. He saw the Frost Queen, Rhaenora, the same one from his memory, not the blonde woman with a distinctly different hair color he had seen earlier. The silver-haired Frost Queen sat calmly beside him, her expression tranquil as she gazed at Tyrion on the ground. It took him several seconds of staring before he abruptly came to his senses and quickly rose. However, the sudden sting from the head nearly forced Tyrion back down as he groggily tried to dispel the blur. He first verified that he was indeed awake, then quickly surveyed his surroundings, attempting to discern his location. All he saw was a warehouse stocked with shelves and wooden crates. The neatly arranged shelves held antique items of uncertain age and origin, while the slightly disheveled crates were stacked against the wall. No windows were visible, and naturally, he couldn't see outside. The sole door was located behind the chair where the queen sat. It appeared to be a simple storage building, providing no clues as to its location within the city-state. Tyrion's attention then returned to the Frost Queen. However, after the initial shock and excitement, the composed pirate's first thought was suspicion. He recalled the blonde woman he had encountered earlier and her words, prompting him to furrow his brow, "You are not Her Majesty Rhaenora. Who are you?" "I've told you, my name is Alice," the silver-haired woman in the chair replied with a smile. "Ah, if you're referring to my hair. I disguised it earlier because the captain said my appearance might cause trouble in the city-state." She mentioned the captain once more. The first time captain was mentioned, Tyrion had felt only slight confusion. But hearing it again, he was filled with intense wariness and a sense of crisis. He had ruled out the possibility of a cruel joke or an absurd trap set by a resentful captain. Instead, his formidable father might truly be involved. Tyrion cautiously stood up, eyeing the silver-haired woman who called herself Alice as he spoke in a deep voice, "Is it really him?" "Yes, he wants to see you." Alice rose from her chair and approached an antique mirror. "Captain, he's awake." The following moment, a faint green flame flickered along the mirror's edge. Tyrion seemed to hear an eerie crackling sound, and then the mirror turned black as a familiar, imposing figure gradually materialized from the darkness. "Tyrion, we meet again," Duncan's voice emerged from the mirror. "Yes, we meet again," Tyrion hesitated. Although they had met previously, speaking with his sober and rational father once more felt exceedingly awkward. "Why this way? Didn't you say you didn't mind communicating with me in the cathedral?" "In the cathedral, we can reminisce but not discuss more private matters. There are some things I don't want Gamana to overhear," Duncan replied leisurely, glancing at Alice. "You've met Alice already. You must have many questions." Tyrion's expression turned peculiar upon hearing his father mention the storm goddess's name. However, his focus soon shifted to Alice, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Frost Queen. After furrowing his brow and pondering, he suddenly recalled something and his expression changed dramatically. Recently, the Explorers Association issued a warning to all captains in the Boundless Sea, stating that Anomaly 099 has lost control. "As you can see," Duncan smiled, "she's right before you." Tyrion immediately looked at Alice, whose face appeared innocent. He seemed to just now notice the inhuman features concealed in her overly refined and perfect face, and the ornaments on her body that clearly hid her joints. The next moment, he instinctively touched his neck. As one of the most seasoned captains in the Boundless Sea and having a keen interest in information related to the Frost Queen, Tyrion was well acquainted with the attributes of Anomaly 099. His actions didn't go unnoticed by Duncan's eye. "Relax," the voice from the mirror reassured him, "Anomaly 099 is now under control." You consider a puppet in a container waking up and roaming freely under control. Tyrion carefully watched Alice's movements while addressing Duncan, a shiver running down his spine. How did you manage to employ such an early numbered anomaly and even suppress her beheading instinct? Alice is a friendly puppet, not as fearsome as people believe, at least when she's with me, Duncan replied casually. As for you, I thought you'd inquire about the Frost Queen first. After all, as far as I know, your days of loyalty to that queen even exceed your time with the vanished fleet. Tyrion slowly regained his composure, warily observing the figure in the mirror. Do you want to extract information about Her Majesty Rhaenora from me? Are you resistant to discussing it? I still don't entirely trust your humanity. Duncan was silent for a few moments before speaking in a deep voice. Do you know what my original plan was? Your original plan? I intended to have Alice impersonate Frost Queen Rhaenora directly, either pretending to be resurrected, creating a ghostly projection, or even entering your dreams. It would have been very easy for me. Duncan gazed into Tyrion's eyes. I can assure you that you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference and would have unwittingly divulged a lot of information. I could have easily obtained the information I wanted that way. Tyrion suddenly felt another shiver run down his spine. He believed his father's words, trusted that he could do it, and knew he would have fallen for it even if he could detect inconsistencies in some details. He would have been deceived into revealing much information before that. Because even just now, after seeing the blonde Alice earlier and knowing the person before him couldn't be Rhaenora, he had almost believed that the opposite figure was the resurrected Frost Queen. Tyrion instinctively lowered his gaze slightly, as though trying to avoid direct eye contact with his father, and asked in a deep voice, "Then why didn't you do it?" Duncan calmly regarded Tyrion. What else could it be? Because Alice couldn't memorize such lengthy lines or perform in such an extended act, she would panic and call for the captain to rescue her as soon as she forgot her lines, a staggering 17 saves per second. Unbelievably inept. Of course, it's because I don't want to deceive my children even though I've already forgotten many things, Duncan said gravely, his voice deep. He paused and added, I also don't want to dishonor the monarch you once served with such a farce. Although I'm not acquainted with her, from my brief encounter with her, Rhaenora seems to be a commendable person. Clap 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 clap. Upon hearing the captain's virtuous response, Alice immediately applauded from the side, even though she barely grasped what the captain was saying. Duncan and Tyrion both stared strangely at the puppet. Should I not clap? Alice shrank back, cautiously glancing at the captain in the mirror. I just think the captain is right. Feeling exhausted, Duncan sighed, as long as you're happy. Simultaneously, Tyrion suddenly noticed a detail in his father's words and was taken aback. You've met Her Majesty Rhaenora. Chapter 250. Underwater. A few seconds belated, Tyrion didn't miss Duncan's mention of briefly encountering the Frost Queen, and his astonishment was evident on his face. Duncan wasn't surprised by this reaction, he just gently shook his head. My meeting with her was quite unique, outside the normal timeline. Think of it as me intervening in historical gaps, witnessing Rhaenora from a bystander's perspective while in regular history, I had no connection with the Frost Queen. Tyrion frowned, attempting to comprehend these profound words. Then his eyes flickered slightly, looking up at Duncan with restrained emotions. Why are you interested in the Frost Queen's matters? Is it due to that brief encounter? Or because of this puppet named Alice? What did she tell you? Alice knows nothing about the Frost Queen, her memory is as pure as a blank sheet of paper, Duncan stated indifferently. I am intrigued by the Frost Queen because people claim that the Frost Rebellion occurred due to Rhaenora's collusion with the Vanished, and her plot was revealed. Isn't it natural for me to be interested in this rumor? Colluding with the Vanished, Tyrion's voice was low as he looked down, making his emotions unreadable at the moment. Yes, that's how they framed Queen Rhaenora. Based on your reaction, it is indeed a fabricated charge, Duncan's voice emerged from the mirror. So, was the Frost Rebellion merely an elaborate conspiracy, with the accusations against Rhaenora entirely unfounded? As he spoke, he observed Tyrion's reaction. But Tyrion didn't answer immediately, instead, he slightly furrowed his brow and asked, Does this truth matter to you? Yes, Duncan replied earnestly, after all, from a certain viewpoint, I am partially involved. Tyrion was clearly taken aback and seemed unable to counter his father's response. He then laughed helplessly, sighed, and shook his head. The rebellion did involve a conspiracy, but to be fair, the pretext used by the rebels wasn't entirely fabricated. Oh. The Frost Queen never conspired with any Vanished, but she did delve into some forbidden research. Once this research became public, it would have been difficult for her to retain her position as the ruler of the Frostbite Kingdom even without the rebellion. Duncan's gaze was intense, and after a few seconds of silence, he abruptly said, "It's called the Abyss Plan, right?" Tyrion looked up in astonishment. "I know much more than you think," Duncan remarked casually. "But all the documents related to the Abyss Plan have been destroyed, and even the traitors who disclosed the project back then have been eliminated and executed by the rebels." Tyrion expressed disbelief. "Everyone believes that the project's name itself has been cursed and tainted, and the last knowledgeable individuals from that time have long since passed away." "Oh? All the materials have been destroyed?" This time, Duncan appeared somewhat surprised. He had thought the matter might be highly confidential, but he hadn't anticipated it to be so exceedingly concealed. "Even all the knowledgeable people are dead?" Tyrion hesitated for a moment. He was more familiar with the situation than anyone else and naturally knew the reasons for the project's burial. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "This prohibited project involved too much related to curses, subspace, and mental contamination, to the extent that even the rebels back then didn't dare to casually discuss the materials they discovered. In fact, the project's name was revealed only once. It was during the final execution when the rebels announced the Frost Queen's crimes and uttered these words. On that day, an unprecedented catastrophic collapse occurred at the sea cliff of the Frost City-state. The entire cliff, along with a quarter of the city, plunged into the vast sea. All those who heard the words Abyss Plan perished, becoming lost souls in the boundless sea. Back then, the rebels had prepared a series of follow-up propaganda campaigns targeting the Abyss Plan. They intended to publicize the matter on a large scale without exposing the forbidden aspects, in order to completely eradicate the Frost Queen's influence in the northern seas and emphasize the rebellion's righteousness. However, after the sea cliff's great collapse, these propaganda plans were immediately abandoned. As I just mentioned, they firmly believed that the Abyss Plan name was cursed and tainted, so they simply destroyed all materials related to the project, including its name. "So, I'm particularly curious, how did you learn about the Abyss Plan?" Tyrion finally stopped avoiding the question, looking directly into Duncan's eyes. After hearing the project's name from half a century ago, his thoughts were tumultuous and difficult to calm. For a moment, he even began to suspect that there was some sort of collusion between the Frost Queen and the Vanished. "As I said, I have witnessed some things in the gaps of history," Duncan admitted openly, and asked again, "So, what exactly is the Abyss Plan? Why is it so secretive and forbidden, and why do even you seem to still have a trace of fear when mentioning it?" Tyrion's face was grave, and after a lengthy silence, he finally spoke slowly and solemnly, in simple terms, "It is an exploration project, but unlike those adventurers exploring new routes at the edge of civilization, the Abyss Plan explores the deep sea." "Exploring the deep sea?" Duncan furrowed his brow. "Are you referring to one of the planes of existence from the world standard model? But if it's just research in these areas, it shouldn't involve the word forbidden. Although it is indeed dangerous, the study of the occult has always been legally conducted in various city-states, and the Academy of Truth even has dedicated research groups. I'm not talking about the deep sea in the occult sense of figurative speech," Tyrion gently shook his head. "I mean the deep sea in the true sense, the underwater ocean in the natural world, a deep sea that is right in front of us all, yet everyone pretends to not see it. We don't touch it, nor do we dare to touch it." Tyrion suddenly posed a question. "Father, have you ever considered what lies beneath our city-states, beneath these islands in the waters that support our entire civilization?" Duncan remained silent. However, beneath his composed exterior, a wave of turbulence had unexpectedly emerged in his heart. He had never truly pondered this question, or rather, he hadn't even realized that it was a question that needed consideration. In this world, people were accustomed to using terms like spiritual realm, deep sea, and subspace to represent the depths of the occult world, and this structural model could indeed explain the current functioning of the world to some extent. However, in reality, this model was only an interpretation based on theoretical concepts. Strictly speaking, it described the dimensional structure of the world, not the physical structure. What Tyrion was discussing at the moment was clearly not this dimensional model based on occult concepts, but the body of water in the physical sense that's descending from the sea surface. In terms of the world standard model, reality, spirit, deep sea, subspace, the deep sea level Tyrion was referring to was actually located in the first layer beyond the surface world of reality. However, this deep sea, situated directly below the surface, seemed to be a complete blank in human understanding. Duncan had never considered this question because he held a set of preconceived common sense. He naturally assumed that beneath the city-states must be geological structures raised from the sea, such as underwater mountain ranges or elevated volcanic vents, and further down, of course, there should be things like the seabed. However, when he carefully recalled the various knowledge he had encountered since coming to this world, he realized, there has never been any research on the underwater world deeper than 200 meters. Clearly, you haven't considered this question either, Tyrion's voice suddenly interjected, interrupting Duncan's thoughts. Before I knew the Frost Queen, I had never thought about this question either. The boundless sea covers the entire world, our city-states are islands floating on the sea surface, the gods' protection establishes a firm foundation for the real world, and Vision 001's radiance provides us with a safe and stable daytime. As for what's beneath the water surface, why should we care? Spiritual realm, deep sea, subspace, these areas are already enough to give us headaches. Tyrion gently shook his head. But Her Majesty Rhaenora informed me that this question is crucial, as important as the secrets of the spiritual realm, deep sea, and subspace. Right beneath our feet, beneath the city-states and the sea surface, there exists such an immense unknown area in our real world. She is a person filled with the spirit of exploration, she cannot accept that such a vast region within her domain is enshrouded in mystery. If you enjoy this novel, and want more videos, please subscribe.